Blackstone Audio presents Hubris, the inside story of spin, scandal, and the selling of the Iraq War, by Michael Isikoff and David Korn. For Trudy Isikoff and Willa, M.I. For Velmud, Micah, and Amarins, D.C. How is the world ruled? And how do wars start? Diplomats tell lies to journalists and then believe what they read. Karl Kraus, German journalist and press critic, 1874 to 1936. I'm going to kick his sorry motherfucking ass all over the Mid-East. President George W. Bush. Introduction. Early on the afternoon of May 1, 2002, George W. Bush slipped out of the Oval Office, grabbed a tennis racket, and headed to the South Lawn. He had a few spare moments for one of his recreational pleasures, whacking tennis balls to his dogs, Spot and Barney. It was a pleasant spring day in Washington, and not an especially taxing one for the president. He had no pressing political worries. Having routed the Taliban regime in Afghanistan the previous fall, Bush was standing tall in the polls, with an approval rating hovering at 70%. That morning there had been his usual terrorism briefings, then meetings with congressional leaders where Bush had talked about moving forward his domestic proposals, including a measure promoting faith-based social programs. Later in the day, the president was due to meet the vice president of China. Bush also had an unusual press interview on his schedule that afternoon. As he hit the balls and watched the dogs scamper, Bush prepared for that session with two press aides by reviewing questions he would likely be asked about one of his predecessors he admired most, Ronald Reagan. Ever since September 11, 2001, Bush had increasingly identified with Reagan. His optimism, his firm convictions, his stark, uncompromising stand against Soviet communism. Bush had come to consider Reagan's battle against the Soviet Union a parallel of his own struggle against Islamic extremism. The evil empire was now the axis of evil, that trio of tyrannies, Iraq, Iran, and North Korea, that Bush had proclaimed the nation's foes months earlier during his first State of the Union speech. Frank Sesno, the veteran newscaster, was due shortly at the White House to query Bush about Reagan and the parallels between his presidency and Bush's. The interview was for a History Channel special that would air upon the death of the former president, who was 91 years old and suffering from advanced Alzheimer's disease. On a two-page pre-brief memo, prepared by his staff, and containing questions that might be asked, Bush had written out by hand points he wanted to emphasize. The presidential scribbles his aides thought were revealing, perhaps a window onto Bush's view of himself. Optimism and strength, Bush had scrawled on top of the memo. Also, decisive and faith. Next to a question about Reagan's direct, blunt style, Bush had written moral clarity. He had drawn an arrow next to the word forceful. Alongside a question about the 1983 suicide bombing attack on the U.S. Marines barracks in Lebanon, which killed 241 American troops, and how a president copes with such losses, Bush had written, "There will be casualties." On the South Lawn, Press Secretary Ari Fleischer and another member of the communications staff, a burly, irrepressible former television producer named Adam Levine, reviewed these points with Bush. Then they all moved inside and headed upstairs to the Red Room so Bush could have makeup applied for the interview. Bush casually asked Fleischer how his day had been going and what the talk in the press room was. Fleischer mentioned Helen Thomas, the longtime correspondent then writing for Hearst News Service. She was a gadfly and constantly giving Fleischer a tough time about an issue much in the news, Iraq. Bush and other administration officials had been decrying Saddam Hussein, the dictator of Iraq, as a threat to the United States and the world. To many, it sounded like war talk. The media were filled with speculation that the White House was preparing for an invasion, but Bush had steadfastly refused to state his intentions. His aides repeatedly claimed that Bush had reached no decisions. Interviewed by a British broadcaster a few weeks earlier, Bush had resorted to a Clinton-esque evasion. "I have no plans to attack on my desk." At that day's daily press briefing, Thomas had peppered Fleischer with questions about Iraq. Referring to stories in the media about secret plans for military action, she asked, "What is the president's rationale for invading Iraq? What made Saddam different from other dictators and worth an invasion?" Fleischer bantered with Thomas and pointed out that regime change in Iraq had been the official policy of the U.S. government since President Bill Clinton signed the Iraq Liberation Act in 1998. Thomas shot back, "Did the law mandate that the United States overthrow the Iraqi government by force?" Bush, Fleischer said, believes that the people of Iraq, as well as the region, will be more peaceful, better off without Saddam Hussein. Thomas retorted, "That's not a reason to go to war." "Well, Helen," Fleischer replied, "if you were the president, you could have vetoed the law." The reporters chuckled, and Fleischer called on another journalist. As Fleischer recounted this exchange for the president, Bush's mood changed, according to Levine. He grew grim and determined, steely. Out of nowhere, he unleashed a string of expletives. "Did you tell her I don't like motherfuckers who gas their own people?" the president snapped. "Did you tell her I don't like assholes who lie to the world? Did you tell her I'm going to kick his sorry motherfucking ass all over the Mideast?" Fleischer paused. "I told her half of that," he replied. Bush laughed, as did his aides. Still, Bush's visceral reaction was telling. This wasn't bluster. This was real. The president had meant what he said, every word of it. This was the Bush that Levine admired. "You know where we're going here," Levine thought. The vice president's limousine sped through downtown Washington and headed over the Potomac River on its way to Langley, Virginia. It was days after Bush's outburst, and Dick Cheney was making another of his visits to CIA headquarters. These trips, unknown to the public at this point, had become the talk of the intelligence community. Cheney would arrive at agency headquarters and park himself in Director George Tennett's 7th-floor conference room. Then officers and analysts would be summoned to brief him on Iraq and other matters, and often encounter a withering interrogation. "How do we know this? What more do you have on that? What have you done to follow up?" Cheney was proper and respectful. His questions were delivered in his soft, low, monotone voice, his arms folded. Still, they had an intimidating impact on his briefers. "I've seen him shake people," said John McGuire, an Iraq covert operations officer who often attended the Cheney briefings. "He would drill in on substantive details. If he asked you something that you didn't know, you better have an answer the next time you saw him. He would say, 'I want answers on this. This is not acceptable.' The worst thing to do with Cheney was to hedge or to waffle. He'd say, 'Make a call,'" McGuire recalled. He didn't want to hear sentences that began, "We don't know." During these sessions, Cheney demanded answers on Iraq. Cheney had long-standing and firm views on Saddam Hussein that went back to when he had served as Secretary of Defense during the First Persian Gulf War. Cheney had been convinced then that the CIA had blown it by badly underestimating how close Saddam had been to building a nuclear bomb before that war. And ever since the cataclysmic events of September 11th, Cheney seemed obsessed with Iraq. He was sure that Saddam was a grave threat to the United States, and that the agency was missing the crucial intelligence that would prove it. In February 2002, Cheney had seized on a murky item presented to him during his daily morning briefing from the CIA. A report forwarded to the CIA by Italian military intelligence that Iraq had arranged to purchase 500 tons of yellow-cake uranium from the impoverished African nation of Niger. If the report was accurate, if there had been such a transaction, this would be compelling evidence Iraq had revived a moribund nuclear weapons program that had been dismantled in the mid-1990s under the supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency. But there was nothing to substantiate the report, and parts of it did not make sense. Still, Cheney had jumped on it. "What more can you get on this?" he had asked his CIA briefer. "What more can you find out?" As always, the answer from the CIA was, "We'll get on this right away." And it did. Another issue Cheney fixated on was Baghdad's ties to terrorists, especially the allegations of a connection between Saddam and al-Qaeda. The agency would write up answers to the vice president's repeated questions and send them to his office, often reporting that there was little to substantiate Cheney's darkest suspicions of an operational alliance between Saddam and Osama bin Laden. But Cheney and his hard-nosed chief of staff, I. Lewis Libby, who went by the nickname of Scooter, were never satisfied and continually asked for more. It was like they were hoping we'd find something buried in the files or come back with a different answer. Michael Sulik, deputy chief of the CIA's Directorate of Operations, later said. There was no obvious pressure by Cheney and Libby to change the answers, Sulik recalled. But the barrage of questions and the frequent visits by the vice president had created an environment that was subtly but unmistakably influencing the agency's work. The CIA's analysts, Sulik believed, had become overly eager to please. Libby may have been harder to please than Cheney. He was one of the most powerful officials in the Bush White House. As Cheney's top national security advisor, he oversaw a shadow National Security Council, with tentacles reaching deep into the foreign policy and defense bureaucracy. One NSC staffer recalled being stunned to discover, years after he began working at the White House, that his internal memos to National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice had routinely been routed to Libby without his knowledge. A CIA official was surprised to discover that Libby's staff was reading unedited transcripts of National Security Agency intercepts. A cool, meticulous, and secretive Washington lawyer, Libby was an ideological and philosophical soulmate of his mentor, Paul Wolfowitz, the Deputy Secretary of Defense and leading neoconservative hawk, who was even more preoccupied with Iraq than Cheney. Libby had been a student of Wolfowitz at Yale University in the 1970s. Wolfowitz had hired him as a speechwriter at the State Department in 1981 and again as his principal deputy nearly a decade later when Wolfowitz was Undersecretary of Defense for Policy and Planning during the administration of George H.W. Bush. Libby and Wolfowitz shared with Cheney a congenital distrust of the CIA. They had a near-theological conviction that the agency's analysts were wedded to an inside-the-beltway conventional wisdom that obscured the sinister plottings of America's enemies. That was why Libby, on Cheney's behalf, relentlessly demanded that the agency supply the vice president's office with raw intelligence reports. Cheney's team believed that unanalyzed reports contained hidden nuggets that had been overlooked or ignored by the CIA because the data undercut the don't-rock-the-boat predilections of the agency's analysts. But the vice president's aides were confident that if they looked at the material, they could assess the real risks to America. In one 9-month period, starting in 2002, court records would later show, Libby sent requests to the CIA that generated between 300 and 500 documents, including emails, internal memos, and reports. The agency estimated that finding and retrieving from its files all the queries it had received from Libby and all the responses it had sent back would take nearly a year. Libby was not popular at the CIA. He had a reputation of being a prick, recalled one senior CIA official. In questioning analysts, He was nasty and obnoxious about it. Libby was most aggressive on intelligence related to Saddam and al-Qaeda, according to this CIA veteran. He wouldn't let go of the al-Qaeda-Saddam connection. A Bush NSC official recalled Libby as being aloof but skilled, and if need be, devious, in the ways of bureaucratic infighting. Whenever Scooter Libby walked into the elevator, this official said, the temperature seemed to drop 5 degrees. Libby was not with Cheney this particular May morning when the vice president arrived at the CIA. But as Cheney's top national security advisor, he would soon get a full report. Cheney had come to Langley to be updated on the latest intelligence on Iraq, including what was known about Saddam's unconventional weapons. But another subject was on the agenda, a matter of the utmost sensitivity. It was one of the most closely held secrets in the U.S. government, the Anabasis Project. DB/Anabasis was the code name for an extensive covert operations plan that had been drawn up by the CIA to destabilize and ultimately topple the regime of Saddam Hussein. DB was the agency cryptonym for Iraq. At the direction of the White House, Tenet had commissioned the scheme, not too long after the U.S. military had defeated the Taliban. About this time, Bush asked Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld to order up a fresh war plan for Iraq. It was clear to top intelligence officials that Iraq was next on Bush's agenda, and the task of developing the CIA's secret plan was handed to 2 seasoned officers in the Iraq Operations Group within the agency's Directorate of Operations, or DO. One of the officers was a stocky, balding Cuban-American whose first name was Luis. He had previously been a special assistant to CIA Deputy Director John McLaughlin. Before that, he had spent years as a case officer in CIA stations throughout the world. His father had participated in the CIA's Bay of Pigs debacle in 1961, when an agency-directed invasion of Cuba failed miserably. The other officer in charge of Anabasis was the 49-year-old John McGuire, a strapping former Baltimore City cop who had specialized in busting down doors as a member of the city's SWAT team. Both were veterans of the CIA's covert wars of the 1980s, when CIA Director William Casey, acting on orders from Ronald Reagan, was mounting secret paramilitary operations around the globe. McGuire had run guns to the Nicaraguan Contra rebels fighting the Sandinista government, and he had participated in one of the more notorious episodes of that secret war, the mining of the ports of Nicaragua. In the middle of the night, he had directed local commandos who would dump mines off the sides of speedboats. For cover, McGuire posed as an employee of the Johnson Outboard Motor Repair Shop in La Union, El Salvador. When the operation was exposed by the news media in April 1984, there was an uproar on Capitol Hill. "I am pissed off," Senator Barry Goldwater, then the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, wrote Casey. "Mine the harbors in Nicaragua? This is an act violating international law. It is an act of war." The mining program was shut down. Months later, Congress cut off money for the CIA's Contra operations. Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North and the National Security Council covertly took over the program, and their clandestine scheming led to the Iran-Contra scandal. Many CIA operatives whom McGuire had worked with became ensnared in the subsequent investigations, but McGuire escaped unscathed. He did learn a lesson about covert ops. They can get messy, and not always go as planned. Later, McGuire was dispatched to Afghanistan, where he provided explosives and weapons training for Ahmed Shah Massoud's Northern Alliance. Subsequently, he made his first foray into Iraq, where he helped plan a disastrous 1995 coup attempt, a debacle that he blamed in large part on the unreliability of Ahmad Chalabi, the self-promoting Iraqi exile the agency had been supporting. McGuire was bitter. Agents he had worked with and their family members had been murdered by Saddam. By the mid-1990s, he was also frustrated. The CIA, shuddering from the investigations and prosecutions triggered by Iran-Contra and serving the more cautious Bill Clinton, had backed away from paramilitary operations and covert ops. McGuire left CIA headquarters to be an instructor at The Farm, the agency's training facility in rural Virginia. On September 12, 2001, he returned to headquarters and, with Luis, jumped at the chance to put his experience in clandestine ops to new uses. Over an intense 45-day period beginning in late 2001, the two men cooked up an audacious plan, unlike anything Langley had seen in years. James Pavitt, the DO chief, had given Luis and McGuire a blunt directive when he assigned this project: "Give me a plan that scares me." As McGuire later put it, and so we did. We scared the crap out of him. Anabasis was no-holds-barred covert action. It called for installing a small army of paramilitary CIA officers on the ground inside Iraq, for elaborate schemes to penetrate Saddam's regime, recruiting disgruntled military officers with buckets of cash, for feeding the regime disinformation about internal dissent in ways that would cause Saddam to lash out, most likely through mass executions, for disrupting the regime's finances and supply networks, for sabotage that included blowing up railroad lines and communications towers, and for targeting the lives of key regime officials. It also envisioned staging a phony incident that could be used to start a war. A small group of Iraqi exiles would be flown into Iraq by helicopter to seize an isolated military base near the Saudi border. They then would take to the airwaves and announce a coup was underway. If Saddam responded by flying troops south, his aircraft could be shot down by U.S. fighter planes patrolling the no-fly zones established by UN edict after the First Persian Gulf War. A clash of this sort could be used to initiate a full-scale war. "We were doing things in this program that we hadn't done since Casey," said McGuire. For McGuire, it was also personal, a chance to settle an old score and avenge fallen comrades. "We wanted that fucker dead," he recalled. "We were willing to do anything to get Saddam." The name Luis and McGuire had chosen for the program, Anabasis, had come from the title of a book by the ancient historian Xenophon that recounted the march of 10,000 Greek mercenaries to Babylon in the year 400 B.C. to capture the Persian throne for Cyrus the Younger from his brother. Wolfowitz, according to McGuire, was not keen on this particular name, though McGuire never understood why. But other CIA officials also thought the Anabasis program was inaptly titled, and wondered whether Luis and McGuire had misread history. The Greek army had been victorious at the critical battle of Cunaxa, but Cyrus had been killed, rendering the entire mission moot. The 10,000 Greeks then had to fight their way back to the Black Sea. Anabasis was the story of an unsuccessful operation that ended in retreat. The estimated cost of Luis and McGuire's Anabasis was $400 million over 2 years. But it wasn't the price tag that frightened Pavitt and other senior agency officials. It was the lethality. In drawing up the plan, Luis and McGuire had carefully avoided using the A word, assassination. The agency had a long and troubled history of assassination plots. Most had failed and had cast a dark stain on the CIA's reputation. An executive order banning assassinations had been in place since 1976, but occasionally circumvented during wartime. So Luis and McGuire referred instead to direct action operations, a bland euphemism. But there was no doubt that under Anabasis people were going to die, and that innocent Iraqi civilians, not just government leaders and military officers, would likely be among the victims. When Pavitt and other senior officials in the DO reviewed the Anabasis plans, they were uncomfortable. blowing up railroad lines? You're going to kill people if you do this, Tyler Drumheller, chief of the DO's European Division, recalled saying when he first looked at Anabasis. He was stating the obvious. But this was the post-9/11 era, when U.S. intelligence agencies, with the encouragement of the White House and fiercely conservative lawyers in the Justice Department, were pushing the envelope. The CIA was snatching terror suspects off the streets in Gambia, in Bosnia, in Sweden, and rendering them to friendly foreign intelligence services, where extreme interrogation practices would be used on them. The CIA set up its own network of secret prisons, where suspected al-Qaeda leaders were subjected to aggressive interrogation, including waterboarding, a technique in which the suspect was strapped to a board and dunked below water long enough to approximate but not cause drowning. In a rousing speech to CIA officers soon after the September 11th attacks, Cofer Black, then director of the CIA's Counter-Terrorism Center, had proclaimed, "The gloves are off." The line was widely quoted within the agency, and Black also used it during congressional testimony. But Black had said something to his CIA colleagues that did not attract public notice. There was some dispute as to his precise words. Drumheller recalled that Black had remarked that someday we can all expect to be prosecuted for what we're going to do. Another counterterrorism official said that Black had simply commented that someday we may all get called before a congressional committee for what we're going to do. Whatever the exact words, the message was clear. In the future, the missions the CIA was about to undertake might look different than they did right now. On February 16, 2002, President Bush signed covert findings authorizing the various elements of Anabasis. The leaders of the Congressional Intelligence Committees, including Representative Porter Goss, a Republican, and Senator Bob Graham, a Democrat, were briefed. McGuire and a team of his officers made their initial entry into Iraq in April 2002, crossing the Turkish border in Jeep Cherokees and driving into Kurdish areas in the north, a region outside the control of Saddam's regime. They met with the two rival Kurdish leaders, Masoud Barzani and Jalal Talabani, and briefed them on the details of the Anabasis plan. The Kurdish leaders were skeptical. They had heard talk from Americans like this in the past. Anabasis called for Kurdish irregulars to take risks, large risks, to recruit sources for the CIA and begin sabotage operations, even direct action. People could die. Is this real? Is the president serious? Barzani and Talabani wanted to know. McGuire's response was one that he and other CIA officials would repeat. We're really serious. This is not going to be some half-baked effort. Ultimately, the success of the plan rested on the credibility and the determination of George W. Bush, and about that McGuire had no doubt. This president is a man of his word, McGuire told the Kurds. When we're finished, Saddam is not going to be there. When we're finished, we're going to be in Baghdad. On this trip, McGuire himself headed south into Saddam-controlled territory, a white mustachioed spy behind enemy lines. He drove in the back seat of a Toyota Super Salon, dressed in the uniform of an Iraqi army colonel with a red stripe on his shoulders. McGuire was waved through border crossings and checkpoints and drove right up to the perimeter of an Iraqi army base. The unit was in disarray. There were soldiers milling about in flip-flops and shorts, with no guns or ammunition. They looked like refugees, said McGuire. The Iraqi V Corps was supposedly the front line against an American invasion, but it seemed a shambles. On another occasion, a CIA officer working with McGuire inspected the line separating Kurdish-controlled territory from Saddam-controlled Iraq. On the other side were the deteriorating Iraqi military forces McGuire had seen. And one of those units, having spotted the CIA man, sent a runner across the line with a message. Are you the Americans? "We don't want to fight." When McGuire heard about this, he was pleased. It seemed that these Iraqi troops were eagerly awaiting an invasion, so they could surrender. He wrote it all up in a report that went directly to the President and the Vice President. An invading American army, it appeared, could roll right through to Baghdad. Perhaps they would even be greeted as liberators. Back at headquarters, Lewis and McGuire were eager to tell Cheney about Anabasis. The Kurdish leaders were fully on board. Operations were beginning. The Vice President, as always, asked tough questions. What kind of support are you receiving from the Kurds? Who are the people you're working with? Where are they placed? He was, McGuire recalled, way in the weeds. The answers Cheney received that day were reassuring. Lewis and McGuire were can-do operatives, firm in their conviction they were serving a righteous cause. After Cheney finished with them, he turned toward several analysts. He had a different set of questions for them. What was Saddam's force structure? How could the intelligence they have be used to support U.S. ground forces during an invasion? What Iraqi units were positioned where? Which ones might have chemical and biological weapons? Cheney was not posing the sort of questions a policymaker would need answered in order to determine whether Iraq posed a threat to the United States. He was not seeking information on whether Saddam was dangerous because he possessed weapons of mass destruction. He was not soliciting material that would help him decide if an invasion of Iraq was absolutely necessary. His queries were all pegged to the assumption that Iraq would be invaded. And he was not happy with what he was hearing, for the analysts were unable to provide concrete answers to his queries about the invasion to come. Cheney's line of questioning was a logical follow-up to the briefing he had received on Anabasis, for from the start Lewis and McGuire had made it clear that their top-secret plan by itself should not be expected to eliminate Saddam. The various actions they had envisioned, the sabotage, the assassinations, the disinformation, could destabilize and weaken Saddam's tyrannical regime. They could create chaos and sow distrust. But truly ending the Iraqi dictatorship's grip on power would require the intervention of the U.S. military. Bush and Cheney, they believed, understood this. In response to a Bush directive, General Tommy Franks, commander of the U.S. Central Command, was already drawing up invasion plans, and Cheney was asking questions at the CIA that indicated he expected the United States to invade Iraq. Anabasis, from its inception, was a precursor and a complement to war, not a substitute. There was even a timetable. When McGuire and Lewis were instructed to devise a paramilitary plan, according to McGuire, the message they received from the agency leadership on the 7th floor was explicit. Be ready to turn this thing on by January 2003. Be ready to go in a year. You got a year. That meant, as far as McGuire was concerned, there was going to be an invasion, and the clock was ticking. While Lewis and McGuire were briefing Cheney on the top floor of CIA headquarters that day, another group of CIA operatives was toiling away on a related mission in the basement. In a space the size of a football field and divided into cubicles by partial walls, 300 or so employees of the Counter-Proliferation Division, CPD, of the Directorate of Operations were mounting espionage operations aimed at obtaining intelligence on weapons of mass destruction programs around the globe. They also were plotting covert actions that might thwart these programs. A particularly busy unit in the CPD at this time was the Joint Task Force on Iraq, charged with digging up information on the top priority, Iraq's WMD programs. Its chief of operations was a career officer named Valerie Wilson. Valerie Wilson, who had entered the CIA in 1985 as Valerie Plame, had been at the CPD for several years. Previously, she had served overseas in Europe, first as a case officer posing as a State Department employee, and then as a super-secret NOC or NOC, an officer under non-official cover. NOCs were the most clandestine of the agency's frontline officers. They did not pretend to work for the U.S. government and did not have the protection of diplomatic immunity should anything go awry. They had to be independent, resourceful, confident, and careful. Valerie Wilson told people she worked for an energy firm. After returning from Europe and joining the CPD, she had maintained her NOC status, and now she was running ops aimed at uncovering intelligence on Iraq's unconventional weapons. Her job was to find the evidence of Saddam's clandestine efforts that Bush, Cheney, Libby, and other administration officials desired. A year earlier, about the time Valerie Wilson joined it, the CPD's Iraq unit had been small, employing only a few operations officers. Not much was going on within it. In the years since 1998, when UN weapons inspectors had left Iraq, the CIA had not a single source on Iraq's weapons programs. Prior to 1998, the CIA had used the UN inspection team to gather intelligence. With the inspectors gone, the CPD had utterly failed to gain direct access to Iraq's WMD programs, as its deputy chief later told Senate investigators. Most of the Iraq action at the CIA, such as it was, had been occurring within the Operations Directorate's Near East Division, which had not done much better than the CPD. By 2001, the NE Division had developed only 4 sources in Iraq, and none was reporting on WMDs. But in the summer before 9/11, the word came down from the top brass: we're ramping up on Iraq. The CPD's Iraq unit was changed into the Joint Task Force on Iraq, and in the months after September 11th, the JTFI grew to include about 50 employees. Valerie Wilson was placed in charge of its operations group. By the spring of 2002, the JTFI, including Wilson, was under intense pressure to get more solid intelligence on Iraq's weapons programs. With Bush and his cabinet members obviously focused on, or perhaps obsessed with, Saddam and Iraq, everyone in the intelligence community, from Tenet on down, realized it was crucial to do whatever they could, probe every corner, chase any lead, to penetrate Saddam's Iraq. The JTFI was frantic to do so. Slowly, the JTFI began to develop sources within Iraq. Yet the group was coming up with nothing. The JTFI's primary target was Iraqi scientists. The goal was to make indirect and surreptitious contact with these experts and find out what they knew about unconventional weapons in Iraq. JTFI operations officers tracked down relatives and associates of Iraqi scientists living in America. It would be, "Knock, knock, we're here from the U.S. government. We know you're a loyal citizen, and we want to talk to you about your brother back in Iraq," a CIA officer recalled. They would say, "My brother is a good man." We'd say, "We know that." They'd say, "My brother knows nothing." We'd say, "I'm sure. But can we find a way to have him tell us that?" JTFI officers occasionally persuaded an Iraqi émigré to pay a visit to a relative in Iraq and, when no one else was near, pose certain questions to the relative. Valerie Wilson and the operations officers of JTFI sought out Iraqi graduate students studying abroad who had previously studied under Iraqi scientists of interest to the CIA. "What can you tell us about your mentor's work? Would you be willing to report secretly to us after returning to Iraq? What if we paid you? What if we could help you stay in this nice western city?" In some instances, JTFI attempted to persuade a defector to go back to Iraq. "It was so glad you've risked your life getting out," one CIA official said. "Now, will you go back for us?" "Yeah, right. That was an easy sell." By that spring, JTFI was sending out dozens of reports based on its new sources. But none of these sources had anything definitive to report about unconventional weapons activity within Iraq. At the same time, Valerie Wilson's operations unit was overwhelmed with walk-ins. As the anti-Saddam rhetoric coming from Bush administration officials had intensified, would-be informants were increasingly approaching U.S. embassies and offering, or peddling, information on Iraq's weapons programs. JTFI operations officers were traveling throughout the world to debrief these possible sources to determine if they were legitimate. Often it would take only minutes to conclude that someone was pulling a con. But the JTFI had to treat each case as potentially the breakthrough for which its officers yearned. "We knew nothing about what was going on in Iraq," a CIA official recalled. "We were way behind the eight ball. We had to look under every rock." In one episode, an Iraqi showed up in Damascus, claiming he had been taken blindfolded to a facility outside Baghdad where political prisoners or Iranian prisoners from the Iran-Iraq War, which ended in 1988, were being held. He was to repair equipment at this site, but, he claimed, he had witnessed the most gruesome experiment. 20 or so subjects were strapped down and injected with a poison. Within hours, blood was pouring out of their noses and ears, and they died. JTFI officers flew to Syria to meet with this Iraqi. His story made them wonder if Iraq was testing a botulinum-based weapon. He told them how long he had sat blindfolded in the car that had ferried him to this site. He described the facility and the surrounding environs. Back in the CIA's basement, JTFI staffers pored over satellite photos and tried to determine where this facility was. They couldn't find anything. Then this fellow failed a lie detector test. Another nothing. Later, CIA officers would come to suspect that this informant, as well as other defectors bearing dramatic WMD allegations, had been sent their way by Chalabi's Iraqi National Congress, the exile group that had been lobbying Washington for years to overthrow Saddam. A walk-in in India claimed he had been involved with a biological weapons program based at an Iraqi university. He had to be checked out. The Joint Task Force on Iraq dispatched one of the intelligence community's best BW experts to the subcontinent, a doctor named Les. His last name remains a secret. The shrewd doctor concluded the Indian was a fabricator. "We were trying to find something," a CIA official recalled. "We were motivated. We knew this was important, but it was our job to be skeptical." As the cases piled up, Valerie Wilson traveled overseas under assumed names to monitor walk-in operations and other activities. Members of the unit were putting in long hours, but the results were frustrating. None of the JTFI's operations was generating evidence that Saddam had biological or chemical weapons or a revived nuclear weapons program. Did the task force's lack of results mean it was not doing its job well enough? Or rather, might Saddam not have the arsenal of unconventional weapons most CIA people and White House officials assumed he was hiding? Valerie Wilson and other JTFI officers were almost too overwhelmed to consider the possibility that the small number of operations they were conducting was, in a way, coming up with the right answer, that there was no intelligence to find on Saddam's current chemical and biological stockpiles and nuclear weapons programs, because they did not exist. Instead, Valerie Wilson pushed on, doing all she could to uncover information, any information, on Saddam's weapons. In over a year she would become a household name, but not for anything she did to find Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. There was a profound disconnect between Valerie Wilson's endeavors and those of her colleagues upstairs who were briefing Cheney on Anabasis. The operating premise of the officers of the Counter-Proliferation Division and of the CIA as a whole was that accurate intelligence mattered. It was the duty of the CIA and the other intelligence agencies to obtain truthful information however they could and to get it into the hands of policymakers. Spies, eavesdroppers, and analysts collected and processed intelligence so senior government officials, especially the commander-in-chief, could render the best decisions possible. But Bush, Cheney, and a handful of other senior officials already believed they had enough information to know what to do about Iraq. They still were seeking information about unconventional weapons in Iraq, but it was for reasons other than for evaluating whether Iraq was an immediate threat that would have to be neutralized by an invasion. They were drop-dead sure of their presumptions. Iraq was a danger. Saddam had to go, and war was the only option that would achieve this policy goal. They did not need intelligence to reach these conclusions, or to test them. Intelligence on Iraq's weapons programs and Saddam's ties to terrorists, including al-Qaeda, certainly had its uses for Bush and his aides. It could, as Cheney, a former Secretary of Defense, knew, help battlefield commanders prepare for the invasion. And, just as important, if not more, it could help the Bush White House build a case for war and whip up congressional and public support for the course chosen. Bush and his aides were looking for intelligence not to guide their policy on Iraq, but to market it. The intelligence would be the basis not for launching a war, but for selling it. So much of the coming debate over the intelligence on Iraq, did it indicate Iraq was a clear and present threat or not, would be moot. The work of the thousands of intelligence professionals and the contentious tussles over the issue on Capitol Hill and within the media, all this was predicated on a false assumption, that the intelligence was a crucial element in whether war would happen. Much of what the CIA produced turned out to be embarrassingly flawed. But it was only window dressing for decision-makers who did not need intelligence to know that they knew the truth. The reasons why Bush invaded Iraq, and the precise moment he resolved to do so, will be debated by historians for years to come. Part of it, as Bush's outburst to Fleischer and Levine indicated, may well have been the president's gut instincts and a powerful, if not personal, antipathy towards Saddam Hussein, a dictator whom George Bush's father had defeated but left in place, a tyrant who had been accused of plotting to kill Bush's father, and a brute who, in the days after 9/11, provided an easy-to-hit target for a president who felt driven to take tough measures to safeguard America. But for many others in his administration, the invasion of Iraq would be a faith-based war, predicated on certain ideological and geopolitical views. Cheney had his hardened Hobbesian views of power politics. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld was a haughty, self-styled transformer, convinced that he could see what needed to be done better than his generals could. Beside them was a fraternity of neoconservative academics, polemicists, and former government officials who had been advocating war with Iraq for years, long before September 11th. Many of the most important of these neoconservatives had been influenced by an eccentric academic who claimed that Saddam was the hidden hand behind al-Qaeda. Now, leading members of this group held senior positions in the Bush administration. Richard Perle was the chairman of the Defense Policy Board and an influential advisor to Rumsfeld. Wolfowitz was Deputy Secretary of Defense. Libby was Cheney's Chief of Staff. Douglas Feith was Undersecretary of Defense for Policy and running a secret unit that combed through raw intelligence reports seeking any information that linked Saddam to Osama bin Laden. In conferences at the American Enterprise Institute, in newspaper op-eds, and in articles in the Weekly Standard magazine, these hawks and their allies had been marshalling the case. Saddam was at the epicenter of world terrorism. He had assembled a massive arsenal of chemical and biological weapons. He was about to go nuclear. He was a threat to Israel, the Middle East, and the United States. Moreover, some of them argued, eliminating Saddam would serve larger policy goals. It would extend the United States' influence in the region and upend the toxic status quo in the Middle East. It would advance the cause of freedom, ushering in a new era of democracy. Imagine a pro-West, pro-Israel bastion of democracy in the middle of this uneasy part of the planet. There was a case to be made. Saddam was a brutal ruler and a force for trouble, at least in the region. He had possessed chemical and biological weapons in the past and had sought nuclear weapons years earlier. He had gassed his enemies in the 1980s. He had not complied with UN Security Council resolutions demanding full disarmament, and after September 11th, the United States had to be more vigilant about a prospective threat. He might still have biological and chemical weapons. He might be secretly developing nuclear weapons. He might one day hook up with anti-American terrorists. The continuing international sanctions imposed against his regime might be faltering and not thwart Saddam forever, especially if he used the billions of dollars he was skimming off the UN-supervised Oil for Food program to purchase WMD-related materials on the black market. But the advocates for war went beyond depicting Saddam as a prospective threat. He was, they claimed, the #1 danger to the United States, and an American military defeat of this murderous thug would not only enhance the security of Americans, but spark a historic and positive transformation in the Middle East. Many argued that a war against Iraq would not be difficult. The aftermath, not a problem. The Iraqis would be grateful, and so would Arabs everywhere. Their case, before and after 9/11, was based on unproven, dubious assumptions and sketchy and, in many respects, phony intelligence. But it ultimately rested on a strong core belief. We know what we're doing. There was no doubt. Information from intelligence analysts or other experts in or out of government that contradicted or undermined the operating assumptions of the Get Saddam crowd was ignored or belittled. After the invasion, a bitter national debate would arise over how Bush had presented the case for war to the public. It was a damning question. Had he, as well as Cheney, Rumsfeld, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, Secretary of State Colin Powell, and other administration figures, hyped the threat to rally popular support for an elective war against a nation with no known connection to 9/11? Had Bush, Cheney, and their aides shared with the public what the U.S. government really did and did not know about Saddam, his weapons programs, and his alleged ties to al-Qaeda? Certainly, the intelligence services had failed miserably by issuing all too definitive statements about Saddam's WMDs. But had Bush compounded this failure by overselling the limited and flawed intelligence because war was his preferred option? The manner in which Bush would sell the war, promoting questionable intelligence, would hit Valerie Wilson directly. Months after the invasion, her maiden name, Valerie Plame, and her classified employment status at the CIA would be disclosed by conservative columnist Robert Novak, who had received information on her from 2 Bush administration officials. One of them, who much later insisted he had only confirmed what Novak already knew, was Karl Rove, the president's master strategist. Her career would be ruined, her operations and contacts possibly jeopardized, and all this would happen because her husband, former Ambassador Joseph Wilson, had challenged Bush's use of a particularly lousy and misleading piece of intelligence to persuade, some might say scare, Americans. Joseph Wilson was an imperfect critic. At points he garbled some facts and overstated his case, even as he soundly raised questions about the administration's handling of the pre-war intelligence. The Plame affair would be full of ironies and twists. The investigation of the leak would entangle major media institutions, raise questions about the relationships between high-powered reporters and high-level sources, and land in jail one prominent journalist whose pre-war reporting on Iraq's WMDs would come to symbolize the media's complicity in the Bush White House's sales campaign. The episode would become another battlefront in the fierce partisan wars of Washington. The leak would be assailed as a vengeful act of treason, engineered to discredit an administration critic, and it would be dismissed by administration allies as relatively routine political hardball. But while the White House, especially Cheney's office, would indeed train its sights on Wilson as a troublemaker, the original source of the leak was not a political hitman, but a highly respected State Department official who harbored deep doubts about Bush's march to war. He mentioned Valerie Wilson to Novak not as part of a White House smear campaign targeting Joseph Wilson. It was, according to the official's colleagues, a slip-up by an inveterate gossip, but one that occurred alongside a concerted White House effort to undermine a critic of the war. Still, the Plame affair, fueled by White House deceptions, was a window into a much bigger scandal: the Bush administration's use of faulty intelligence and its fervent desire after the invasion to defend its pre-war sales pitch. The Plame matter would lead to an investigation of the White House, the appointment of a special counsel, and the indictment of a senior White House official. But its real significance was larger than the sum of its parts. It would come to represent the disturbing and intrigue-ridden story of how the Bush administration, full of we-know-best, gung-ho officials keen for a war that they assumed would go well, presented a case for war that turned out to be, in virtually every aspect, fraudulent. It's a tragic tale, partly because the inside account of the intelligence mess is replete with episodes in which intelligence analysts and government officials actually made the correct calls about Iraq's weapons, Baghdad's supposed ties to al-Qaeda, and the difficulties that a war would bring. But they either did not prevail in internal bureaucratic scuffles, or were disregarded by a White House committed to, or hell-bent on, war against Saddam. What happened to Valerie Wilson was part of this larger story: how flawed intelligence was misused by the president and his top aides to take the nation to war. When Bush sat down for his History Channel interview on that spring day in 2002, 10 months before he would send more than 150,000 American troops into Iraq, he did not seem to be thinking about nuances, conflicting intelligence reports, or the unknown consequences of bold action. The man in charge, the president who seemed to have resolved in his own mind that he would guide the nation to war, was thinking about moral clarity, about strong and decisive leadership, about standing tall against an evil tyrant. Reagan didn't say, "Well, Mr. Gorbachev, would you take the top 3 bricks off the wall?" Bush told Frank Sesno. He said, "Tear it all down." And the truth of the matter is, I spoke about the axis of evil, and I did it for a reason. I wanted the world to know exactly where the United States stood. Reagan's hard line had been a success, Bush said to Sesno. Not only the top 3 bricks, but the whole damn Berlin Wall had come tumbling down. Now Bush had the chance to do something similar. He would get rid of Saddam Hussein. As he had told his press aides, he would kick his sorry motherfucking ass all over the Mideast. But first, he would have to convince Congress and the American public. Mr. President, if you go in there, you're likely to be stuck in a quagmire. House Majority Leader Dick Armey. 1. A warning at the White House. The President's message was direct. There was no time to wait. The showdown with Saddam Hussein, the dictator of Iraq, had to start right away. It was the morning of September 4th, 2002, and George W. Bush had summoned 18 senior members of the House and Senate to the cabinet room of the White House. Talk of war with Iraq had been underway for months. The prospect had been debated on cable news shows, dissected on op-ed pages, discussed at think tanks. And within the White House, the Pentagon, and the CIA, the planning had long since begun. Now Bush was making it quite real for his guests. In a few days, his administration would launch a major public relations campaign to persuade the American people and the world that Saddam was such a pressing threat that war might be the only option. But before doing so, the White House wanted to get Congress in line. When the House and Senate members had taken their seats at the imposing oval mahogany table, they were given copies of a letter from the President. America and the civilized world face a critical decision in the months ahead, it began. The decision is how to disarm an outlaw regime that continues to possess and develop weapons of mass destruction. Since September 11th, the letter said, we have been tragically reminded that we are vulnerable to evil people, and this vulnerability increases dramatically when evil people have access to weapons of mass destruction. Bush told the assembled leaders that he would work with them on Iraq, but he needed a quick vote in Congress on a resolution that would grant him the authority to take on Saddam, perhaps with military action. He didn't have the proposed language yet, but he wanted this vote within 6 weeks, before Congress left town so members could campaign for re-election. Listening to the President, Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle felt trapped. Bush's promise to collaborate with Congress was a modest win for congressional leaders. Months earlier, White House counsel Alberto Gonzales had insisted that Bush had the power to launch a war against Iraq without consulting Congress. But the White House had decided not to make a stand on this point. A secret Justice Department memo written after 9/11 concluded there were no limits on presidential power when it came to waging the war on terrorism. The memo, written by a young lawyer named John Yoo, stated that the president may deploy force preemptively against any terrorist group or the states that harbor them, regardless of whether they can be linked to the specific terrorist incidents of September 11th. The president's decisions in a time of war, Yoo wrote, were for him alone and unreviewable. Yoo's memo provided the legal underpinnings for a host of controversial actions that would include clandestine domestic eavesdropping conducted by the National Security Agency. Bush's concession, though, imposed a burden on him. He would have to present a case for war that could win over a majority of lawmakers, and that meant he would have to offer evidence. That is, the administration's secret intelligence on Iraq. But Daschle feared this apparent victory for Congress was part of a larger ploy. House and Senate members were gearing up for the final stretch of the campaign, with control of the Senate up for grabs. Bush was informing them that the national debate would now focus on Iraq, not health care, not tax cuts, not the environment, or anything the Democrats wanted to talk about. You want to be involved, he was saying? Well, here are the terms. The president's comments were a jolt to Daschle. His Democratic caucus was already deeply divided. Its liberal members were adamantly opposed to the idea of going to war in Iraq. Other Democrats, out of agreement with Bush or out of fear of opposing a popular president's confrontation with an anti-American tyrant, preferred to be on Bush's side. And the president's political strength was feared. Bush had smashed the Taliban and al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, even if Osama bin Laden remained at large. Memories of September 11th were fresh. In such a climate, could Senate Democrats running for re-election not support the president's assault on a brutal dictator wielding weapons of mass destruction? In the cabinet room, Daschle pressed Bush on why there was a need to move quickly. Sure, Saddam was a problem that had to be addressed, but what was new? How immediate was the threat? Where was the tangible evidence? And Daschle was thinking, Karl Rove. The previous January, Rove, Bush's political strategist, had telegraphed his intention to use terrorism and national security issues to hammer Democrats in the fall campaign. We can go to the country on this issue, Rove had proclaimed at a Republican gathering, because the American people trust the Republican Party to do a better job of strengthening America's military might and thereby protecting America. Then in June, a White House staffer had misplaced a computer disk containing a PowerPoint presentation that Rove and Kenneth Mellman, his chief deputy, had prepared for GOP donors. In an odd twist, a Democratic Senate staffer found the disk across the street from the White House in Lafayette Park. "Focus on War and the Economy," read the slide outlining the Republican strategy for the 2002 elections. Focus on war. Daschle and other Democrats saw this as the GOP plan for political domination. Daschle wondered whether Bush was cynically pushing the Iraq threat as a campaign gambit. The day before the Cabinet Room meeting, Daschle had attended a breakfast with Bush in the president's private dining room with Cheney, Speaker of the House Dennis Hastert, Senate Minority Leader Trent Lott, and House Minority Leader Dick Gephardt. And he had put the same questions to the president. Wouldn't it be better, he asked, to postpone this until after the election and take politics out of the debate? Bush had looked at Cheney, who shot the president what Daschle would describe as a half-smile. Then Bush turned back to Daschle and said, "We just have to do it now." That was it, Daschle would later recall. He didn't answer the question. But Bush's sidelong glance to Cheney was telling. It looked to Daschle as though the two of them had thought this through. Now, in the Cabinet Room, within a larger group of legislators, Daschle received no more satisfying a reply, as Bush insisted that the House and Senate proceed quickly. "The issue isn't going away," Bush told the congressional leaders. "You can't let it linger." Daschle was not the only congressional leader in the White House that morning feeling uneasy. The most critical comments came from a Republican leader who rarely weighed in on national security issues, House Majority Leader Dick Armey, the number 2 Republican in the House. A month earlier, Armey, a Texan, had bluntly voiced his own misgivings about a war against Iraq. While campaigning in Iowa for a GOP congressional candidate, Armey had told reporters that Saddam was a blowhard. But as long as the Iraqi dictator didn't bother anybody outside his own borders, Armey had said, he couldn't see any basis for invading Iraq. "We Americans don't make unprovoked attacks." Armey's Iowa comments had generated a brief flurry of media attention. They also upset the White House. Dan Bartlett, a deputy to White House Communications Director Karen Hughes, called Terry Holt, Armey's press secretary, and complained. "It isn't helpful for Armey to be out there speaking out against the president," Bartlett said, according to Holt. Armey dropped the issue. Armey was a plain-speaking former college professor with 2 great passions: free market economics and country music. He didn't consider himself a foreign policy wizard, nor did anyone else in Washington. Still, the notion of going to war with Iraq made no sense to him. He assumed the administration's war talk was merely bluster on Bush's part, an effort to intimidate Saddam into accepting the return of UN weapons inspectors. But in the Cabinet Room, watching Bush pressure his congressional colleagues, Armey realized that Bush was serious, that he seemed committed to launching a war and overthrowing Saddam. He thought of another president from Texas, Lyndon Johnson, and what a reckless war had done to his administration. Armey, who had not said anything else about Iraq after his Iowa outburst, decided this was the moment to speak his mind directly to Bush. "Mr. President," he said, "if you go in there, you're likely to be stuck in a quagmire that will endanger your domestic agenda for the rest of your presidency." As he explained his thinking, Armey got worked up and ended his comments with a Baudelarized line from Shakespeare he had gleaned from a country music song. "Our fears make cowards of us all." What did he mean by this? Armey believed that Bush and other administration officials were overreacting to the country's post-9/11 fears. It was as if they were gripped by what he later called a He-Man macho psychosis, where they felt the need to go out and shoot somebody to show they're the tough guy on the block. Armey could tell his comments were not going over well. "I was the skunk in the garden party," he said much later. When Army finished, Cheney spoke. It would be a good idea, the vice president said curtly, if Army would not dissent from the president's position in public. Frankly, Army replied, "I didn't realize there was a specific White House position yet." Then Bush, according to Army, asked me if I would withhold any public comments until I had all the briefings, so I could understand how necessary this was. The president was saying, "Wait until you've seen the intelligence. That would prove why urgent action, maybe even a war, was required." Had Army spoken up after leaving the cabinet room, he might have sparked a ruckus that could have complicated the White House's upcoming efforts. But out of deference to Bush and Cheney, he agreed to hold his fire. "I won't speak publicly about this again," Army promised the president, "until I'm fully briefed." Upon exiting the meeting, the congressional leaders stood on the White House driveway and issued brief remarks for the assembled reporters. Senator John McCain said Bush had made a convincing case for action. Hastert commented that he expected Congress would vote on a resolution before the elections. Gephardt, who during the meeting had indicated he was willing to work with Bush to convince Americans that Saddam's WMDs were a real danger, said that Bush had to demonstrate to the public that this is something that we need to do and to take seriously. Daschle, more guarded, repeated the concerns he had raised inside. What new information exists? What has changed in recent months or years? He added that he was hoping for more information and greater clarity in the weeks ahead. Army walked by the TV cameras, saying nothing. But he still had the same questions. Why a war? Why now? In a way, the White House's answer was simple. Saddam was a ruthless dictator, armed with dangerous weapons he could slip at any time to America-hating terrorists. But the idea of invading a country that had not attacked the United States, which would entail sending hundreds of thousands of American troops into the heart of the Middle East, was seen by skeptics and critics as deeply unsettling and a distraction to the fight against al-Qaeda. After September 11, 2001, the nation's leaders did have to look ahead and consider proactive, possibly even preemptive measures to prevent another and conceivably worse strike against America. But was Saddam truly a direct threat to the United States? Despite all the talk, both before and after the invasion of Iraq, of other reasons for the war, to transform the region, to liberate Iraqis, to spread democracy, to unseat a mass-murdering and repressive leader, to extend American influence in a vital area, the administration's public push for a confrontation with Iraq was fundamentally about one issue: the danger to the United States. Yet, prior to the White House's public campaign for war, senior national security officials within the administration had conspicuously not been describing Saddam as a top-of-the-list threat. In 2001 and in early 2002, various senior administration officials, including CIA Chief George Tenet, Secretary of State Colin Powell, and Vice Admiral Thomas R. Wilson, the director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, had publicly said that Saddam's military ambitions had been effectively constrained by the problematic but still in place sanctions imposed after the first Gulf War and by the previous UN weapons inspections. Saddam has not developed any significant capability with respect to weapons of mass destruction, Powell had said during a visit to Cairo in February 2001. 3 months later, while testifying to the Senate, he expanded on this point. The Iraqi regime militarily remains fairly weak. It doesn't have the capacity it had 10 or 12 years ago. It has been contained. And even though we have no doubt in our mind that the Iraqi regime is pursuing programs to develop weapons of mass destruction, chemical, biological, and nuclear, I think the best intelligence estimates suggest that they have not been terribly successful. As late as March 19, 2002, 2 months after Bush had pronounced Iraq part of an axis of evil, along with Iran and North Korea, DIA Chief Wilson, in little-notice testimony before the Senate Armed Services Committee, had not even listed Iraq as among the 5 most pressing near-term concerns to U.S. interests. Years of UN sanctions, combined with the American military presence in the region, had succeeded, Wilson said, in restraining Saddam's ambitions, and his military had been significantly degraded. Saddam's army was much smaller and weaker than during the Persian Gulf War, and was beset by manpower and equipment shortages and fragile morale. Wilson also testified that Iraq possessed only residual amounts of weapons of mass destruction, not a growing arsenal. He made no reference to any nuclear program or to any ties Saddam Hussein might have to al-Qaeda. "I didn't really think they had a nuclear program," Wilson said years later. "I didn't think they were an immediate threat on WMD." And the State Department, in its annual report on global terrorism released in 2001, had offered scant signs of Iraqi support for terrorism beyond Baghdad's backing of the Mujahideen-e-Khalq, a militant group of Iranian exiles seeking to overthrow the Tehran regime. It, too, made no mention of any known connection between Saddam's government and Osama bin Laden. These views were in sync with those of the spy service of the White House's closest ally, Britain. At the time of Admiral Wilson's testimony, British and American aides were intensely discussing what to do in Iraq. According to British documents that surfaced in 2005, collectively known as the Downing Street Memos, the British government assumed Bush was heading toward war in Iraq. Prime Minister Tony Blair and his aides were expressing support for military action in their conversations with their American counterparts, but they had reservations about portraying Iraq as a growing WMD threat. On March 22, 2002, Peter Ricketts, political director of the British Foreign Office, sent a memo to Foreign Secretary Jack Straw that laid out these concerns. Even the best survey of Iraq's WMD programs will not show much advance in recent years on the nuclear missile or CW/BW, chemical weapons, biological weapons, fronts. The programs are extremely worrying, but have not, as far as we know, been stepped up. Ricketts also noted that U.S. scrambling to establish a link between Iraq and al-Qaeda is so far, frankly, unconvincing. He concluded, "We are still left with a problem of bringing public opinion to accept the imminence of a threat from Iraq." Blair's aides were keen on orchestrating a scenario in which Saddam would refuse new WMD inspectors. That would, one memo said, be a powerful argument for war. Months later, elder statesmen quite familiar to Bush also questioned whether Saddam posed an urgent threat. During the summer of 2002, James Baker, Secretary of State under Bush's father, publicly argued that the Bush administration ought to work through the United Nations and seek the return of inspectors who could determine if Saddam truly did possess weapons of mass destruction and was building nuclear weapons. Secretary of State Colin Powell had been advocating this approach within the administration. Then Brent Scowcroft, who had been National Security Advisor for the first President Bush, weighed in with a Wall Street Journal op-ed that appeared under the headline, "Don't Attack Saddam." He wrote, "An attack on Iraq at this time would seriously jeopardize, if not destroy, the global counter-terrorist campaign we have undertaken." It seemed as if the friends of the President's father were saying to the son, "Slow down." And in a speech in Florida, retired Marine General Anthony Zinni, the President's special envoy to the Mideast, signaled that the military was not in favor of a war in Iraq. "I can give you many more priorities," said Zinni, who as commander of CENTCOM, the U.S. military's central command, had overseen all U.S. troops in the Middle East between 1997 and 2000. He noted that a war would be expensive, stretch the military, and antagonize America's allies. It would interfere with efforts to defeat al-Qaeda and end up requiring the United States to keep troops in Iraq forever. He added, "It's pretty interesting that all the generals see it the same way, and all the others who have never fired a shot and are hot to go see it another way." In mid-August, Trent Lott had become concerned about the way the public debate was going. Bush had made clear his intentions to wage war on Iraq in several of our private meetings, Lott later wrote in Herding Cats, A Life in Politics. But he feared popular opinion was not yet with the president. So he phoned the most ardent hawk of all, the vice president, and said that he didn't believe the predicate for war had been established. "Don't worry," Cheney replied. "We're about to fix all that. Just hold on." Cheney started the fix on his own. On August 26, 2002, he delivered a speech at a national convention of veterans of foreign wars in Nashville, Tennessee, that was laced with frightening rhetoric. The Iraqi regime has in fact been very busy enhancing its capabilities in the field of chemical and biological agents, Cheney said. As for the nightmarish prospect of a nuclear-armed Saddam, the vice president declared, "We now know that Saddam has resumed his efforts to acquire nuclear weapons. Many of us are convinced that Saddam will acquire nuclear weapons fairly soon." And he added, "A return of inspectors would provide no assurance whatsoever of his compliance with UN resolutions. On the contrary, there is a great danger that it would provide false comfort that Saddam was somehow back in his box." Inspections, Cheney was arguing, would actually make the United States less secure. Cheney didn't offer any evidence to back up his claims about Iraq's WMDs, but his assertions were bold and clear. There is no doubt he is amassing WMDs to use against our friends, against our allies, and against us. If, as Cheney insisted, Saddam was building and stockpiling WMDs to deploy against the United States, and weapons inspections could not address this grave threat, there was only one option: military action. Cheney did not say so explicitly, but there was no mistaking where he stood. The big question was whether he was speaking for himself or for the White House. Another part of the fix Cheney promised Lott was the White House Iraq Group. Created that summer by White House Chief of Staff Andrew Card, the WHIG was a collection of senior staff members who met regularly in the highly secure Situation Room to discuss how best to promote the White House's message on Iraq. Among its members were National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, her Chief Deputy, Stephen Hadley, Scooter Libby, White House Communications Chief Karen Hughes, Chief Speechwriter Michael Gerson, and Karl Rove. There was a recognition, one WHIG member subsequently said, that it would be difficult to communicate the Bush policy on Iraq. On one occasion, Rove entered the Oval Office with polling data showing the public's doubts about an Iraq invasion. "The public isn't buying it," he told the president, according to a White House official who attended the meeting. Bush exploded. "Don't tell me about fucking polls. I don't care what the polls say." But Bush sought his political strategist's advice. "If there is a way to make the case more clearly, you tell me what it is," Bush said. The White House official thought this exchange was significant. Soon afterward, the WHIG campaign ramped up. They started stretching it, the White House official said. "We were in a selling mode." With the WHIG set up, the White House was working on the congressional leaders as a prelude to a dramatic public relations offensive to sell the American public on the war. And the calculations did include a political element. It was clear from meetings in the Oval Office, this White House official said, that Bush wanted to use his political strength to prod Congress on Iraq, to give its members backbone, as the president put it at one point, and that his clout would be at its zenith in the weeks before the November election. Bush's aides knew that many Democrats, regardless of what the polls said about Iraq, would not want to defy a popular president, at the risk of being portrayed as soft on national security prior to the elections. In that sense, Daschle was right, this official said. The campaign calendar was driving the timing of the vote on Iraq. The election was the anvil, and the president was the hammer. That was when we had the most leverage. The day following Bush's meeting with the legislators in the cabinet room, a day on which a CNN USA Today Gallup poll noted that 58% of Americans believed that Bush had not done enough to explain why he might take action in Iraq, Cheney went to Capitol Hill to conduct his own briefing. Cheney had arranged a special session with the Gang of Four, the four top leaders of Congress, Hastert, Gephardt, Lott, and Daschle. Normally allergic to sharing sensitive intelligence with Congress, the Vice President now wanted to persuade the most senior congressional leaders that the White House had undeniable evidence that Saddam presented a direct and dire threat to the United States. The previous afternoon, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had held a closed-door briefing for the entire Senate, a session that had been deemed a failure by the White House. Rumsfeld had arrogantly hurled tautologies about the limitations of intelligence and had failed to provide any details to back up the administration's claim that Saddam was developing nuclear weapons. Lott left Rumsfeld's briefing midway through. Democrats marched out and complained to reporters that it had been a waste of time. But now Cheney had with him highly classified intelligence on Iraq's supposed weapons of mass destruction, information so sensitive it could be shared only with a very few. Joining Cheney for this exclusive presentation was George Tenet, who had been staff director of the Senate Intelligence Committee before being tapped by Clinton to run the intelligence community. Tenet, a consummate bureaucratic player, had risen throughout the years by being an effective and efficient staffer who served his bosses well by keeping them happy. And after Bush took office, Tenet, a cigar-smoking sports fanatic with a rough-and-ready manner, convinced Bush to retain him and then managed to avoid dismissal after the 9/11 intelligence failure. Tenet had bonded with Bush and became extremely loyal to him, according to A.B. Buzzy Krongard, the CIA's executive director. It was beyond professional loyalty. Bush had reciprocated by, among other things, ensuring that Tenet's wife was invited to functions of cabinet member spouses, a small courtesy that Clinton had never extended the CIA chief. But some CIA officers later griped that Tenet had gotten too close to the White House, that he had acted as if he were still a congressional staffer overly concerned with pleasing his employer, in this case the president. After the four lawmakers, Cheney and Tenet, gathered in the House Intelligence Committee briefing room inside the Capitol Dome, a super-secret chamber routinely swept to guard against foreign eavesdropping, the Vice President and the CIA chief began a highly classified show-and-tell. They displayed aerial photos of what appeared to be new construction at what Cheney said were Iraqi nuclear weapons sites. They showed drawings of what Tenet described as mobile biological weapons laboratories, tractor-trailers that brewed deadly toxins and that could easily be hidden from international inspectors. They shared snapshots of unmanned aerial vehicles, sleek pilotless drones said to be capable of carrying chemical and biological weapons great distances. The range of these UAVs, Cheney explained, had been enhanced. They could strike Israel. That was the thing that spooked us all, Lott later recalled. Lott was sold. Any doubts he had harbored were gone. He left the room thinking, "We have to take Saddam out." Daschle once again was torn. He wasn't sure what to make of the photographs. In and of themselves, they didn't mean anything. You couldn't see much. They were blurry pictures of buildings or warehouses that could be anything. He later admitted that he was embarrassed that he hadn't challenged Cheney. Daschle had once been a photo analyst intelligence officer in the Air Force. It had been his job to interpret photos. But here was Cheney telling the four leaders of Congress what they were looking at. Daschle didn't trust Cheney, but the Senate Majority Leader wanted to grant Cheney and Tenet the benefit of the doubt on fundamental questions of national security. A part of him was also worried, what if they're right about this? That same busy day, Tenet appeared in a secret session before the Senate Intelligence Committee. The CIA director highlighted the latest intelligence on Iraq. The agency's conclusion that Saddam was rebuilding his nuclear program, its estimate that there were 550 sites where WMDs were stored, its assessment that Iraq had developed UAVs that could deliver biological and chemical agents, perhaps to the U.S. mainland. After Tenet finished his briefing, Senator Dick Durbin, an Illinois Democrat, and Senator Bob Graham, a Florida Democrat and the panel's chairman, asked to see the National Intelligence Estimate on the Iraqi threat. An NIE is the summation of the intelligence community's knowledge on any given issue, its most comprehensive assessment of an important subject. NIEs are supposed to be used by policymakers to render major strategic decisions. But the request from Durbin and Graham was met with blank stares from Tenet and his deputies, according to Graham. Tenet conceded that no NIE had been prepared. The Democrats were stunned. Bush was heading toward war, and the White House hadn't asked the CIA to produce an NIE on the most pressing national security question of the moment. For Graham and the Democrats, this was incomprehensible. The Democrats requested that Tenet assemble an NIE, but the CIA director said his people were too busy with other matters. Though the Intelligence Committee briefing had done as much to rile as to reassure, Cheney's top-secret presentation to the Gang of Four that day had paid off. When the congressional leaders departed the briefing, they looked grim. Hastert said the vice president had supplied important new information on Saddam's weapons. Lott and Gebhardt said much the same. Daschle was tentative. He hadn't yet made up his mind. He still had questions needing answers. Nevertheless, he said it was a very helpful briefing. On a cable news show that night, Cheney's session with the four legislators was depicted as progress for the White House. Daschle, it seemed, might be coming around. One commentator was driven to sarcasm. "Will miracles never cease?" exclaimed columnist Robert Novak, a co-host of CNN's Crossfire. Senator Tom Daschle, the Democratic Majority Leader, has a good word to say about Dick Cheney. The administration's warm-up was proceeding well. Next, the White House would go public and selectively deploy intelligence, limited and flawed, to win popular support for the war to come. We don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. 2. The new product. Days after Cheney won over 3 of the Gang of Four, the public became the Bush administration's target audience. The official rollout was launched in a routine manner, on the Sunday morning chat shows. But it relied upon a rather unusual device, a feedback loop exploited by the White House. A leak of secret intelligence produced a dramatic front-page headline that senior administration officials then used to corroborate their most alarming claim. And Cheney, once more, was in the lead. But before that happened, White House Chief of Staff Andrew Card spelled out, perhaps too candidly, what was underway. On September 7th, a New York Times story quoted Card on the timing of the White House's push on Iraq. From a marketing point of view, you don't introduce new products in August. Apparently, the White House had decided the first weekend after Labor Day, when the nation was about to mark the first anniversary of 9/11, was the optimal time to promote the new product. That same day, while at Camp David with Tony Blair, Bush declared that an International Atomic Energy Agency report had concluded that in 1998, when UN weapons inspectors left Iraq, Saddam's regime had been 6 months from producing a nuclear weapon. He also said a new IAEA report showed that Iraq had recently been rebuilding its nuclear sites. An IAEA spokesperson immediately said that no such 1998 report existed. To the contrary, the IAEA in 1998 reported it had demolished Iraq's nuclear weapons program. The White House later suggested that 1991 press reports supported Bush's statements. The IAEA also said it had issued no new report warning of any worrisome construction at nuclear weapons sites. Appearing on Meet the Press the next day, Cheney asserted that Saddam has indeed stepped up his capacity to produce and deliver biological weapons, that he has reconstituted his nuclear program to develop a nuclear weapon, that there are efforts underway inside Iraq to significantly expand his capability. He maintained that there was very clear evidence. When the host, Tim Russert, asked about the evidence related to the nuclear weapons program, Cheney replied that Saddam now is trying to acquire the equipment he needs to be able to enrich uranium to make the bombs, specifically aluminum tubes. He then cited an authoritative source. "There's a story in the New York Times this morning." Cheney was referring to the paper's lead story. The front-page headline declared, "U.S. says Hussein intensifies quest for A-bomb parts." The article was powerful and very convenient ammunition for the White House. More than a decade after Saddam Hussein agreed to give up weapons of mass destruction, Iraq has stepped up its quest for nuclear weapons and has embarked on a worldwide hunt for materials to make an atomic bomb, Bush administration officials said today. In the last 14 months, Iraq has sought to buy thousands of specially designed aluminum tubes, which American officials believe were intended as components of centrifuges to enrich uranium. The story was full of other alarming details. Iraqi defectors had told U.S. officials that acquiring nuclear weapons was a top priority for Saddam. U.S. intelligence agencies were tracking construction at nuclear sites. The piece also extensively reported the assertions of a pseudonymous Iraqi defector who alleged that Iraq had been developing, producing, and storing chemical weapons at both mobile and fixed sites across the nation. This defector appeared to know a lot. Iraq had produced 5 tons of VX, a lethal nerve agent. There were secret labs in Mosul and Basra. Russian scientists were currently helping Iraq develop chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons. Iraq was storing 12,500 gallons of anthrax. The article carried a shared byline, Michael Gordon and Judith Miller. Gordon was a respected and methodical defense correspondent for the paper. He had been responsible for the portion of the piece involving the aluminum tubes. Miller, a storied and intensely controversial Pulitzer Prize-winning correspondent, had handled the second half of the article, devoted to the defectors' frightening charges. The article conveyed an overwhelming impression. Iraq was a movable feast of WMDs, and the story was loaded with quotes from unidentified senior Bush officials. One in particular stood out. Unnamed administration officials, according to the article, were worrying that the first sign of a smoking gun might be a mushroom cloud. This hadn't been a spontaneous remark. It was the public debut of a carefully constructed piece of rhetoric. The smoking gun mushroom cloud soundbite had been conceived by chief speechwriter Michael Gerson and discussed at a WHIG meeting just 3 days earlier. For the White House, Gerson's vivid metaphor, an administration official later said, perfectly captured the larger point about the need to deal with threats in the post-September 11th world. The original plan had been to place it in an upcoming presidential speech, but WHIG members fancied it so much that when the Times reporters contacted the White House to talk about their upcoming piece, one of them leaked Gerson's phrase, and the administration would soon make maximum use of it. The Gordon-Miller scoop came at an opportune time for the Bush White House. A Saddam in possession of chemical and biological weapons, if he had them, was one kind of threat. A Saddam with a nuclear bomb was a much greater danger. It even looked as if the most important part of the story had been an orchestrated White House leak, for the lead sentence noted that Bush officials had told the Times about the aluminum tubes the previous day. But the article's appearance had been partly fortuitous. 2 weeks or so earlier, Howell Raines, the hard-driving executive editor of the Times, had ordered up an all-known thoughts piece on what information U.S. intelligence agencies had on Iraq's WMDs. All known thoughts was Raines's phrase for big Sunday megastories that would tell the Times readers everything there was to know on an important subject in the news. It had been clear that the administration was preparing an argument for war based on the supposed WMD threat. Cheney's Nashville speech of mid-August suggested there was secret intelligence to back up the case. Raines wanted his readers to know what the White House knew. Gordon had long been interested in nuclear weapons proliferation and had a history of writing articles that contested the assertions of Washington's hardliners. Miller had contacts among Iraqi exiles and defectors, and had written previously, though far too credulously, about allegations of biological and chemical weapons in Iraq. For this story, they each had worked their beats, asking sources repeatedly what was new about Iraq's WMDs. During one interview, a government source mentioned to Gordon that he had heard something about aluminum tubes intercepted in Jordan that might be for a nuclear weapons program in Iraq. Gordon found that other officials were not eager to discuss the tubes, a classified matter. But within days he located sources who confirmed the story, or what appeared to be the story. He was told that the U.S. government had the tubes in its possession. Obviously, then, government experts could have determined the purpose of the tubes. And the experts, Gordon was informed, had concluded that the aluminum tubes were for use in a gas centrifuge that would enrich uranium for a nuclear weapon. The story seemed solid. Miller's reporting for this article was based primarily on the word of an anonymous defector who had come to her via a group of former Iraqi military officials. But Gordon had discovered the big news, the first piece of physical evidence that Saddam was trying to go nuclear. That would be the lead. Gordon then contacted the National Security Council for a response, which gave members of the White House Iraq group a heads-up and time to consider how best to use a leak the White House had not orchestrated. They didn't want it out, recalled the Times source. Then they totally used it. So there was Cheney on television citing the Times. He said that he could not reveal intelligence sources, but with the Times story, it's now public that, in fact, Saddam has been seeking to acquire the tubes for his nuclear weapons enterprise. We know this, Cheney claimed, with absolute certainty. Millions of Meet the Press viewers could be forgiven for not realizing that Cheney was citing an article based on information that had come from his own administration. And Cheney went further by remarking that he could not say whether or not Saddam already had a nuclear weapon, leaving that an open possibility. It was a disingenuous remark, for no U.S. intelligence analyst at the time believed that Saddam had his hands on a nuclear bomb. But Gordon and Miller had missed an important detail. The significance of the tubes was based on a highly questionable judgment rendered by one single-minded CIA analyst. It was an assessment that this analyst had been pushing for a year and a half, but one sharply contested within the intelligence community by the government's most knowledgeable experts. The tubes were no smoking gun. They were just tubes. A year earlier, in the summer of 2001, David Albright, a soft-spoken physicist who ran a Washington think tank called the Institute for Science and International Security, received a phone call that rattled him. Albright, who had been a nuclear weapons inspector for the International Atomic Energy Agency in Iraq, was an influential figure in debates about nuclear weapons and had a history of being tough and critical of Saddam's regime. He too feared that Saddam might secretly be pursuing nuclear weapons, but he believed in the careful assessment of any evidence. His caller, a scientist at the IAEA in Vienna, said, "The people across the river are trying to start a war." Across the river. That meant CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, across the Potomac from Washington. They are really beating the drum. They want to attack, Albright's friend said. The phone call had been prompted by a visit to the IAEA by Joe Turner, a strong-willed CIA official who worked at the agency's Center for Weapons Intelligence, Non-Proliferation, and Arms Control, a sprawling unit of 700 or so people in the Directorate of Intelligence. WINPAC, as the center was known, was charged with analyzing and tracking the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and Turner was among WINPAC's rising stars. His manner was mild. He spoke with a slight twang. He was not a snappy dresser and had a doughy face, a colleague said. He came across as an unassuming guy. But he was a tenacious and aggressive analyst with a background in nuclear research. He had once worked at the Energy Department's nuclear laboratory at Oak Ridge, Tennessee. During his visit to Vienna, he had startled the IAEA staff with his dogmatic presentation of an alarming conclusion. Saddam was attempting to enrich uranium for a nuclear weapon. A few months earlier, Turner had seized on a single piece of intelligence: intercepted faxes indicating Iraq was seeking to purchase 60,000 aluminum tubes from Hong Kong. Why Iraq wanted the tubes was unclear, but Turner was struck by the fact that the tubes sought by Iraq were made from a high-strength alloy. Given their strength and size, he reasoned, Iraq could desire these tubes for only one reason: to use them as rotors that spin at extraordinarily high speeds in gas centrifuges that turn uranium into highly enriched uranium, the material needed for a nuclear bomb. Turner's analysis quickly received high-level attention. This was the kind of hard-edged, out-of-the-box thinking that WINPAC wanted from its people. And it was the kind of analysis that policymakers in the Bush administration craved. Embracing Turner's analysis, the CIA officially concluded that the tubes were meant for a nuclear weapons program. That spring, the first report on Turner's assessment went straight to Bush in a super-classified President's Daily Brief, PDB. On April 10, 2001, a follow-up report based on Turner's analysis was included in another sensitive intelligence report circulated among top national security officials. The tubes, the brief said, have little use other than for a uranium enrichment program. This could mean only that Iraq had embarked on a renewed and ambitious campaign to acquire a bomb. The idea that Saddam wanted a bomb was plausible. He had sought to build one 20 years earlier, and had been set back when the Israeli Air Force in 1981 bombed the country's Osirak nuclear reactor. Then, after the 1991 Persian Gulf War, weapons inspectors had found signs that Iraq had once again sought nuclear weapons and had been further along than the CIA or other intelligence agencies had assessed. But the post-war international inspections and UN sanctions had essentially shut down Saddam's bomb program in the 1990s. The IAEA in 1998 reported that there are no indications that there remains in Iraq any physical capability for the production of weapon-usable nuclear material of any practical significance. And the U.S. intelligence community, through 2001, had concluded that Iraq did not appear to have reconstituted its nuclear weapons program. The tubes, or rather Turner's analysis of the tubes, changed all that. The tubes were everything for the administration's case, Albright later said. They were something tangible that they could point to. Without it, they had nothing. Yet, Turner's analysis was based on a questionable assumption, that the tubes sought by the Iraqi were suitable only for centrifuges and could not be used for anything else. As soon as the CIA's reports started circulating within the U.S. intelligence community, Energy Department scientists, experts on nuclear weapons, began to challenge Turner's finding. A team of scientists, headed by John Krakis, chief of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory's Advanced Technology Division, had been assembled to review the CIA's evidence. Its first report, distributed on April 11, 2001, noted that the diameter of the tubes was half that of tubes used in a gas centrifuge tested by the Iraqis in 1990, that the tubes were only marginally large enough for practical centrifuge applications, and that the tubes had probably not been purchased for use in a centrifuge. A month later, the DOE reported that it had discovered another possible reason why the Iraqis had purchased the tubes. They were quite similar in size to aluminum tubes the Iraqis had previously used to build conventional rocket launchers. There were other reasons why the DOE scientists were suspicious of Turner's conclusion. The Iraqis had been buying the tubes fairly openly, sending out multiple purchase orders and faxing them to international suppliers, and then haggling over the prices. The Iraqis had even advertised for the tubes on the Internet. None of that seemed consistent with a secret nuclear weapons program. Then the CIA got hold of the actual tubes. The agency had a whole platoon of operations officers and analysts tasked with tracking and penetrating Iraqi procurement efforts around the world. The electronic eavesdroppers of the U.S. Intelligence Committee were constantly on the watch for information, an email, a conversation, a fax, pertaining to any equipment heading to Iraq that might be related to unconventional weapons. The CIA got advance notice of shipments of tubes from Asia heading for Iraq through Jordan. At the request of the CIA, Jordanian intelligence seized the shipment. In the summer of 2001, one CIA officer assigned to liaison work with the Jordanians regarding the tubes was Valerie Wilson. She traveled to Jordan. She saw the tubes, which were sitting at a storage yard, piled up and exposed to the elements. Samples had been sent to Langley. Even with the tubes in hand, the battle lines did not change. DOE analysts found that the actual tubes indeed matched those Iraq had previously used for artillery rockets, and Turner was forced to concede that the samples did not fit the dimensions of most gas centrifuge designs. But he insisted they were a match for a centrifuge developed by a German scientist, Gernot Zippe, in the 1950s. Houston Wood, a University of Virginia nuclear scientist who served as a consultant to the Energy Department team, checked with the aging Zippe. "Not so," Zippe told him, "not even close." As the Senate Intelligence Committee later found, although the inner diameter of the tubes was close to the dimensions of the Zippe design, the wall thickness of the Iraqi aluminum tubes was more than 3 times that of the Zippe design. The tubes themselves were twice as long. Rocket production, not nuclear weapons, is the more likely end use for these tubes, read a classified August 17, 2001 Energy Department intelligence report. Nor was the department alone in its doubts. In late 2001, the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, INR, conducted an internal study of the Iraqi nuclear issue and the tubes. The INR canvassed the nuclear labs and interviewed several nuclear scientists. We were talking to all these experts, and they were telling us, no, this is not the kind of tubes you use for centrifuges, Greg Thielman, the director of proliferation for the INR, later said. In a lengthy memo to Powell late in 2001, and in a follow-up report in early 2002, the INR strongly disputed the CIA's tubes argument, as well as the rest of the case for a resurgent Iraqi nuclear program. The consistent message from INR, Thielman later noted, was that there is no good evidence at all that Iraq had restarted its nuclear program. Turner refused to back down. In meetings and video conferences with Energy Department scientists, and later with IAEA officials who were also skeptical of his conclusions, he arrogantly dismissed the dissents and showed no willingness to engage in debate. He was very condescending, recalled Robert Kelly, a weapons inspector with the IAEA, who sat in on meetings with Turner. It was like he was on a kind of messianic mission. If you questioned him, he would just say, "If you knew what I know," which is what intelligence people always say. It was like he didn't want to hear the right answer. Some scientists were appalled at the idea that Turner, who held a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering had become the arbiter on such a highly technical and critical issue. He was not an expert in the sense that he sold himself, said Houston Wood. I think he was sort of in over his head. An intelligence analyst who worked at the DOE's Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory later noted that it was absurd that the DOE experts had been trumped by a CIA analyst. The Energy Department's nuclear scientists, this analyst said, are the most boring people. Their whole lives revolve around nuclear technology. They can talk about gas centrifuges until you want to jump out of a window. And maybe once every 10 years or longer there comes along an important question about gas centrifuges. That's when you should really listen to these guys. If they say an aluminum tube is not for a gas centrifuge, it's like a fish talking about water. Between July 2001 and July 2002, Turner and the CIA pumped out report after slanted report on the tubes, at least 9. Each argued that the high-strength aluminum tubes were compelling proof that a reconstituted Iraqi nuclear program was proceeding. These reports went to high-level Bush administration officials and the Oval Office, without mention of the other opinions. The Energy Department scientists and the State Department analysts, the dissenters, did not even see these reports. Wood was not aware that in the summer of 2002 the aluminum tubes issue was still in play. When the New York Times article on the aluminum tubes appeared, Wood, as he later put it, was astounded. He had thought the tubes argument had been put to bed. A CIA officer involved in the tubes episode called it a perfect coming together of arrogance, incompetence, and basic human error. These screw-ups happen all the time, just not with consequences this enormous. The results of such screw-ups did not usually land on the front page of a national newspaper and become evidence cited by a vice president. But on Meet the Press, Cheney was hailing the Times tube story as exhibit number 1 that Saddam was going nuclear. The president's goal in Iraq was not merely disarmament, Cheney told Russert. It was regime change. But, he added, no decision's been made yet to launch a military operation. Clearly we are contemplating that possibility. Realizing that the public case for war rested on the perceived strength of the intelligence he claimed to have, Cheney talked up the U.S. intelligence services. In terms of the quality of our intelligence operation, I think we're better than anybody else. Other administration officials in media appearances that day reinforced Cheney's chilling message, especially regarding the aluminum tubes. On CNN's late edition, Rice declared Saddam a danger to the United States that is gathering momentum. She said there was increasing evidence that he continues his march toward weapons of mass destruction. She made the case sound beyond any doubt. We know that he has stored biological weapons. But, like Cheney, the only concrete evidence she cited were the aluminum tubes, asserting they were only really suited for nuclear weapons programs. Like Cheney, she didn't mention there had been dissension within the intelligence community on the tubes. And, echoing the dramatic rhetoric attributed to unnamed officials in Gordon and Miller's article, Rice remarked, "We don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud." Speaking to reporters that morning, Powell also beat the WMD drum. I can assure you that as you see the information come out in the days and weeks ahead, there is a solid case that he has weapons of mass destruction. It was all about the intelligence. We know, Cheney and the others were saying. But Democrats on the Intelligence Committee wanted more than such assurances. The day after Cheney appeared on Meet the Press, Senator Dick Durbin sent a letter to Tenet, again asking for a national intelligence estimate on Iraq's WMDs. He also asked for an unclassified summary of this NIE so the American public can better understand this important issue. Durbin was demanding that Bush and the CIA show the Intelligence Committee the full and best information justifying war. And several other Democrats on the committee, Bob Graham, Carl Levin, and Dianne Feinstein, joined Durbin in his request. After Tenet received Durbin's letter, the CIA began working on an estimate on a rush basis. The White House's premiere of its anti-Iraq campaign had been well-timed. In the days following the Sunday morning kickoff, the administration moved back and forth between 9/11-related concerns and its case against Iraq. On September 10th, the White House announced that Cheney had spent the previous night at a secure, undisclosed location. Later that day, Attorney General John Ashcroft declared an orange terror alert, a scary reminder of the peril the country faced. Then, on the first anniversary of 9/11, Bush delivered an evening address from Ellis Island, chosen by White House imagemakers because it allowed Bush to use the Statue of Liberty as a dramatic backdrop. After honoring the fallen, he proclaimed, "We will not allow any terrorist or tyrant to threaten civilization with weapons of mass murder." The next stop for the White House was the United Nations. Ahmad would always say, "It's dangerous if you believe your own propaganda." Aide to Iraqi National Congress Chief Ahmad Chalabi. 3. A speech and a spy at the United Nations. The day after he commemorated an emotional 9/11 anniversary, Bush appeared before thousands of diplomats at the United Nations. It was time to take the confrontation with Baghdad to the world stage. The General Assembly was holding its annual meeting, and it was customary for the American president to join the long line of national leaders delivering grandiose speeches to the body. Yet the diplomats before him, as well as the media, would be focusing on Bush's specific words on Iraq. How aggressive might he be? How clear a signal would he send? Bush arrived with two specific aims: to prod the United Nations into moving against Iraq, and to present an argument why the United States and its allies would be within its rights to strike Saddam if the United Nations dragged its heels. For the members of the White House Iraq group, Card, Rice, Rove, Libby, and the others, this was a strategic moment. But to bolster Bush's tough message, the White House, as before, was relying on some highly questionable evidence. In this case, it came from an especially dubious source, Ahmad Chalabi's Iraqi National Congress. And once again, the New York Times and Judy Miller would serve as the conduit. This episode was a prime example of how some journalists and Iraqi exiles, working in tandem, helped to create favorable conditions for the White House sales campaign. Speaking beneath the olive branches and world map of the UN emblem, Bush claimed that Saddam, a brazen human rights abuser who had repeatedly not complied with UN resolutions related to disarmament, was a threat because he could supply anti-American terrorists with the technologies to kill on a massive scale. Iraq, he maintained, was expanding its biological weapons facilities and maintaining stockpiles of chemical weapons. He referred to Iraq's attempts to buy high-strength aluminum tubes as proof Iraq had juiced up its nuclear weapons program. Saddam Hussein's regime is a grave and gathering danger, Bush declared. He challenged the United Nations. Are Security Council resolutions to be honored and enforced or cast aside without consequence? Will the United Nations serve the purpose of its founding, or will it be irrelevant? In the middle of all the tough talk, there was a momentary hitch. For much of the address, Bush's rhetoric could have been read as supporting immediate military action against Iraq. But Bush had come to the United Nations to announce that he would seek a new resolution that would give Iraq one more chance to comply with UN disarmament demands, or face the consequences. Bush's decision to try for a new and strong Security Council resolution was a victory for Powell over Cheney and Rumsfeld. For weeks there had been a fierce internal debate within the administration. Powell had been pushing for a multilateral approach. Blair had bluntly told Bush that he required a new UN resolution to sell the war to a skeptical British public. Cheney and his senior staff had been contemptuous of the idea of relying on the United Nations for anything, and of the need to appease Blair. Bush, in the end, sided with Powell and Blair, and the final draft of the UN speech contained a key sentence stating the United States would seek a new Security Council resolution. To ensure against leaks, the sentence had been omitted from copies of the speech distributed to most staffers and agencies for review, and at the United Nations, a staffer had inserted the wrong draft into the teleprompter, the version without the key sentence. At the point in the speech when Bush was supposed to announce his support for a new UN resolution, he didn't say it, and moved on. Back in Washington, senior aides watching the speech on TV were aghast. What the hell happened, one recalled thinking. Had Cheney and Libby gotten to Bush at the last minute? Bush, though, caught the mishap and ad-libbed. We will work with the UN Security Council for the necessary resolutions. That, too, was a gaffe. In the final approved text, Bush was supposed to call for only one singular resolution, not plural resolutions. Still, the sentiment was the same. At the end of the day, with or without the United Nations, Bush vowed the United States would act. After the speech, Bush erupted at his staff for the teleprompter foul-up. While Bush was speaking at the United Nations, Bill Murray, the CIA station chief in Paris, thought there might be a way to avert war, and that he could be the man to do it. A few weeks earlier, Murray had met with a secret source on Iraq. The man was a Lebanese journalist and a long-time, reliable asset for French intelligence. For months, the journalist had been tantalizing Murray with information about an unnamed high-ranking Iraqi official who might be willing to work with the Americans. Murray had repeatedly pressed for details. Finally, in late August, the journalist had disclosed the Iraqi's identity: Naji Sabri, Saddam's foreign minister. The journalist and Sabri were lifelong friends. Sabri hated Saddam, the journalist told Murray. The Iraqi dictator had killed his brother. The foreign minister wanted the regime gone. He might be willing to leave Iraq, to defect, if his family's safety could be guaranteed. Sabri also was interested in playing a role in Iraq's future after Saddam was gone. That was important. After a war, the CIA might need a former regime official who was a Sunni. But Saddam's foreign minister also wanted money. The journalist asked for $1 million, most of which he promised to pass along to Sabri. But a chunk would be for himself, for expenses, and, of course, for his fee as the middleman. Murray was wary but intrigued. Sabri's defection would be a crippling psychological blow to Saddam's regime. Turning him into a CIA informant might be better. He could slip the agency reliable intelligence on what was going on inside Saddam's regime. Perhaps he could help the agency sort out whether Saddam possessed WMDs or was in league with al-Qaeda. Murray, who had previously served as CIA station chief in Beirut, understood that extortionist money demands was how the game was played in the Middle East. It was all a question of bargaining, and $1 million was merely the first offer. More important, he already had some confidence in the journalist. In earlier meetings, the journalist had passed along good information he had received from Sabri, including a copy of Iraqi purchase orders for aluminum tubes being bought through front companies in Eastern Europe. The tubes had slightly different dimensions than the ones seized in Jordan the previous year. The journalist even got hold of 2 of the tubes and handed them to Murray wrapped in burlap. The CIA officer sent the tubes to Langley, where they were passed to Joe Turner and other WinPack analysts who were excited to receive them. Whatever the significance of the new pair of tubes, the WinPack guys naturally thought it strengthened their case. The transaction showed that the journalist could deliver. In their meeting in late August, Murray had told the journalist that maybe the agency would cough up the money, but he declared that the CIA wouldn't work through a cutout, that he had to meet with Sabri. In the meantime, Murray supplied the journalist with a series of questions to pose to Sabri. This would be a test of Sabri's willingness to help the Americans. Most of the questions concerned the issue of great urgency to Washington. Murray wanted an accurate update on the state of Saddam's WMD programs. At a subsequent meeting, Murray, after getting approval from headquarters, advanced the journalist $200,000 cash. And Murray had a request. The journalist had mentioned that Sabri might go to New York for the UN General Assembly session. Murray told him to have a few high-quality, hand-tailored suits made for Sabri. If Sabri wore one of the suits in New York, it would be a signal that the journalist was on the level and that Sabri was willing to cooperate with the CIA. After Bush finished his UN speech, Murray received a message. Sabri would be speaking at the General Assembly the following week, and he would be wearing one of the new suits. The Lebanese journalist was going to be in New York as well. Maybe a meeting between Murray and Sabri could be arranged. Murray immediately began making plans to fly to the United States, first to Langley to discuss the matter with the CIA brass, and then to New York for a rendezvous where he hoped he could turn Iraq's foreign minister into an American spy. What the hell is this? That's what John McGuire and Luis, the two covert action specialists who had drawn up the Anabasis plan for the CIA, were wondering after Bush finished his UN speech. For 10 months, they had been led to believe that the White House was fully behind their covert project, and Anabasis meant war. Now they thought Bush might be shying away from that game plan and actually trying diplomacy at the United Nations. They were fretting over how this would play with the allies in sabotage they had developed in Iraq. McGuire had promised the two prominent Kurdish leaders, Jalal Talabani and Massoud Barzani, that war was coming. Bases had been set up in Kurdish-controlled territory, and planning for anti-regime operations already had begun. The bases were used mainly for operations mounted by the Iraq Operations Group, but occasionally Valerie Wilson's operations officers at the Joint Task Force on Iraq would entice a source to a Kurdish base to discuss Saddam's WMDs, or lack of them, with a CIA officer. Talabani and Barzani, though eager to get rid of Saddam, had been hesitant to saddle up with Washington. They had seen the United States encourage rebellion in Iraq in the past, and then abandon the rebels, leaving them to be killed by Saddam. At the conclusion of the Persian Gulf War, the first President Bush had urged a Shia uprising and then done nothing when Saddam slaughtered the insurrectionists. And in the mid-1970s, Washington, after joining with the Shah of Iran in supporting a Kurdish rebellion against Saddam, had precipitously cut off assistance to the Kurds when Saddam and the Shah cut a deal. The Kurds had been crushed by Baghdad. Explaining this betrayal in congressional testimony, Secretary of State Henry Kissinger said, "Covert action should not be confused with missionary work." "Forget the past," McGuire had assured Talabani and Barzani. "It will be different this time." But when Bush was done speaking, McGuire thought, "God damn it, here we go again." Soon the phone was ringing at the IOG office at the CIA. It was Talabani and Barzani in Kurdistan, and they were furious. "Are you," they demanded to know, "folding on us?" Luis and McGuire tried to reassure the Kurds. "Don't read anything into this," the CIA men said. "We're not backing away. This is merely a necessary political maneuver." McGuire couldn't be certain. He had no direct pipeline to the Oval Office. But he hadn't lost faith in Bush's commitment to war. Bush's decision to seek a new UN resolution was the big news of the day. But another significant development was the release of a major White House white paper on Iraq. The paper, entitled "A Decade of Deception and Defiance," had been commissioned by the White House Iraq Group to back up the rhetoric within Bush's UN speech. It had been drafted by Jim Wilkinson, a fast-talking former congressional staffer from Texas, who was deputy to White House Communications Chief Karen Hughes. The 21-page document highlighted every aspect of Saddam's brutality. There were sections on Saddam's human rights abuses, political repression in Iraq, and violence against women. In preparing the document, Wilkinson had relied mainly on public sources, State Department and Human Rights Group reports, as well as press reports from various publications, including 2 New York Times articles. Some White House officials, though, were troubled by the report. One staffer at the time saw it as a spin job that made no effort to assess the relative credibility of the barrage of allegations. The document was the most extensive argument the administration had yet presented concerning the threat supposedly posed by Saddam. It maintained that Saddam was running a highly secret terrorist training facility in Iraq known as Salman Pak, where both Iraqis and non-Iraqi Arabs received training on hijacking planes and trains, planting explosives in cities, sabotage, and assassinations. And it portrayed Iraq as a storehouse of banned weapons. Much of the weapons section focused on Iraq's past and well-known WMD record, such as its production of biological weapons agents in the early 1990s, before its BW program was seemingly dismantled under UN supervision. For instance, the paper noted that gaps in Iraq's WMD accounting, previously identified by UN inspectors, strongly suggest that Iraq was stockpiling chemical weapons. This was a deductive case. But the white paper did zero in on 3 current signs that Iraq was dangerously active in the unconventional weapons business. It reported that Iraq was developing mobile biological weapons, an allegation the administration had not highlighted before, but no source was cited for this assertion. It cited the aluminum tubes as tangible evidence of an ongoing nuclear weapons program, using practically word for word the language of the September 8th New York Times piece by Gordon and Miller, and it referred to the chilling account of Adnan Ihsan Saeed al-Haidari, another Iraqi defector. Al-Haidari claimed to be a civil engineer who had visited 20 secret facilities for chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons in Iraq. His account suggested that Saddam had an extensive WMD infrastructure. One of the secret sites, al-Haidari asserted, was located underneath Baghdad's main hospital. The white paper noted that al-Haidari had supported his claims with stacks of Iraqi government contracts, complete with technical specifications. At the end of the White House paper's al-Haidari passage was a footnote that indicated all the information on this defector had come from a December 20th, 2001 New York Times article written by Judy Miller. The white paper did not disclose that the sensational al-Haidari allegation and the Salman Pak terrorist training camp charge had both been orchestrated by an especially problematic source, the Iraqi National Congress of Ahmad Chalabi. Ahmad Chalabi, savior of Iraq or international scam artist. The U.S. government was bitterly divided. The reliability of Chalabi and his INC had been a contentious issue inside the U.S. intelligence community for years. The scion of a wealthy Shiite banking family and a self-styled exile leader, Chalabi, as far as the CIA could tell, had no actual support inside Iraq. He hadn't lived there for decades, having emigrated with his family in the late 1950s when he was 13 years old. He was suave and charming. He boasted a Ph.D. in mathematics from the University of Chicago. But Chalabi also had a checkered background. He was a convicted embezzler, judged guilty in absentia in Jordan in 1992 for defrauding nearly $300 million from the Petra Bank, an institution he had owned and operated there. Chalabi claimed he had been set up by Saddam. Even some of his associates and allies acknowledged he had a manipulative air about him. Ahmad would always say, recalled one of his former Washington deputies, "It's dangerous if you believe your own propaganda." Martin Indyke, who dealt with Chalabi when he served as an Assistant Secretary of State for the Middle East during the Clinton administration, said, "Of course he was a con man. That was his charm." After spending a long evening with Chalabi, Wayne White, an Iraq expert at the State Department, concluded, as he later said, that Chalabi, despite all his so-called winning charm, was no more than a clever used-car salesman. This opinion was more or less the consensus view at Foggy Bottom. Washington's decade-long relationship with Chalabi had been tumultuous. After the First Persian Gulf War, Chalabi had promoted himself as the next leader of Iraq, and the CIA, desperate for anti-Saddam assets, had bought the idea. The agency set up Chalabi in the Kurdish region of Iraq, an area not controlled by Saddam, as part of a quixotic plan to trigger an insurrection inside the country. The CIA supplied tens of millions of dollars in funds and equipment to Chalabi so he and his INC could foment dissent inside Saddam's regime. But the coup plotting turned into a disaster. Chalabi, working with Kurdish rebels and the few CIA officers on the ground, launched a revolt in 1995. But a hoped-for uprising of Saddam's army officers never materialized. Chalabi didn't deliver a single lieutenant, let alone a colonel or a general, Robert Baer, the CIA officer who worked most closely with Chalabi, later said. Shortly afterward, John McGuire, the CIA specialist in paramilitary operations, was dispatched to the Kurdish region to figure out what had gone wrong, and what Chalabi was doing with the agency's money. Chalabi, he discovered, was living out of a large house with a fleet of luxury cars in the driveway. Chalabi at the time was also living well in London. When McGuire went to the INC's CIA-funded newspaper office, he found 2 men working there, but no newspaper. The same was true for the INC radio station. There was an office and a tower, but nothing was being broadcast. The entire Chalabi effort, McGuire concluded, was a sham. In January 1996, an indignant McGuire confronted Chalabi in a meeting in London and demanded an accounting of the agency's funds. "You've been lying to us," he told him. "You've been screwing us." Chalabi, caught off guard, accused the veteran CIA officer of being impossible to deal with and thinking like an Arab. According to another CIA official, McGuire got so furious he told Chalabi if he ever saw him walking down the street in London, he would swerve his car onto the sidewalk and mow him down. Years later, McGuire didn't deny the remark. "I was pissed off," he said. "It was an ugly meeting." There was another problem that worried the CIA. Chalabi and the INC's connections to Iran. It was no secret that Chalabi, a Shia, frequently traveled to Iran, where he had a home, and maintained contact there. The INC even had a liaison office in the Iranian capital. The INC and Tehran shared a common aim of getting rid of Saddam. But there was more to the CIA's concern. The agency discovered, according to McGuire, that a senior Chalabi aide, Aras Habib, had been meeting in northern Iraq with officers of MOIS, the Iranian intelligence service. An analysis of intercepts bolstered the agency's suspicions. Habib, McGuire said, was receiving tasking instructions from MOIS officers and passing back information to the Iranians about the identity of CIA officers and U.S. plans in the region. Bob Baer, who preceded McGuire as chief agency officer in the region, said that Habib was even using CIA safe houses in northern Iraq for his meetings with the Iranians. Zab Sethna, who served for years as Chalabi's spokesperson, would later insist that Habib had been fully open about his dealings with the Iranians, and that his contacts were no different than those of other Iraqi opposition groups. But by the mid-1990s, according to both McGuire and Baer, the CIA had concluded that Habib might as well be an agent of Iranian intelligence. In late 1996, the agency finally cut off Chalabi, and the Clinton White House distanced itself from him. But Chalabi found others to court in Washington. He aggressively worked Capitol Hill and developed relationships with conservative Republicans such as House Speaker Newt Gingrich, who saw in Chalabi's cause an opportunity to bash Clinton for a feckless foreign policy. He forged alliances with an array of neoconservative intellectuals and policy wonks, including Paul Wolfowitz and Richard Pearl, who, as a hawkish Assistant Secretary of Defense in the Reagan years, earned the nickname Prince of Darkness. The American Enterprise Institute, a think tank that was home to scholars favoring a confrontation with Iraq, was full of Chalabi advocates. Cheney had been a senior fellow at AEI in the 1990s. In 1998, Congress passed and Clinton signed the Iraq Liberation Act, a law pushed by Chalabi, which formally committed the U.S. government to regime change. No one in the administration quite knew how that was supposed to be achieved, but Congress appropriated $97 million for the effort. The State Department subsequently handed out tens of millions of dollars to Iraqi opposition groups, with the INC receiving about $33 million from March 2000 to May 2003. Much of this money funded INC's Information Collection Program, essentially a U.S. government-sponsored propaganda operation under which Chalabi and his deputies were paid to troll Arab communities around the world in search of Iraqi defectors and exiles who could provide the U.S. intelligence community and the news media with information about Saddam's misdeeds. With the election of George W. Bush, Chalabi's years of cultivating conservatives in Washington paid off. His most prominent champions were now in key positions throughout the government. Wolfowitz became Deputy Defense Secretary, Pearl the new chairman of the Defense Policy Board, and Cheney's office was stocked with Chalabi fans, including Libby, John Hanna, and retired Navy Commander William Luty, a former foreign policy aide for Gingrich. Luty then moved to the office of Defense Undersecretary Douglas Feith to oversee a newly created unit to prepare for war, the Office of Special Plans. David Wormser, an AEI scholar who had once called Chalabi a mentor, would also go to work for Feith. These and other friends in the new administration looked to Chalabi to lead the way in any final confrontation with Iraq. Chalabi's past exploits and failures didn't matter. He had seduced the neoconservatives, and his previous trouble with the CIA was even a selling point among these national security intellectuals who had long suspected the agency of being timid and too conventional. Chalabi's friends, though, did try to turn around the skeptics at the CIA. A.B. Buzzy Krongard, the CIA's number 3 official, recalled being lobbied repeatedly by Pearl and Wolfowitz before the September 11th attacks to drop the agency's opposition to the INC chief. Pearl arranged a dinner at a downtown Washington restaurant attended by Wolfowitz so that Krongard could talk to Chalabi directly. Chalabi, Krongard recalled, was as charming as he could be, and tried to convince Krongard that he was not the scoundrel that agency officials thought he was. After the dinner, according to Krongard, Chalabi insisted, over the CIA man's objections, on picking up the hefty tab, a generous gesture that misfired when the waiter politely informed Chalabi that his credit card had been rejected. Krongard and the CIA refused to reconsider. Not long afterward, Wolfowitz came to lunch at the CIA and pushed Krongard harder about Chalabi. In refusing to work with Chalabi, "You're undermining the president," Wolfowitz said gravely. The battles over the INC and Chalabi grew more intense after September 11th. The INC introduced a new wave of defectors to U.S. intelligence agencies. Most, the CIA concluded, were charlatans, asylum seekers, and hustlers simply saying what Chalabi and the INC wanted or told them to say in exchange for the group's assistance in getting them to Europe or America. Meanwhile, the INC's record-keeping, which was supposed to track how U.S. funds were being used, was a shambles. In mid-2002, an internal CIA study commissioned by the State Department's Bureau of Near Eastern Affairs found that the information gathered under the Information Collection Program was largely useless. Richard Armitage, the salty Deputy Secretary of State, was especially outraged. "We were doing everything we could to get rid of the program," one State Department official recalled. About that time, according to this official, Armitage convened a meeting to discuss the INC program. "The best thing that can happen is this thing gets shit-canned," Armitage proclaimed. So shit-can it. If that couldn't be done, Armitage had a fallback position. Get this off our books and give it to somebody else. The INC program was later transferred to the Defense Intelligence Agency. By this point, Chalabi didn't need the State Department or even the CIA. The INC was funneling its information to Chalabi's advocates in the Pentagon and Cheney's office. And the INC was also making its defectors available to friendly members of the press and producing a stream of dramatic but false stories about Saddam's weapons and terrorism connections. A June 2002 list prepared by the INC boasted of 108 English-language media stories within the previous 8 months that had included product from its intelligence collection program. The Sunday Times of London, Vanity Fair, Time, The Atlantic Monthly, NPR, CNN, The New Yorker, Newsweek, Fox News, 60 Minutes, The National Review, The Weekly Standard, The Associated Press, The Washington Times, The Washington Post, each had published or broadcast information from Chalabi's outfit, according to the INC. In 2004, Entifad Kanbar, an INC spokesman, told the Columbia Journalism Review, "We did not provide information. We provided defectors. We take no position on them. It's up to you reporters to decide if they are credible or not." The INC official in charge of this program, which was designed to shape public opinion in the United States, was Aras Habib, the same Chalabi aide suspected by the CIA of being an Iranian agent. CIA officials aware of this, such as McGuire, wondered whether Iranian intelligence was working through the INC to influence American policy. But they sounded no alarms. There was no fighting City Hall on Chalabi, McGuire recalled. Despite the agency's suspicions, the INC continued its propaganda effort, and one major recipient of its intelligence was the New York Times. 2 INC-assisted Times stories, each based on false or worse fabricated information from an INC-promoted defector, became the basis of the most alarming portions of the white paper drafted by White House aide Jim Wilkinson to support Bush's speech at the United Nations. Wilkinson's section on Saddam's support for international terrorism cited Salman Pak, a supposed training camp for terrorists, possibly anti-American terrorists. The white paper attributed this information only to unnamed former Iraqi military officers, but the sources were INC-supplied defectors, primarily a former Iraqi captain named Sabah Khalifa Kodada al-Lami, who had emigrated to the United States in May 2001 and who claimed to have worked at this camp. After September 11th, the INC brought Kodada to the attention of the United States with the help of an influential friend, R. James Woolsey, the former director of the CIA. Woolsey, an attorney, was representing pro bono INC exiles in deportation proceedings. His law firm, Shea and Gardner, lobbied for the Iraqi National Congress. Shortly after 9/11, INC officials took Kodada to Woolsey's law office so the Iraqi could tell the former CIA director about the disturbing training that went on at the Salman Pak site. Woolsey then called friends in the Pentagon to arrange for Kodada to become a U.S. intelligence source. As for verifying the accuracy of Kodada's claims, the ex-CIA chief, who would later make a similar referral for another INC defector, subsequently remarked, "That's not my problem." While Woolsey and the INC were injecting Kodada's serious charges into the U.S. intelligence stream, INC lobbyists Francis Brooke and Zab Sethna were escorting Kodada to the offices of various news organizations. As Brooke acknowledged much later to Vanity Fair, the INC's overall plan at the time was straightforward: provide the Bush administration cause for invading Iraq and overthrowing Saddam. "I told the INC, as their campaign manager," Brooke said, "go get me a terrorist and some WMD, because that's what the Bush administration is interested in." And if this resulted in Chalabi becoming Iraq's next leader, no one in the INC would mind, least of all Chalabi. Soon Kodada was cited in a series of press stories, starting with an op-ed column by Washington Post foreign affairs writer Jim Hoagland, who reported Kodada's claim that Salman Pak trained terrorists in airline hijacking and assassinations. Next, on October 27, 2001, a front-page story in the New York Times by Patrick Tyler and John Tagliabue noted that Kodada contended that non-Iraqi Arabs had been given training in terrorism at this camp. And PBS's Frontline reported that in an interview Kodada had said that all this training at Salman Pak was directed towards attacking American targets, and that the 9/11 operation was conducted by people who were trained by Saddam, presumably at this camp. But there was little, if any, corroboration for Kodada's tales, and U.S. intelligence agencies had discounted them from the start. There was indeed an Iraqi military facility at Salman Pak, with a derelict Boeing 707 aircraft on site for training. The United States had satellite photos of the site. U.S. officials believed that years earlier Salman Pak had been used to train Palestinian terrorist groups, but U.S. intelligence agencies had a less disturbing explanation for what was currently happening there. Iraqi security forces were using the aircraft to train to respond to a terrorist hijacking, not to conduct one, the precise opposite of what Kodada was asserting. The INC, according to Zab Sethna, soon cut off all contacts with Kodada after he started demanding money for his information. But by then, it didn't matter. Kodada had already been a key source for multiple news stories, and the White House was now using those problematic news accounts to spread his tales to the world. After the invasion, the CIA determined that one INC-linked Iraqi defector who described Salman Pak as a terrorist training camp to Vanity Fair had embellished and exaggerated his access. Asked if any al-Qaeda operatives or other sources had confirmed that terrorist training occurred at Salman Pak, CIA and DIA analysts told the Senate Intelligence Committee that none had. A DIA analyst said that the INC has been pushing information for a long time about Salman Pak and training of al-Qaeda. The White Paper's most serious WMD charge, Adnan Ihsan Saeed al-Haidari's account that he had personally visited clandestine facilities for the production of chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons in Iraq, was also the result of a successful INC operation that involved the nation's most prestigious newspaper. After spiriting al-Haidari out of Damascus, where he had fled following his defection from Iraq in mid-2001, the INC flew him to Thailand and notified the Pentagon that it had a potentially big catch. The DIA was more than interested. "This guy is the mother lode," the INC's Zab Sethna recalled being told by an intelligence officer at the time. "And if even 5% of what he says turns out to be right, then we have hit the jackpot." But al-Haidari still had to be vetted. The DIA arranged for a CIA polygraph examiner to fly to Pattaya, Thailand, to administer a lie detector test to the 43-year-old Kurd. 4 days before the CIA polygraph expert arrived, Zab Sethna prepped al-Haidari for the exam. But Sethna's coaching didn't work. The CIA official found the defector's responses about his background replete with deception. He concluded that al-Haidari had concocted his story. Chalabi and Sethna weren't through, though. They contacted 2 journalists whom they hoped would carry al-Haidari's tales to the world. One was Paul Moran, an Australian freelancer, who previously had worked for the INC and the Rendon Group, a secretive Washington, D.C. consulting firm that years earlier had been contracted by the CIA to work with the INC. The other was Judy Miller. With Miller, the INC had the right vehicle to ensure that al-Haidari's story would receive wide circulation. And this was precisely the sort of story the Times and Miller wanted. In the weeks after 9/11, Times executive editor Howell Raines had been, as one editor at the paper at the time later put it, maniacal. He wanted his paper to be the first and best in covering the horror that had occurred and anything related to it. But when the Washington Post kept scooping the Times on 9/11 stories, especially when the Post's Bob Woodward disclosed the contents of a handwritten note that 9/11 ringleader Mohammed Atta had left behind in a piece of luggage, Raines went ballistic. At one point, he hauled Stephen Engelberg, the investigative editor, into a meeting and declared, "I don't want the first line on my obituary to be, 'He was the editor of the New York Times when they blew the 9/11 story.'" Engelberg subsequently recalled that he left the meeting and told a deputy, "Have I lost my mind or what? Is this literally that personal, that Howell views this as, 'You're fucking up my place in history'?" Another Times reporter years later said that in the weeks after 9/11 there was a lethal combination of ambition, anger, and mania, a line that runs from Howell to Judy Miller. Raines believed in the star system. He wanted star reporters chasing big stories, so he decided to send Judy Miller to Washington. She has people in the White House who will talk to her and who will not talk to any other Times reporters, Raines told editors. Miller was a controversial, irrepressible, and vivacious 53-year-old reporter who had a history of breaking big stories. She had also alienated many colleagues and often operated with an unusual and somewhat puzzling amount of free rein within the heavily managed Times bureaucracy. For years there had been widespread talk among her colleagues that she frequently became too close to sources, and there was never-ending catty gossip about her propensity to socialize with sources, including heads of state. In the 1970s and 1980s, she had dated U.S. officials, including Representative Les Aspin and Undersecretary of State Richard Burt, who worked in areas related to those she covered. Burt, who had previously been a correspondent at the Times, wondered about her reporting. When they were dating, he later recalled, she had shown him drafts of stories that he believed were overly dependent on a single source, and he would ask her, "Are you sure about this?" She was, he said, an unguided missile. She had been the paper's Cairo bureau chief from 1983 to 1986. In the late 1980s, she served as deputy editor of the Washington bureau in a stint widely perceived among Times people as a disaster due to her abrasive management skills and heavy-handed editing. Still, she had co-written a best-selling book on Saddam in 1990, and then authored a much-praised book on her reporting stint in the Middle East that explored the rise of Muslim fundamentalism. In early 2001, Miller had co-written a three-part series that alerted the public to the rising threat posed by al-Qaeda. The articles later won a Pulitzer Prize. But a reporter who shared a byline with Miller on the first article, Craig Pies, pulled his name off the other pieces in the series because he was disgusted with what he viewed as Miller's fast and loose journalism. Before the series ran, Pye sent his and Miller's editors emails noting his concern that Miller's reporting for the series was based too much on unconfirmed information from intelligence agencies. One of his emails read, "Secret single-source intel info that runs counter to the stated facts is nothing I hope we'd rely on." And in a note to Engelberg, he lit into Miller, "I do not trust her work, her judgment, or her conduct. She is an advocate, and her actions threaten the integrity of the enterprise and of everyone who works with her. She has turned in a draft of a story that is little more than dictation from government sources over several days, filled with unproven assertions and factual inaccuracies which she then called the product of a year's investigation. Once she submitted the story, she then, as is her wont, tried to stampede it into the paper. This exact paradigm has been her MO from day one." Pies's note of alarm about Miller went unheeded within the Times. Pies later remarked that it was absolute hubris for the Times editors to believe that they could compensate for Miller's fault with effective editing. Ultimately, the editor is a hostage of the judgments of the reporter. Miller, though, was tireless and relentless. She was, as Raines knew, well connected in Washington. In early July 2001, she had learned from a high-level source about a U.S. government intercept that had picked up a conversation between two suspected al-Qaeda figures overseas, during which one said words to the effect of, "Something big is coming. They're going to have to retaliate." Miller was excited. "This struck me as a major page-one potential story," she later said. She told Engelberg, her editor, about this. "Who were these two men?" he asked. "Where were they? What sort of attack were they talking about?" "I don't know," replied Miller. "I can't put this story in the paper," he told her. After a breathless lead about a possible al-Qaeda attack, he added, "What would the third paragraph say?" At the time of the September 11th attacks, Miller had been concentrating on germ warfare. She had just finished a book with Engelberg and Times reporter William Broad on the subject. After Raines unleashed her, and other reporters, to find the blockbuster stories of the post-9/11 era, she headed to Washington and made sure to look up one particular Bush official who had been a source for Engelberg on the germ warfare book, Scooter Libby. Miller was the perfect outlet for the INC, especially since Chalabi had been a source of hers for years. When the INC contacted her in December 2001 and offered her a story about an Iraqi defector who possessed direct knowledge of Saddam's secret WMD sites, she hopped a plane to Thailand. Days later, al-Haidari's eye-popping tales were on the front page of the New York Times under Miller's byline. Miller reported that al-Haidari had said he had personally helped renovate secret facilities in Iraq for biological, chemical, and nuclear weapons. His account, she wrote, gives new clues about the types and possible locations of illegal laboratories, facilities, and storage sites that American officials and international inspectors have long suspected Iraq of trying to hide. She did concede that there was no means to independently verify al-Haidari's allegations, but Miller signaled that this INC-backed defector deserved to be trusted because he seemed familiar with key Iraqi officials in the military establishment, with many facilities previously thought to be associated with unconventional weapons and with Iraq itself. She reported that an unnamed INC representative had said he trusted al-Haidari, as if that somehow enhanced the defector's credibility. Furthermore, she wrote, government experts, whom she didn't identify or characterize, said his information seemed reliable and significant. Engelberg would later say that the Times had no idea that al-Haidari had flunked his CIA lie detector test. Even if Miller hadn't known about the flunked polygraph, the Times story still hyped al-Haidari's account. The headline and the first sentence both stated that al-Haidari was asserting that his work had been for Iraqi WMD programs. But the story in the 14th paragraph pointed out that he acknowledged that he had not personally visited one of the purported biological weapons sites he had described to Miller, and it later more carefully stated that he only believed that the sites he worked on were for WMD programs. It is important to note that al-Haidari always said he had no first-hand knowledge of any WMD, the INC's Sethna noted in an email exchange with the authors in July 2006. He said that he had been contracted to build laboratories and research facilities as well as some storage facilities that seemed suspicious. The Times' exaggerated account was further embellished in the White House White Paper, which baldly stated that al-Haidari said he had visited 20 secret facilities for chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons. This was quite a chain of events. Raines's mania to Miller's sensationalist reporting, to the INC's scheming, to an official White House document. Wilkinson's White Paper, commissioned by the White House Iraq Group, had supported a crucial WMD claim with a Miller article that had been orchestrated by the IMC and was based on nothing but the unconfirmed stories of a defector deemed a fabricator by the CIA. This was how the WHIG was prepping the public for an invasion of Iraq, by footnoting a fraud. Even though the CIA had been able to keep Chalabi's false intelligence out of official channels, the INC to Miller to WHIG nexus made the bogus information an important element of the president's case. And CIA officials did not see it as their job to vet a White House white paper or to reveal the findings of a lie detector test in order to show a front-page New York Times story was wrong. In Washington, there was one man who was trying to undo the damage done by a more recent Judy Miller article. After reading the September 8, 2002 New York Times story by Miller and Michael Gordon on the aluminum tubes, David Albright, the former IAEA weapons inspector, was outraged. He knew that government scientists had debated the meaning of the tubes. Miller had called Albright for the aluminum tube story before it was published, but he had been out of town. He returned the call the day after the story hit, and he desperately wanted to set the record straight. He thought it was important that the New York Times inform its readers, including members of Congress, policymakers, and journalists, that most government scientists didn't accept the tube's argument. There's another side to this, an upset Albright told Miller. There's profound disagreement. Most people don't believe these tubes are for centrifuges. They think they're for artillery rockets. This is nothing to go to war over. Don't yell at me, yell at Gordon, Miller told Albright. She explained that the article had been an accurate reflection of what the Times sources knew of the intelligence on the tubes. But she listened to his complaints and passed them along to one of her editors, suggesting they do a follow-up. Albright assumed the Times would now run a story reflecting the deep skepticism within the government concerning the White House's prime piece of evidence in the nuclear case. On September 13th, the Times published a follow-up article. This time, the double byline was reversed, and Miller's name appeared before Gordon's. The short article was mostly about the WHIG-produced white paper released for Bush's UN speech. Miller was echoing an echo. She was writing about a White House document that had been based in part on her own reporting. On reading the Times article, Albright couldn't believe it. This article, he thought, was worse than the first. In the middle of this piece, Miller and Gordon returned to the aluminum tubes issue and reported that there had been debates among intelligence experts about Iraq's intentions in trying to buy such tubes. But, the article went on, it was the intelligence agency's unanimous view that the type of tubes that Iraq has been seeking are used to make such centrifuges. The article acknowledged that some experts in the State Department and the Energy Department had raised questions as to whether the tubes were better suited for artillery rockets, but added that this was a minority view among intelligence experts, and the CIA had wide support, particularly among the government's top technical experts and nuclear scientists. It seemed the debate was over. The best technical experts and nuclear scientists at laboratories like Oak Ridge supported the CIA assessment. The New Times story, which ran on page A13, had been hurriedly put together, mainly by Miller, while Gordon had been stuck at home waiting for movers. Just as the first article had, this one relied on administration sources who depicted the CIA's case as solid. But the claim that the intelligence agencies were unanimous in the view that the tubes were for centrifuges was flatly wrong. Both the State Department's INR and the Energy Department's Intelligence Division had strongly disputed the agency's position. As the Senate Intelligence Committee would put it in a later report, the vast majority of scientists and nuclear experts at the DOE and the national labs did not agree with the CIA's analysis. Albright was furious. The reporters, relying on their administration sources, had gotten it completely wrong. Again. Besides misleading the public about the tubes issue, this Times story had another serious consequence. The disclosure that there had been questions about the tubes prompted the Energy Department to issue an edict to its scientists. Don't talk to the news media about this. The order sent fear throughout the department's nuclear laboratories. It prevented scientists who could see that the White House was exploiting Joe Turner's incorrect assessment from countering the misguided intelligence. Houston Wood, the University of Virginia scientist and DOE consultant who was sure Turner's conclusion was wrong, wrestled with what to do. He wanted to speak out, he later said, but like many other government scientists, he feared retaliation. He could lose his security clearance. So could his colleagues. I think they were anguished about this, Wood recalled. They were trying to dissent internally. They were expecting that somebody would listen to reason. At one point, Wood called one of the top scientists at Oak Ridge and discussed the issue of going public. He was afraid he would give up his whole career if he went public, Wood said. Albright was anxious to undo the damage of the second Miller-Gordon piece. He persuaded Wood to at least talk on background to the Washington Post. Albright had given Post reporter Joby Warwick a draft report on the tubes prepared by his think tank. The paper, which focused on technical issues, such as the type of aluminum involved and whether it was suitable for the welding that would be needed for a centrifuge program, concluded, by themselves, these attempted procurements of aluminum tubes are not evidence that Iraq is in possession of or close to possessing nuclear weapons. Warwick wrote a story about the report. He noted that government scientists had disagreed about the tubes and that dissenters had been told to keep quiet. Within the Post's newsroom, editors and reporters believed that Warwick had filed this story because he had been scooped by the Times on the importance of the tubes. The editors ran Warwick's story deep inside on page A18. The Post article wasn't much of a counter to the page-one blowout published by the Times on September 8th. It caused few waves. Worse, it came out September 19th, the day the White House sent Congress a draft resolution authorizing Bush to attack Iraq essentially whenever he saw fit. One reason for granting Bush this power, the resolution stated, was that Iraq was actively seeking a nuclear weapons capability. On September 18th, in a hotel room in New York, Bill Murray, the CIA station chief in Paris, met with his secret source, the Lebanese journalist. Naji Sabri, the Iraqi foreign minister, was due to deliver his own speech to the United Nations the next day, Baghdad's response to Bush's UN address. But Sabri couldn't meet with Murray, the journalist told him. Swarms of FBI agents were tailing Sabri all over New York. He was nervous. But the journalist did have some good news. Sabri was interested in working with the Americans. He had answered all of Murray's questions about Saddam's weapons of mass destruction. The WMD situation in Iraq, the journalist said, was complicated, but quite different than what the White House was saying. Saddam's chemical weapons arsenal was all gone. What was left of the weapons had been disbursed to tribal and provincial leaders years ago. Saddam didn't want responsibility for them anymore. He didn't want such munitions to be found by UN inspectors. The supposed biological weapons program was amateurish. Perhaps there were a few vials of biological poisons left over from years earlier, but there was no program, no actively functioning laboratories. As for nuclear weapons, the journalist related Sabri's account of a meeting that Saddam had held with his nuclear scientists. The scientists had told Saddam that if they could obtain the right fissile materials, they could produce a nuclear bomb in 18 to 24 months. But there was only one problem. The scientists didn't have any fissile material, and they had no prospect of obtaining any. Whatever Saddam's intentions, there was no revived nuclear program as the White House had claimed. That night, Murray flew to Washington to share what he had been told with John McLaughlin, the CIA deputy director. The next day, Sabri appeared before the General Assembly to read a lengthy letter from Saddam. The Iraqi dictator assailed the American propaganda machine and its lies, distortion, and falsehood about Iraq. He declared that Iraq was clear of all nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons. Watching the speech, Murray focused on something other than Saddam's rhetoric. He was studying Sabri's clothes. The Iraqi foreign minister was wearing one of the expensive suits the CIA had paid for. It was the signal that Sabri might be serious about becoming a CIA asset. Sabri's inside intelligence suggested a WMD program far less menacing than what the White House had been claiming. "Bill, you may be a hero." Tyler Drumheller, the European division chief in the CIA's operations directorate, told him, "You may be the guy who stopped a war." But not everyone at CIA headquarters was impressed by Murray's burgeoning operation and its potential. Lewis and McGuire, the chief and deputy chief of the Iraq Operations Group, had no use for it, which led to shouting matches between Murray and the two Anabasis men. Sabri's only value, McGuire later said, was as a high-level defection. "We weren't interested in having Sabri stay in place and work for us because we knew we were going to war." Anything Sabri had to say about Iraq's WMDs while he remained part of Saddam's corrupt regime, Lewis and McGuire argued, would be worthless, just disinformation. If the CIA took this sort of information to the White House, McGuire told Murray, the agency would be laughed out of the office. The face-off between Murray and the CIA paramilitary experts reflected the larger struggle within the national security circles of the Bush administration. It was a fight between those who wanted more information on Iraq's weapons programs so they could accurately assess the nature of the threat, and those who were already sure they had a handle on what was at stake and were ready for war. Lewis and McGuire's mission, arranging sabotage within Iraq and preparing for a U.S. invasion, signaled, at least to Lewis and McGuire, that the Bush White House was well beyond caring what Sabri had to say. During one confrontation with Murray, Lewis was blunt. "One of these days you're going to get it. This is not about intelligence. This is about regime change." An intelligence community official later said that Lewis denied making such a statement. Drumheller and Murray eventually heard that CIA Director George Tenet had told the White House about Sabri. The response came back. The White House would be interested if Sabri were to defect. What he had to say about WMDs was less important to the NSC. Probably all lies. After reading Bush's proposed Iraq resolution, Senator Chuck Hagel, a Nebraska Republican, thought, "My God, this crowd down at the White House is rolling right over the top of us, and we're letting them do it." The legislation that the White House sent to Capitol Hill was tremendously broad. It would permit Bush to use all means that he determines to be appropriate, including force, in order to enforce the United Nations Security Council resolutions demanding Iraq dismantle its WMD programs, defend the national security interests of the United States against the threat posed by Iraq, and restore international peace and security in the region. Restore international peace and security in the region? That was a tall and wide-open order. The measure itself a blank check. Congressional Democrats were stunned by the sweep of this resolution, as were some Republicans. Hagel, who believed Saddam was bottled up and posed no pressing threat to the United States, quickly talked to Senator Joe Biden, the Democratic chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and the two discussed whether the White House's war aims extended beyond Iraq. "I remember saying to Joe over the phone, the way this is written, the president could go to war anywhere in the Middle East," Hagel later said. "And I remember Joe and I talked about Iran and Syria. Maybe they're thinking, we just take them all down, just take 2, 3 of them out, go after Syria and Iran, too. What's to stop them?" The White House's draft resolution was full of whereas clauses that cited Iraq's persistent violations of UN Security Council resolutions and its previous use of unconventional weapons years ago. But several clauses went beyond the rhetoric of the previous weeks. They claimed that Iraq had demonstrated a willingness to attack the United States, with its futile efforts to shoot down U.S. fighter jets enforcing no-fly zones in Iraq, and that members of al-Qaeda are known to be in Iraq. On the WMD front, the resolution stated that there was a high risk that the current Iraqi regime will either employ WMDs to launch a surprise attack against the United States or its armed forces, or provide them to international terrorists who would do so. This was as serious an assertion as the Bush administration could toss at lawmakers and the American people. After the war, White House allies would insist that the president had never used the word imminent to describe the threat from Saddam. But the high risk of a surprise attack with weapons of mass destruction was just as stark and every bit as scary. Bush and the White House were upping the rhetorical ante, and more charges were on the way. Everything was connected to Saddam. Daniel Pipes, Middle East researcher. 4. One strange theory. Not long after the 9/11 attacks, Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz dispatched former CIA Director James Woolsey on a secret trip to London. Wolfowitz was not expecting Woolsey to come up with important new leads related to the events of September 11th. Instead, Woolsey's unorthodox mission was primarily to press the Brits for any evidence they might have that would validate the theories of an eccentric academic named Laurie Milroy, a one-time Harvard assistant professor. Milroy was convinced she had unraveled mysteries no one in the CIA or the FBI had been able or willing to divine. Mysteries she believed added up to a stunning and historic conclusion. Saddam was the mastermind behind much of the world's terrorism. In the aftermath of 9/11, with the U.S. government still trying to discern what precisely had happened and what should be done, Wolfowitz was focusing on far-fetched notions about Saddam promoted by this former college professor. But if Milroy could be proven right, as both Wolfowitz and Woolsey ardently believed she was, her ideas could fundamentally shape the administration's response to those attacks. Her research, if validated, could provide the casus belli to wage war on Iraq. Wolfowitz and Woolsey were just two members of a small crop of current and former U.S. officials who in recent years had become enamored of Milroy's anti-Saddam work. The elaborate conspiracy theories she had propounded, dismissed as bizarre and implausible by the U.S. law enforcement and intelligence communities, would have enormous influence within the administration. It ultimately wouldn't matter whether Wolfowitz and Woolsey could find information to confirm her ideas. They and others had already accepted them and would act accordingly. 3 days after September 11th, the conservative American Enterprise Institute held a press briefing. Former UN Ambassador Jeane Kirkpatrick, past House Speaker Newt Gingrich, AEI scholar and Chalabi champion David Wormser, and AEI fellow Michael Ledeen were corralled into a conference room in downtown Washington to offer instant analysis to members of the media, government officials, and fellow think-tankers. "The shock has been very great," Kirkpatrick said. To explain it all, she first called on Milroy, another AEI fellow and panelist. Milroy got right to the point. There has been no clear demonstration that Osama bin Laden was involved in Tuesday's assault on the United States, but there's been a lot of speculation to that effect, and it may turn out that he is. So, assume that he is, because I think the key question will be how likely is it that Osama bin Laden's group, or any other group, carried out these attacks alone, unassisted by a state. I'd like to suggest that it is extremely unlikely, in fact, next to impossible. Who, then, was really behind the attacks? Milroy had the answer. Iraq. There was no way, she insisted, that al-Qaeda could have pulled off 9/11 without the support of Saddam Hussein. The rumpled-looking Milroy had been anticipating a moment like 9/11 for years. Finally, she thought she might soon see the result of a decade of hard work, a war against Saddam. Her own personal odyssey, which had taken her from promoting Saddam's potential as a positive leader to decrying him as the leading source of evil in the world, was a key chapter in the war's backstory, a tale that also featured a band of like-minded policy wonks who had been pushing for a full-scale invasion of Iraq practically since the end of the First Persian Gulf War. Milroy and her neoconservative allies would demonstrate, perhaps beyond their most fanciful dreams, that a few committed souls could change the world, even if they didn't have their facts straight. Milroy made her reputation as a Middle East expert and a prodigious researcher in the 1980s, when she was a graduate student and then an assistant professor of political science at Harvard University. She was at that time a pragmatist regarding Saddam, arguably sympathetic to the tyrant. The Iraqi dictator, she pointed out then, was not an Islamic fanatic. He was not passionately anti-American. Saddam, she thought, could be turned into a U.S. ally in the Mideast. In a 1987 piece in the New Republic, headlined, "Back Iraq, It's Time for a U.S. Tilt," Milroy and Daniel Pipes, a pro-Israel hawk who worked with her at Harvard, called for the Reagan administration to swing behind Saddam's regime in its ongoing war with Iran. The two advocated sending weapons to Iraq and upgrading the intelligence Washington was already providing Saddam. The pair noted that Iraq had moderated its view of Israel and the United States, with which it had restored relations in 1984, thanks in part to the effort of Donald Rumsfeld, whom Reagan dispatched to Iraq as an envoy in 1983. A shift toward Iraq, Milroy and Pipes wrote, could lay the basis for a fruitful relationship that would enhance both U.S. and Israeli security interests. Beyond writing about the Middle East, Milroy was looking to change the region through back-channel private diplomacy, and she aspired to be a behind-the-scenes peacemaker who would broker a deal between Saddam and Israel. Amatzia Bahram, an influential University of Haifa professor and an Israeli expert on Iraq, recalled that he had encouraged Milroy in this endeavor. "Yeah, I was somewhat hopeful there could be a normalization of relations," he said. The pair hatched a plan. Milroy would visit Iraq and approach high-level officials there to see if they might be interested in exploring talks with Israel. Bahram took Milroy to see Ezer Weizman, the legendary Israeli Air Service hero then serving in the cabinet of the Likud-led Israeli government. Ezer liked the idea, according to Bahram, and gave this unofficial diplomacy a green light. In 1987, according to Bahram, Milroy went to Baghdad and met with Tariq Aziz, the foreign minister, and Nizar Hamdoun, the Iraqi ambassador to the United States. She then visited Israel. Later, she organized an unofficial meeting at Harvard between Hamdoun and two Israeli army generals. Hamdoun was coy and ultimately noncommittal. The Israeli army generals, according to Bahram, went back home with mixed feelings, concluding that Hamdoun was really just playing along as a way of placating the United States, not because Saddam's regime had any real desire to make peace. Milroy's efforts at playing Henry Kissinger had gone nowhere. But Milroy continued to advocate engaging Saddam, even after the Iraqi dictator slaughtered tens of thousands of Kurds in what became known as the Anfal campaign of 1987 and 1988. That horrific attack caused the Reagan administration to formally condemn Iraq for its use of chemical weapons in September 1988. In May 1989, Milroy wrote in the Jerusalem Post that Israel and the United States should not poke Iraq with a stick and should refrain from tossing idle threats and harsh words at Baghdad. She suggested Iraq might become a benign, if not positive, presence in the region. She pointed out that Saddam had even announced a program of democracy, including allowing freedom of speech and permitting opposition parties to operate, that should not be dismissed out of hand. The following March, the Jerusalem Post quoted Milroy as saying that Israel and Iraq ought to try to reach an informal understanding through a third party, perhaps an oblique reference to her own back-channel efforts. Whatever hopes she harbored of being a Middle East peacemaker were dashed on August 2, 1990, when Iraqi troops poured across the border and occupied Kuwait. Saddam's invasion crushed Milroy and turned her view of the world upside down. Laurie was utterly horrified and aghast, Pipes recalled. She was in a state of shock. Almost overnight, she turned against the dictator she had once wanted Washington to help, with the passion of one who felt personally betrayed. After the invasion, Milroy was asked by a New York publisher to collaborate with Judy Miller on a book on Saddam and the current crisis. Written in just 21 days, the paperback positioned Milroy and Miller as two prominent experts on the evil and brutal ways of Iraq's dictator. Saddam Hussein loves The Godfather, they wrote. An editor who worked on the book recalled that Milroy often became obsessed with individual facts and exaggerated their importance. She was capable of great insight and of investing the smallest detail with the most disproportionate weight. She was not always capable of making a straightforward, linear argument. Left to her own devices, she would seize on reeds she would think were redwoods. Miller, though, found Milroy a fine collaborator. "It was a great match," Miller said later. "I learned an enormous amount about Iraq from her." Their book was no cry for military action. The conclusion took a cynical view of the first President Bush's deployment of 100,000 U.S. troops to the region. American forces had been sent to Saudi Arabia to protect the nation's access to oil. The confrontation in the Gulf was prompted partly by greed, Saddam Hussein's and America's. Saddam's invasion, they wrote, was inexcusable, but Washington's failed policies were also responsible for this crisis. Milroy and Miller cautioned against imperial overreach. The book became a #1 bestseller. But as the book was about to come out, Milroy's past as secret freelance diplomat was exposed by an unlikely source, Egyptian President Hosni Mubarak. On October 4, 1990, Mubarak delivered a speech in which he claimed that Iraq and Israel had engaged in secret contacts in 1987 and 1989 through a Harvard University professor. Mubarak said this professor had carried a message from Saddam to Israel in 1987, that Iraq had no desire to go to war with Israel, and that in 1989 this professor had visited Israel to tell officials there that Saddam cared less about the Palestinian issue than his troubles with Iran and Syria. Mubarak was probably trying to embarrass Saddam. He did not name the professor, but Israeli newspapers did. Laurie Milroy. Milroy refused to comment on Mubarak's speech. More recently, she said that she had never conveyed any messages between Saddam and Israel. But in interviews for this book, 5 of her former associates in Israel and the United States confirmed that she had been a secret go-between between Baghdad and Jerusalem. In 1990, Judy Miller cryptically said to the Boston Globe that Mubarak had been right on the substance, but that her co-author had never served as an intermediary between Iraq and Israel. Yet in 2006, Miller acknowledged that Laurie told me about the alleged go-between role after a report surfaced in the press. She said it was never a formal arrangement, just an informal kind of thing. After the Saddam book was published, Milroy was hired as a policy analyst at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy by Martin Indyk, a Mideast expert influential in Democratic circles. And when Indyk became an advisor to presidential candidate Bill Clinton, he asked Milroy on one occasion to join a group of foreign policy specialists briefing Clinton on Middle East issues. Her 15 minutes or so with the Democratic candidate, according to Indyk, were unremarkable, but long enough that Milroy soon began advertising herself as an advisor to the Clinton campaign on Mideast policy. After the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, which killed 6 people and injured more than 1,000, Milroy's work took a more dramatic turn. She began poring over the evidence and theorized that the bombing had been an act of retaliation by Saddam for the Persian Gulf War. The notion was not utterly out of the question. There were a few intriguing threads. One of the minor figures in the plot, Abdul Rahman Yassin, had fled to Iraq after the attacks, and Yassin's precise status in Iraq was not clear. Born in Indiana of Iraqi parents, Yassin had grown up in Baghdad. After the bombing, Iraqi officials appeared to view Yassin as a potential bargaining chip, even offering at several points to hand him over to Washington in exchange for a shift in U.S. policy. Later on, evidence would emerge confirming what U.S. officials had suspected, that Yassin had been essentially placed under house arrest and was being watched closely by Iraqi security forces. Dobie MacArthur, a Pentagon official dispatched by Wolfowitz after the war to examine voluminous Iraqi security records, reviewed the Iraqi security file on Yassin. He found no evidence that Yassin or anybody else associated with the 1993 World Trade Center attack had received any support from Baghdad for the 1993 bombing. MacArthur did see records suggesting that Yassin, after fleeing to Baghdad, had been given a monthly stipend, but was restricted in his movements and kept under constant surveillance. But in Milroy's view, Yassin had been granted safe haven by the Iraqis, and that could only mean that Yassin had been an Iraqi agent. Milroy also zeroed in on phone records involving the bombing suspects. One of the men, Mohammed Salameh, was the nephew of a Palestinian terrorist, Abu Bakr, who was living in Baghdad. Salameh, Milroy discovered, had called his uncle 46 times in June and July 1992 before his phone was cut off for non-payment. Milroy had no idea what was being said in these calls, whether they had anything to do with the World Trade Center plot 7 months later or involved any connection to the Iraqi government. But it didn't matter. She would stare at you and insist that unless you had studied all these phone records you couldn't understand what was going on, said Stephen Emerson, a terrorism researcher who saw the World Trade Center bombing not as an Iraqi plot, but as the act of Islamic extremists. She would start rattling them off. At 4:07 a.m. this person called that person, then 5 minutes later they called someone else. How can you challenge something like that? Over time, Milroy developed a Byzantine hypothesis about the 1993 bombing, one that seemed more the product of a Hollywood screenwriter than an Ivy League-trained scholar. She fixated on the mastermind of this first WTC attack, Ramzi Youssef. The FBI apprehended Youssef in Pakistan in 1995 and concluded that his name was but one of many aliases, that he was actually Abdul Basit Karim, a Pakistani national from the Baloch region who had been raised in Kuwait and who later studied engineering at the Swansea Institute in Wales. But Milroy came to believe that there were, in a way, two Ramzi Youssefs. One was the real Basit, who under Milroy's theory had been killed or had otherwise vanished along with the rest of his family during the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. The other was Youssef, a cold-blooded Iraqi intelligence agent who had been trained by Saddam to kill Americans and who had absconded with Basit's identity. To back up her theory, Milroy pointed to missing pages from Youssef's passport and several small discrepancies. For example, witnesses recalled that the Basit they had known in Wales was a few inches shorter than the 6-foot-tall man arrested by the FBI. She also maintained that the Iraqi intelligence services had forged the Iraqi passport that Youssef had used to enter the United States. FBI investigators and federal prosecutors studied her ideas and rejected them. There were several fundamental problems that essentially stopped her conspiracy theory in its tracks. After Youssef was captured, Bureau agents had located witnesses from the United Kingdom who testified at the terrorists' bail hearing that the man in custody was indeed the same person they had known in Wales as Abdul Basit. And there was testimony from eyewitnesses identifying Youssef as an Islamic radical who had spent time in Afghan training camps affiliated with Al-Qaeda. Youssef himself admitted to federal agents that he had been trained in explosives and bomb-making in Afghanistan. More important, the Bureau checked Youssef's fingerprints with those for Basit in Kuwait and discovered they were one and the same. Thereafter, the FBI and federal prosecutors were pretty much convinced that Milroy's double-man idea was dead wrong. "I don't think there was any serious question of Youssef's identity," said Dieter Snell, a top investigator for the September 11th Commission, who, as a federal prosecutor, tried the terrorist in the summer of 1996 in a separate case that involved a plot to blow up 11 airliners heading toward the United States. A law enforcement official recalled that Milroy showed up at that trial and eyed the defendant up and down intensely when he walked into the courtroom, as though she were trying to measure him. Still, Milroy relentlessly promoted her double-man thesis to past and present government officials, foreign policy experts, and journalists. The FBI's debunking of Milroy's narrative was not a matter of public record, and several neoconservatives accepted Milroy's work as compelling evidence of Saddam's sponsorship of anti-American terrorism. Indike, now overseeing Iraq policy for Clinton's National Security Council, had asked the FBI and CIA to review Milroy's theory. He wanted to believe it, Indike later said. The Clinton administration had entered office inclined to adopt an aggressive approach toward Iraq, and this would have helped. But the CIA and FBI reported back that they had conducted an extensive analysis, Indike said, and that there was nothing to it. As one former CIA analyst later put it, not only was it not true, we proved the opposite, that Saddam had had nothing to do with the 1993 WTC bombing. Not long after that, Indike received a visitor at his White House office. It was Paul Wolfowitz, who at the time was dean of the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Wolfowitz had one item on his agenda: Lori Milroy's theory about the World Trade Center. Wolfowitz asked why the Clinton administration was not paying adequate attention to her thesis. Indike explained that, as far as he was concerned, it had been debunked by the CIA and FBI. Wolfowitz, according to Indike, was surprised to hear this, and not persuaded. He was convinced that we were purposely refusing to see the link for policy reasons. Indike considered it odd that Wolfowitz appeared so attached to Milroy's ideas. He surmised that Wolfowitz felt personally guilty for the first Bush administration's failure to get rid of Saddam after the Persian Gulf War. Milroy's theories could offer a justification for action that would rectify that past policy mistake. Milroy was also personally close to Wolfowitz's then-wife Claire. Whatever the reason, Wolfowitz was putting more faith in Milroy than the CIA or the FBI. Wolfowitz and Milroy had an old-school connection through the Telluride House, an elite, intellectually oriented residence at Cornell University, once known as a haven for followers of the prominent conservative philosopher Allen Bloom. As a Cornell student in the early 1970s, Milroy lived in the Telluride House. Wolfowitz had resided there earlier and was a board member of the Telluride Association. As James Mann, author of Rise of the Vulcans, noted, Wolfowitz hired members of the Telluride community when he went into government. Milroy was part of this informal network, according to writer Francis Fukuyama, another Telluride alumnus. Over time, Milroy became more persistent and more obsessive. She was so convinced that the 1993 World Trade Center bombing had been an Iraqi operation that she offered herself as defense witness for Ayad Ismail, one of the alleged terrorists in the 1995 trial of the blind Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman, who was accused of conspiring to encourage acts of terrorism in the United States, including the WTC bombings. Milroy's position was that the defendants were patsies being held responsible for a monstrous crime committed by Saddam. Milroy never took the stand, but she showed up at court hearings and at times appeared emotionally invested in the proceedings, according to Joan Ullman, a New York journalist who monitored the trial for Stephen Emerson's terrorist tracking outfit. At one court hearing for Ismail, who was accused of having driven the bomb-laden truck to the World Trade Center, Milroy was spotted cradling Ismail's father and at times wiping tears from her own brimming, heavily blue eye-lined mascara, Ullman wrote in a memo at the time. After the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, Milroy became convinced that that attack, too, was an Iraqi strike on America. She offered her services to the lawyers for Timothy McVeigh, the anti-government zealot accused of setting off the bomb. Milroy sent memos promoting the Iraq connection to the McVeigh defense team. Stephen Jones, McVeigh's chief lawyer, hired her as a consultant and even sent investigators to the Philippines. It was Milroy's suspicion that McVeigh's co-conspirator, Terry Nichols, might have met in the Philippines with Yusuf, the theoretical Iraqi agent. But the trail went cold. "I couldn't make it go anywhere," recalled Jones. As he saw it, Milroy was a piece of work, an impressive, tireless researcher who worked at a fanatic pace, calling him at all hours with new ideas and potential Iraqi links to the plot. "She was sort of like the Da Vinci Code people," said Jones. "She had this one grand theory. I didn't see it." In time, Milroy saw the hidden hand of Saddam in almost every act of anti-American terrorism in the world, even the 1998 bombings of 2 U.S. embassies in Africa, Osama bin Laden's first major assault against the United States. As for the 2000 bombing of the USS Cole off the coast of Yemen, an al-Qaeda operation that killed 17 Navy sailors, that too was for Milroy the handiwork of the Iraqi dictator. Everything was connected to Saddam, said her former collaborator Daniel Pipes. She became monomaniacal on the subject. She also became hostile toward old friends and colleagues who didn't see the world her way. When Pipes publicly endorsed the predominant view that anti-U.S. terrorism was caused primarily by radical Islamic fundamentalists, and questioned her Saddam-centric view of world terrorism, Milroy accused Pipes of endangering the welfare of the Republic. "My charge against you is that you are, at the periphery, responsible for the death of Americans," she emailed Pipes on March 7, 1999, "and furthermore, that more Americans will die if people continue to listen to your version of events." Milroy might have remained an oddball and offbeat academic insistently pushing a widely disregarded theory, but she had powerful friends, including Ahmad Chalabi and his compatriots within the Iraqi National Congress, who were certainly predisposed to depict Saddam as the world's greatest menace. In the late 1990s, Milroy joined Chalabi's informal Washington kitchen cabinet. She advocated the INC's cause at conferences and in academic journals, and the op-ed pages of the Wall Street Journal and other publications. She was frequently seen at the home of Francis Brooke, Chalabi's chief Washington lobbyist. Another new set of friends could be found at the offices of the American Enterprise Institute, where Milroy landed a berth as an adjunct fellow. In the fall of 2000, the AEI published Milroy's book about the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, called Study of Revenge: Saddam Hussein's Unfinished War Against America. What was on the back of the book cover was as important as the text inside. A blurb from Paul Wolfowitz. It read, "Laurie Milroy's provocative and disturbing book argues powerfully that the shadowy mastermind of the 1993 bombing of New York's World Trade Center, Ramzi Youssef, was in fact an agent of Iraqi intelligence. If so, what would that tell us about the extent of Saddam Hussein's ambitions? How would it change our view of Iraq's continuing efforts to retain weapons of mass destruction and to acquire new ones? How would it affect our judgments and the need for a fundamentally new policy? These are questions that urgently need to be answered." Wolfowitz, who had helped Milroy with the manuscript, was carefully attaching his seal of approval to her thesis. Pearl, too, provided an endorsement of the work. Woolsey wrote a supportive foreword for a later version. In the acknowledgments, Milroy saluted Wolfowitz and noted that his wife, Claire, had fundamentally shaped this book. She thanked John Hanna, who later would become a foreign policy aide to Vice President Cheney, for his guidance. She noted that the INC's Francis Brooke and his wife Sharon had offered her much support and keen insights. She also expressed her gratitude to David Wormser, Michael Ledeen, and John Bolton, a fierce hawk who would soon become the State Department's top arms control official. Scooter Libby, she noted, had supplied her with timely and generous assistance. When the Bush team took office, soon after the book was published, Milroy found herself with fans in high places. She was named to a Pentagon Advisory Board on Terrorism and Technology, and her most prominent champion, Wolfowitz, used his newfound power to seek confirmation of Milroy's thesis. Sometime before September 11th, according to DIA Director Thomas Wilson, Wolfowitz pressed the DIA chief on whether he had read Milroy's Study of Revenge. Wilson replied that he hadn't. Wolfowitz requested that Wilson have his analysts examine the book. Wilson dutifully passed along the request, and an answer came back. The DIA couldn't find anything to back up Milroy. In June 2001, Wolfowitz also tried to get the CIA to reinvestigate the Milroy theory, according to the report of the 9/11 Commission. Nothing came of that either. Wolfowitz had by then mastered the minutiae of Milroy's research and retained it. Wolfowitz was an encyclopedia on this stuff, Undersecretary of Defense Doug Feith subsequently said. And years later, according to Dobie MacArthur, a Wolfowitz aide, the Deputy Defense Secretary became excited when fresh intelligence surfaced about the whereabouts of an obscure associate of Yassin, the indicted 1993 bomber. Wolfowitz got up from his chair, pulled out a copy of Milroy's book, and opened it to the exact page where the associate was mentioned. Within administration meetings in the early days of the Bush administration, Wolfowitz voiced a Milroy-like view on terrorism. When the National Security Council of the new Bush administration held its first deputies meeting on terrorism in April 2001, Richard Clarke, then the White House counterterrorism advisor, talked about the urgent need to go after bin Laden and the al-Qaeda leadership in Afghanistan, according to Clarke's memoirs. Wolfowitz was dismissive. "Well, I just don't understand why we are beginning by talking about this one man bin Laden," he replied. Wolfowitz tried to switch the subject to Iraqi terrorism. An exasperated Clarke replied that the intelligence community had no evidence of any recent Iraqi terrorism against the United States, a position endorsed at the meeting by CIA Deputy Director John McLaughlin. Clarke started citing bin Laden's writings and his plans to overthrow Arab governments and set up a radical multi-nation caliphate, adding, sometimes as with Hitler in Mein Kampf, "You have to believe that these people will actually do what they say they will do." Wolfowitz snapped back, saying that he resented any comparison between the Holocaust and this little terrorist in Afghanistan. For years, neoconservatives, not just Milroy, had been fixating on Iraq and the need to topple its tyrannical dictator. Their approach was more geostrategic than Milroy's, but they ended up in the same place. In 1996, Pearl, Wormser, and Feith were part of a study group that produced a paper for the Jerusalem-based Institute for Advanced Strategic and Political Studies, a conservative pro-Israel think tank closely allied with the policies of Israel's hawkish Likud party. They noted that removing Saddam Hussein from power was an important Israeli strategic objective, and that toppling his regime would be a means of foiling Syria's regional ambition. The paper, entitled A Clean Break, A New Strategy for Securing the Realm, was policy advice for the new hardline Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. It had numerous other elements, the most important of which was a decisive rejection of the idea that Israel should swap land for peace to reach an accommodation with the Palestinians. But as part of a larger plan to secure Israel's security, the paper urged the removal of Saddam and the restoration of a Hashemite kingdom in Baghdad to box in the Syrian regime of Hafez Assad. This report later led to another conspiracy theory, that eliminating Saddam was part of a neoconservative Likud plot to benefit Israel. Yet the authors of A Clean Break had actually gone beyond the position of the Likud party's own strategists. By the late 1990s, Israeli officials tended to consider Iran a much more significant worry than Iraq. Indyk, who was U.S. ambassador to Israel in the mid-1990s and then again in 2000 and 2001, recalled that Iraq was barely mentioned as an Israeli priority during his years in Tel Aviv. "It was Iran, Iran, Iran all the time," Indyk said. The Israelis were not that bothered by Saddam. Though a clean break was not evidence that the neoconservative fixation on Saddam was made or coordinated in Israel, it did show that Pearl and his allies saw Saddam as a chessboard piece that should be removed to further a larger strategic game plan. This scrappy band of policy fighters seemed to believe that toppling inconvenient regimes could be achieved with relatively small costs, and that such bold steps could reshape the geopolitical map of the Middle East for the better. In late 1997, the Weekly Standard, a magazine financed by media baron Rupert Murdoch and edited by William Kristol, former Chief of Staff for Vice President Dan Quayle, ran an issue with a cover proclaiming, "Saddam must go." An editorial declared that the UNWMD inspections, underway since the end of the Persian Gulf War, had been ineffectual, and that a containment policy would not work. In the same issue, Wolfowitz and Zalmay Khalilzad, then a strategist at the Rand Corporation, published an article that maintained that only the substantial use of military force with the goal of the liberation of Iraq would do the trick. Kristol, Pearl, and their allies were not plotting a conspiracy. They were advocating war in full public view. A month later, the Project for the New American Century, a foreign policy shop headed by Kristol, sent President Clinton a letter urging him to attack Iraq. If Saddam acquired WMDs, they wrote, the safety of American troops in the region, of our friends and allies like Israel and the moderate Arab states, and a significant portion of the world's supply of oil will all be put at hazard. The letter said nothing about bringing democracy to Iraq, or the regime, or what would happen after an invasion. The 18 signatories on the letter included several conservatives who would wind up with positions in the George W. Bush administration, including Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, Pearl, Bolton, Khalilzad, former Pentagon official Richard Armitage, and Iran-Contra veteran Elliott Abrams. By this point, the PNAC, which Kristol had created the previous June, had become the leading advocate for war in Iraq. In its founding statement, the group had called for expansion of the U.S. military so Washington could preserve and extend an international order friendly to our security. That statement had been signed by 25 heavyweight political figures, including Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, and Libby. After Congress passed and Clinton signed into law in the fall of 1998 the Iraq Liberation Act, the advocates of regime change were hardly satisfied, especially when it became clear that neither the Clinton administration nor Congress had any real plan for achieving the goals set out in the law. Nor were they mollified when Clinton, in December 1998, launched bombing strikes on military sites in Iraq, declaring that a Saddam regime in control of WMDs was a risk that could not be tolerated. Explaining these airstrikes, Clinton said, "Our mission is clear: to degrade Saddam's capacity to develop and deliver weapons of mass destruction." Unless Clinton got fully behind the Iraqi opposition, meaning the Iraqi National Congress, and considered sending in U.S. troops, Robert Kagan of the Project for a New American Century wrote in the Weekly Standard, his policy would remain useless. In September 2000, with a neck-and-neck presidential race underway, the PNAC produced a strategy paper that noted that the United States has for decades sought to play a more permanent role in Gulf regional security. While the unresolved conflict with Iraq provides the immediate justification, the need for a substantial American force presence in the Gulf transcends the issue of the regime of Saddam Hussein. Taking out Saddam was about more than taking out Saddam. It was part of the larger strategic vision, expanding the United States' influence and showing its muscle in the Middle East. When the George W. Bush administration took office in January 2001, it was clear to Bush's Treasury Secretary, Paul O'Neill, as he would recount later, that one top-of-the-agenda item was getting rid of Saddam. It's all about finding a way to do it. That was the tone of it. The president saying, "Fine, go find me a way to do this." In the shell-shocked days following 9/11, much of the world was looking for an explanation. At the AEI event, Milroy had one ready. She claimed that al-Qaeda did not have the sophistication and organization to pull off 9/11, and that the group was nothing but a Keystone Cops-like band of terrorists. There's evidence, she asserted, to suggest that Iraq was involved with bin Laden in the 1998 bombing of 2 U.S. embassies in Africa, because those bombings occurred in a certain context. For Milroy, context was evidence. Milroy concluded with a recommendation that all U.S. intelligence on terrorism be scrubbed and re-examined. Such a review, she maintained, would show that al-Qaeda was not a standalone outfit. Instead, Milroy said, a review will conclude that a good bit of the terrorism we have experienced since the Gulf War is merely another phase of the Gulf War, Saddam's part of the Gulf War. After she finished, Wormser remarked, I want to re-emphasize everything Laurie just said. We really do have to begin with Iraq. Ledeen then called on the administration to unleash Chalabi's INC. The debris from the World Trade Center had barely settled and cooled, and Milroy and her allies were already pushing a war to overthrow Saddam. The Milroy-bolstered belief that Saddam was America's #1 enemy also gripped the most senior officials of the Bush administration. Within hours of the al-Qaeda strike, Rumsfeld was asking if Saddam could be targeted as well as Osama bin Laden. The next day, Bush, according to Richard Clarke, pulled him aside in the White House Situation Room and asked him to look for evidence that Saddam had staged 9/11. When Clarke replied, Mr. President, al-Qaeda did this, Bush said, I know, but see if Saddam was involved. Just look. Another counterterrorism official who witnessed the exchange said that Bush was very forceful in his direction to Clarke. After Bush left the room, this official stared straight ahead with mouth wide open and had one thought. This is Wolfowitz. Days later, Clarke sent Rice a detailed memo that concluded there was no compelling case that Iraq had planned the 9/11 attacks. It also said there was no confirmed reporting that bin Laden and Saddam had cooperated on WMDs. During the weeks following 9/11, Wolfowitz acted as if the terror attacks were proof of the theory he and Milroy had advanced for years. After all, if Saddam had been behind the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, it made perfect sense he would have tried again in 2001. At a Camp David meeting of the Cabinet on September 15th, Wolfowitz argued that there was a 10 to 50% chance that Saddam had been part of the 9/11 plot, and he suggested Bush consider attacking Iraq right away, noting a war in Iraq might be easier than one in Afghanistan. On September 17th, he sent Rumsfeld a memo entitled Preventing More Events that maintained that the odds were far better than 1 in 10 that Saddam had been part of the 9/11 conspiracy. He cited the same thesis that Milroy had developed, that Iraq had been behind the 1993 WTC bombing. The next day he fired off a similar memo to his boss. This one bore the ominous title, Were We Asleep?, a suggestion that thousands of Americans were dead because the U.S. government had not perceived the real terrorist threat clearly. Then he dispatched Woolsey to London to find evidence that would back up Milroy. Officials at the Justice Department and CIA dismissed the trip as a wild goose chase. These guys don't give up, one senior Justice Department official said about Wolfowitz and his fellow Milroy advocates. Justice reluctantly assigned a veteran prosecutor to accompany Woolsey on the mission. In London, Woolsey pushed British authorities to turn over more of Abdul Basit's records, which he believed would show that the former student from Pakistan was not Ramzi Youssef. The Brits patiently explained that they had cooperated with the FBI for years on this matter, and that the fingerprint evidence was conclusive. Basit's fingerprints matched those of Youssef's. Woolsey remained unsatisfied. He was being a real pain in the ass, recalled Tyler Drumheller, the CIA's European division chief, who at the time received complaints from the CIA's London station about Woolsey's trip. Another big booster of the Saddam as master terrorist theory was Bush's new counter-terrorism advisor, Wayne Downing, a retired general who once had designed an INC-backed plan for the overthrow of Saddam. In October 2001, Downing, Wolfowitz, and other proponents of a war with Iraq thought they had yet more ammunition for the case against Saddam. A series of deadly anthrax-laced letters had been sent to the Capitol Hill offices of Senator Daschle and Senator Patrick Leahy, and to several newsrooms. Milroy asserted that Saddam was behind the mailings. An early forensic test of the anthrax letters, which was later disputed, appeared to show that the anthrax spores were highly refined and weaponized. To the Iraq hawks, the news was electric. "This is definitely Saddam," Downing shouted to several White House aides. One of these aides later recalled overhearing Downing excitedly sharing the news over the phone with Wolfowitz and Feith. "I had the feeling they were high-fiving each other," the White House official said. The Iraq connection to the anthrax attacks never went anywhere, and Bush did not immediately embrace the advice of Milroy, Wolfowitz, Pearl, and their allies. His first concern was Afghanistan, and on October 7, 2001, he launched military operations against the Taliban regime. But as the Bush administration prosecuted its military campaign in Afghanistan, the prospect of striking Saddam remained a top-drawer item of consideration. On November 21st, 9 days after the fall of Kabul had sent thousands of Taliban and al-Qaeda fighters and supporters fleeing south, Bush took aside Rumsfeld, according to Bob Woodward's plan of attack, and asked him to draw up a fresh war plan for Iraq and to keep it a secret. The hawks who had accepted Milroy's ideas about Saddam and terrorism were moving closer to their objective. In his first State of the Union speech, Bush decried the axis of evil, which in the speech-writing process had begun as a rhetorical attack only on Iraq. And over the next few months there was a steady stream of preparation for war within the Bush administration, but only the occasional leak indicating that a decision had been reached. On February 13, 2002, Knight Ridder reported that President Bush has decided to oust Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein from power and ordered the CIA, the Pentagon, and other agencies to devise a combination of military, diplomatic, and covert steps to achieve that goal. The news service had caught a hint of anabasis. At a press conference in March, Bush declared that Saddam was a dangerous man who possesses the world's most dangerous weapons. All the while, Wolfowitz was championing Milroy's thesis. At a March 17th lunch with England's ambassador to the United States, Christopher Meyer, Wolfowitz tried to convince the British that Iraq was tied to the first World Trade Center attack. And in a June 1st speech delivered at West Point, Bush laid out a grand national security vision and said that he would take preemptive action to defend the nation and to confront the worst threats before they emerge. Strategies of containment or deterrence would no longer be considered sufficient. Iraq seemed to be the case he had in mind. On July 23, 2002, Tony Blair held a meeting with senior members of his government to discuss Iraq. Richard Dearlove, the head of British intelligence, briefed the group on his recent talks in Washington, where he had met with CIA Director George Tenet. The minutes of the meeting recorded his report. Military action was now seen as inevitable. Bush wanted to remove Saddam through military action, justified by the conjunction of terrorism and WMD. But the intelligence and facts were being fixed around the policy. The NSC had no patience with the UN route and no enthusiasm for publishing material on the Iraqi regime's record. There was little discussion in Washington of the aftermath after military action. The memo did not spell out what Dearlove meant when he said the intelligence was being fixed. But at this meeting, Foreign Secretary Jack Straw raised questions about the WMD rationale for war. According to the minutes, Straw noted, "It seemed clear that Bush had made up his mind to take military action, even if the timing was not yet decided. But the case was thin. Saddam was not threatening his neighbors, and his WMD capability was less than that of Libya, North Korea, or Iran." And at the meeting, Defense Secretary Jeff Hoon reported that the U.S. military had prepared several operations for the coming war. 2 days earlier, a British Cabinet Office briefing paper had stated, "A post-war occupation of Iraq could lead to a protracted and costly nation-building exercise. As already made clear, the U.S. military plans are virtually silent on this point." The war, Hoon guessed, would start in January 2003. By now, Laurie Milroy had become a talking head on Iraq, hitting the cable news shows, writing op-eds, talking up her book, and urging war against Saddam. Appearing on CNN on July 31, 2002, she told anchor Aaron Brown that Bush had already decided to get rid of Saddam. She asserted that Bush had ordered the CIA to do it by covert means, but that no one, including the CIA director, expected a secret attempt to overthrow Saddam to succeed. Thus, war was the only option. Fortunately, she noted, there already was a group ready and capable to lead Iraq to democracy following a military invasion: Ahmad Chalabi's Iraqi National Congress. Asked why Bush was committed to removing Saddam, Milroy said it was partly due to Saddam's weapons, and partly it's Saddam's prior support for terrorism, including strong suspicions about Iraq's involvement in 9/11 in the part of the Vice President's office and the Office of the Secretary of Defense. But, Brown interjected, wasn't it the general view within the U.S. intelligence community that Saddam had not been mixed up in 9/11? The CIA's refusal to see the connection, Milroy replied, was an enormous scandal, bigger than Enron. The CIA, she added, was engaged in an enormous cover-up exercise by not, in essence, accepting her theory that Saddam was behind 9/11. No reasonable person, she said, would conclude otherwise. "Honey, will you come into the office next week?" Valerie Wilson, CIA officer. 5. The Niger Caper. John Gibson, a young White House speechwriter, was at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York on September 11, 2002, putting the final touches on the president's UN speech, when he received an urgent phone call on his cell phone. It was his boss, Michael Gerson, who had just been talking to White House communications aide Dan Bartlett. There was a new piece of intelligence that Gibson might be able to throw in the speech. They weren't sure yet. If they didn't use it in the speech, it's something we might leak to the New York Times, Gerson said, according to Gibson. The speechwriter sensed that there was excitement at the White House about this latest nugget. What was it? He asked. Gerson told Gibson to go to a secure line that had been set up at the Waldorf for White House staff and call a National Security Council aide, Robert Joseph. Gibson, who handled many of Bush's national security-related speeches, often worked with Joseph, and they were an odd couple. Gibson was a Democrat. He had been a national security speechwriter in the Clinton White House and stayed on to serve Bush. And he had doubts about a war in Iraq. "I'm not totally there yet," he had told Gerson weeks earlier when his boss had assigned him the UN speech. "Great," Gerson had told him. "Then you're probably the perfect person to write the speech. If you can convince yourself, you can convince the country." Joseph, the NSC Special Assistant for Proliferation Issues, was the last person who needed convincing. A tough, hardline conservative academic known for his skeptical views about arms control and international diplomacy, Joseph had a reputation for pushing evidence related to Iraq as far as it could possibly go. Joseph, one colleague later recalled, was quick to see the darkness where others might see dusk. When Gibson reached Joseph that day, the NSC aide had what seemed to be important new evidence of Iraqi darkness. Saddam, Joseph said, had been attempting to obtain a massive amount of yellow-cake uranium in Africa. Gibson immediately realized what that meant. It was the worst-case scenario. Saddam was looking to enrich uranium for a nuclear bomb. For all his qualms about a war against Iraq, Gibson considered it his job to craft the most compelling case he could, and a charge like this would make the president's speech much more convincing. As Gibson worked on the speech, Joseph and the NSC sent a message to the CIA asking the agency to clear the use of 3 sentences. And we also know this. Within the past few years, Iraq has resumed efforts to obtain large quantities of a type of uranium oxide known as yellow cake, which is an essential ingredient of this uranium enrichment process. The regime was caught trying to purchase 500 metric tons of this material. It takes about 10 tons to produce enough enriched uranium for a single nuclear weapon. "Go ahead," the CIA replied, suggesting that the words "up to" be placed before 500 metric tons. That day, Joseph and Gibson conferred several times about how to insert the yellow cake charge into the UN speech. Joseph even faxed to Gibson the language that had been cleared by the CIA. But at the end of the day, the CIA wasn't comfortable with Bush issuing this allegation in public. The information had come from a single foreign source. It had not been confirmed. It was not solid enough for a presidential speech. The CIA wanted it out. "Strike it," Joseph said, and Gibson did. The president did not refer to Iraq's alleged uranium shopping in his UN speech. The White House had been warned not to use it, and had heeded the warning. It was the first of several such warnings. But Bush's eventual use of this allegation in the 2003 State of the Union address would epitomize his administration's determination to deploy any evidence it could to justify the invasion of Iraq, even disputed information produced by bizarre circumstances. The yellow cake episode would blow up into a scandal that would bedevil the White House and lead to a criminal investigation of the president's top aides. But nothing was stranger than how it began, with the intrigues of a shadowy, for-profit intelligence operator in Rome with a name straight out of a spy movie. Rocco Martino was the sort of character who resides at the fringes of the intelligence world. A one-time Italian military police officer, Martino was a dapper, well-dressed, silver-haired, mustachioed fellow who described himself as an international security consultant. In reality, he was a snitch. He collected and peddled documents to businesses and to journalists, and to intelligence agencies, for which he occasionally was an informer. That included SISMI, the Italian military intelligence agency. As Martino himself would tell Carlo Bonini, a journalist for La Repubblica, "That's my métier. I sell information. And not just for the Italians. I worked for the French, but I worked for SISMI as well," he once told another Italian paper, Il Giornale. "I made a double, triple game." And this professional informant had a checkered past. In 1985, according to court records unearthed by La Repubblica, Martino was arrested in Italy for extortion. In 1993, he was arrested in Germany for possessing stolen checks. Martino's chief contact at SISMI was Colonel Antonio Nucera, an old friend and deputy chief of the spy agency's counter-proliferation division. As Martino would later recount to an Italian prosecutor, Nucera, in 1999, put him in touch with a longtime SISMI source who worked as a clerk at the Niger embassy, an elusive figure who would become known in the Italian press as La Signora. Eventually, her real name would be identified as Laura Montini, and she would at one point deny to reporters that she even knew Rocco Martino. Nucera suggested that La Signora, an Italian woman in her 60s, could be helpful to Martino. "And maybe she could bring out of the embassy some interesting material for you," Nucera had said, according to Martino. Nucera's motivation in setting up Martino with La Signora was, like much of this tale, puzzling. Nucera later said he had merely been trying to help a SISMI asset, La Signora, make some extra money. But it is also possible the Italian spy master was steering his friend Martino toward politically useful material that some SISMI officials wanted publicly disseminated, without being directly involved. The strange twists of the Martino saga prompted such conjecture. Was it mere coincidence that the Sesame officer in charge of WMDs would lead Martino to documents, which would turn out to be fraudulent, detailing a uranium deal involving Iraq? Martino began meeting La Signora in early 2000 and plying her with gifts. A box of chocolate for her birthday, a fancy watch, some perfume. She later told Italian investigators that she first assumed that Martino was courting her, but news accounts noted that Martino had paid her a monthly fee. She, in turn, fed Martino documents from inside the Niger embassy. After the pair had been working together for months, something odd happened. Early on New Year's Day 2001, a break-in occurred at the offices of the Niger embassy. 2 days later, the embassy's second secretary reported the theft to the police. A few file cabinets had been broken into. A watch and 2 bottles of perfume were missing. Also, some Niger government letterhead, stationery, and official stamps were gone. The police report was circulated to foreign governments. Spy agencies keep an eye on embassy break-ins. An analyst at the CIA subsequently recalled seeing a brief item on the break-in at the time and thinking, wonder what that's about. The culprits were never apprehended. Italian police later suspected that the break-in had been staged to create a false explanation for how Martino would soon come into possession of documents bearing the stationery and stamps of the Niger embassy, which would mean that someone was trying to provide cover for Martino or La Signora. But who? And for what purpose? The robbery was yet another mystery in a murky saga that encouraged fanciful speculations. Niger, a landlocked, drought-ridden nation of 12 million in the sub-Sahara desert, is one of the poorest countries in the world. It has one principal economic product, a vast store of uranium deposits. Not surprisingly, most of the documents La Signora slipped to Martino concerned uranium deals, real and potential, including one in China. At one point, according to a statement La Signora later gave to an Italian magistrate, Martino told her that if she could produce documents showing Iraq had tried to obtain uranium from Niger, such papers could be sold for a lot of money. Whether Martino knew it or not, Western intelligence services had a specific reason to watch for a possible Niger-Iraq connection. In February 1999, Wissam al-Zahawi, the Iraqi ambassador to the Vatican, had visited Niger and 3 other African countries. The trip was officially an effort by the Iraqi diplomat to encourage African leaders to visit Baghdad and perhaps re-establish commercial relations, an obvious attempt to undermine the UN sanctions imposed on Iraq. Zahawi had an hour-long chat with Nigerian President Ibrahim Bare Mainasara. Years later, Zahawi claimed that all the two had talked about was the Iraqis' invitation to Bare and the sanctions on Iraq. During my visit to all 4 African countries, not once did I hear the word uranium mentioned. Bare warmly welcomed the invitation and promised to visit Baghdad, Zahawi recalled. But the Nigerian president was assassinated a few months later. Zahawi's trip to Niger was duly noted by U.S. and European spy services. Coincidentally or not, Zahawi himself was a figure of interest to the CIA and its Western partners, according to the CIA's Tyler Drumheller. The CIA suspected that Zahawi was disenchanted with Saddam's regime, and thus might be open to recruitment by the agency or another Western intelligence service. In the course of his dealings with La Signora, Martino obtained telexes, memos, and letters, some of which mentioned Zahawi, that purportedly showed that Iraq and Niger had signed a deal in July 2000 for Niger to sell Saddam's regime 500 tons of yellowcake uranium. There was also another document in the batch that chronicled a seemingly bizarre meeting of officials from Iran, Iraq, and other nations who had gathered to discuss creating a global support military alliance of rogue states. This weird memo would subsequently become a key clue for one sharp-eyed U.S. official trying to unravel the mystery of the Niger deal. Years later, the FBI would conclude that La Signora, with the assistance of the Niger embassy's first counselor, Zakaria Yau Maiga, had forged the papers and then passed them along to Martino to sell to his intelligence agency contacts. It was a financial scam, a senior FBI official familiar with the Bureau's investigation said in 2006. This was concocted by La Signora, the guy at the embassy, and Martino. But the Bureau could not rule out any involvement by Nucera and Sismi, the Italian intelligence service, in the forgery scheme. The FBI's investigation was limited, a senior Bureau official said. Its agents were unable to question Nucera, Martino, or Maiga. The FBI had no means to compel foreigners to testify in this sort of inquiry. There were no definitive conclusions on whether there had been any Sismi participation, another senior FBI official said. Some FBI officials familiar with the case would still wonder whether elements of Sismi might have, for their own reasons, assisted in the caper. Years later, Martino, when talking to La Repubblica, claimed that Sismi wanted me to pass the documents of the Niger dossier on to the Allied intelligence, but at the same time they didn't want anyone to know of their involvement in the operation. Considering Martino's track record and the fact that he had given varying accounts to different news organizations, his credibility was open to question. Sismi denied this charge. Another fact that fueled speculation about Sismi's role was a visit by Niccolo Polari, the Sismi director, to Washington on September 9, 2002, during which he met with Deputy National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley. This was 2 days before the NSC asked the CIA to approve proposed speech language for Bush using the Niger charge. An NSC spokesperson said that this had been a courtesy meeting and the issue of Niger had not come up. Whether Sismi had anything to do with the creation of the fraudulent documents, the Italian spy agency, directed by appointees of the conservative and pro-American Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi, ended up with copies of these papers in the weeks after 9/11. The Italian intelligence service then shared the information contained in these papers with its partners in American and British intelligence. As was customary among intelligence services, neither the CIA nor MI6 revealed to the other the source of the intelligence it had received on this troubling Iraq-Niger yellow cake deal. So neither service knew that each had gotten its intelligence on Iraq's worrisome procurement of uranium in Africa from the same poisoned tree, a questionable, hustling, down-on-his-luck, shadowy operator who had hooked up with a conniving Italian clerk-turned-forger. From this point, their con job would take on a life of its own. The first sketchy report on the Iraq-Niger uranium sale was cabled by Sismi to the CIA's Operations Directorate on October 15, 2001. Initially, American intelligence analysts were not impressed by the report. CIA, Energy Department, and DIA analysts all considered the allegation possible, though short on details. The State Department's INR thought such a deal was unlikely because a French consortium tightly controlled Niger's uranium industry. Still, the CIA put out a senior executive intelligence brief stating that according to an unidentified foreign intelligence service, Niger, as of early that year, planned to send several tons of uranium to Iraq under a deal signed the year before. But there was no corroboration, the CIA cautioned. A month later, on November 20, 2001, the U.S. ambassador in Niger, Barbara Owens Kirkpatrick, sent a cable to Washington from her embassy in Niamey. The head of the French-led consortium in Niger had assured her there was no possibility that Niger had diverted any of the approximately 3,000 tons of yellow cake produced annually in its 2 uranium mines. That could have been the end of it. But in early February 2002, the CIA got what seemed to be fresh information from Sismi, a verbatim text of the supposed Iraq-Niger yellow cake agreement, showing that the deal was not for several tons, as originally reported, but for a staggering 500 tons. This was more alarming, and the report's specificity seemed to impress some intelligence analysts. The CIA's Operations Directorate assured agency analysts that the information had come from a very credible source. But a State Department analyst strongly doubted the transaction, even more so because of its size. 500 tons was about 1/6 the total annual output of Niger's uranium mines, hardly a small on-the-side diversion. In any case, no one within the intelligence community bothered to ask the Italians to see an actual copy of the Iraq-Niger contract. Nevertheless, the DIA distributed a report on February 12, 2002, with an unambiguous title. Niamey signed an agreement to sell 500 tons of uranium a year to Baghdad. The report landed on Dick Cheney's desk. The Vice President was ever on the watch for any scrap of intelligence that would confirm his worst suspicions about Iraq's WMDs, especially its nuclear weapons program. And a revived Iraqi nuclear program would be the most powerful argument to justify the overthrow of Saddam. As soon as he read the DIA report on Niger, Cheney asked his daily morning briefer from the CIA to follow up. He wanted to know what the agency could tell him about the Niger matter. The CIA snapped to. On learning of the Vice President's interest, WINPAC, the agency's analytical shop dealing with unconventional weapons, immediately circulated a memo cautioning that the report lacked crucial details and that the U.S. Embassy in Niger had obtained information undermining the allegation. At the same time, though, WINPAC sent word to the DO's Counter-Proliferation Division that the Vice President had been intrigued by the Niger report. This was a big deal, recalled a CPD official. A call from the Vice President's office makes you feel important. The young staffer who took this call was practically shaking with excitement. In response to the query from Cheney's office, the Counter-Proliferation Division began considering how it could unearth more details about the purported uranium deal that had caught Cheney's attention. Fortunately, or so it seemed at the time, the operations chief of the division's Joint Task Force on Iraq, Valerie Wilson, was married to a former U.S. ambassador who was something of an expert on African uranium. The CPD could turn to him for help. Joseph Wilson IV was no quiet diplomat. He was brash and confident, smooth but blunt, with a flair for the dramatic and a fondness for cigars. He came from an old California family of well-established Republicans, one governor, one congressman. His parents were expatriate journalists and authors who dragged Wilson and his brother across Europe in his teenage years. Wilson graduated from the University of California at Santa Barbara in 1971. He escaped the Vietnam draft when the Nixon administration temporarily suspended it. He became a carpenter and a ski and surf bum. He married the first of what would be 3 wives, Valerie was the third, and in 1975 he passed the Foreign Service examination and was offered a job at the State Department. Citing his knowledge of French, he suggested a posting in France. Instead, his rookie assignment was to the former French colony of Niger. Wilson first garnered headlines for defying Saddam Hussein during the run-up to the First Persian Gulf War. At the time, Wilson was deputy chief of mission in the Baghdad embassy and acting ambassador, and he engaged in a months-long standoff with Saddam Hussein that produced one notable stunt. The Iraqis were demanding that the U.S. Embassy force American citizens who had taken refuge at the U.S. ambassador's residence to register at an Iraqi government office. Failure to comply was punishable by death. With 125 Americans already held hostage by the Iraqi government, Wilson refused to turn over the 40 Americans under his protection, and he appeared at an off-the-record press conference wearing a hangman's noose. "If Saddam wants to execute me for keeping Americans from being taken hostage, I will bring my own fucking rope," he told the journalists, one of whom reported the event. Wilson's tenure in Baghdad and his efforts to protect the hostages won him praise from President George H.W. Bush. He received kind words from conservative newspaper columnists Roland Evans and Robert Novak. Wilson, they wrote in a 1990 column, shows the stuff of heroism. But it wasn't Wilson's past heroic deeds that interested the officers of the CIA's Counter-Proliferation Division in the winter of 2002. When Wilson was a junior diplomatic officer in Niger in the 1970s, the U.S. Embassy was tracking the growth of Niger's uranium industry. As ambassador to Gabon, another uranium-producing African nation in the mid-1990s, he had again paid attention to the uranium business, and when Wilson was chief of the Africa desk at the National Security Council in 1997 and 1998, his portfolio included the continent's uranium trade, and he maintained frequent contact with Nigerian officials. Now retired from the government and pursuing a career in international finance, Wilson was probably as familiar with both the Niger government and the uranium business as anyone in Washington. There later would be a heated dispute over how much of a role Valerie Wilson played in CPD's decision to dispatch her husband to Niger. A Senate Intelligence Committee report would note that Valerie Wilson suggested his name for the trip and pointed to a memo she had written stating that her husband had good relations with both the PM, Prime Minister, and the former Minister of Mines. Wilson would insist his wife had merely been the conduit for a message from a colleague in her office asking if he would be willing to come by and talk about Niger's uranium industry. Valerie Wilson would tell friends that she had written an email, not a memo, to the Counter-Proliferation Division's deputy chief explaining her husband's qualifications only after a CPD officer had approached her and asked if her husband might be willing to help out the agency. The CIA had no officers in Niger. The CPD officer knew that Joe Wilson had done this sort of work before. In 1999, after Valerie Wilson mentioned to her superiors that her husband was planning a business trip to Niger, the CPD asked if Wilson would be willing, while he was in Niger, to ask his contacts there about A.Q. Khan, the Pakistani nuclear scientist who was running a secret international proliferation network. The CIA had picked up intelligence indicating a possible Niger connection involving Khan. Wilson agreed to do so, but returned with no fresh information on the subject. When Valerie Wilson's colleague inquired in 2002 if Wilson could help on the latest Niger matter, this mother of two-year-old twins was not especially eager to have her husband trek to Niger for no pay. "Just see if he'll come in to talk to us," her fellow CPD officer asked. Valerie Wilson would later tell a friend, "My supervisor said, why don't we set up a meeting and have Joe come in? My job was to go home and say, honey, will you come into the office next week?" On February 19, 2002, Joseph Wilson made the 10-minute drive from the Wilsons' Washington townhouse across the Potomac to Langley to discuss Niger and uranium with assorted analysts. Valerie met him at the front entrance of CIA headquarters and escorted him to a basement meeting room. People were filing in when Wilson arrived, and he later recalled he asked his wife, "Why don't you stay?" According to Wilson, she said, "No, this is not my thing. I have my own work to do." Later, once this session had become a matter of controversy, Valerie Wilson told friends that she had merely introduced her husband to the assembled analysts and officers and then left. But Douglas Rohn, an INR Africa analyst who attended the meeting, afterward wrote what would become a fateful memo that noted that the session was apparently convened by Valerie Wilson. His one-page report made it seem as if she indeed had been responsible for the meeting and for the mission that would follow. But years later, Rohn said that he had arrived after it had started and really didn't understand who had done the organization work for the meeting. He explained that he had used the word apparently in his memo because he hadn't been sure who had actually initiated the gathering. Valerie Wilson was not there when he entered. "I have never met her," he said. Rohn, who wrote the only known account of the meeting, acknowledged that his memo may have created a misimpression about Valerie Wilson's involvement. In the meeting, Joe Wilson was told that a report of a uranium sale from Niger to Iraq had caught Cheney's eye. He shared with the CIA officers present what he knew of the uranium industry in Niger and the Nigerian officials who would have been in power at the time of the supposed Niger-Iraq agreement. He told them that the former Minister of Mines, who was overseeing the uranium business during the alleged sale, was a friend of his. Wilson was skeptical of the report, especially given its vague sourcing. Rohn, the INR analyst, was more dismissive. Rohn was a career Foreign Service officer who, like Wilson, had spent years serving in Africa, including one stint in the 1990s as Deputy Chief of Mission in Niger. And according to his memo, he pointed out that a 500-ton deal meant that twice a year 25 semi-tractor-trailer loads of yellow cake would have to be driven down roads where one seldom sees even a bush taxi. In other words, it would be very hard to hide such a shipment, and temperatures of up to 130 degrees Fahrenheit, drifting sands, and wear and tear on the vehicles would make such a trip difficult in the extreme. Rohn added that the French appeared to have control of the entire mining, milling, and transportation process, and would seem to have little interest in selling uranium to the Iraqis. He gently noted that the U.S. Embassy in Niamey had good contacts with the government, and that Ambassador Owens Kirkpatrick was a confidant of the country's president. He also, a little less gently, made the point that the U.S. Embassy in Niger was a reliable interlocutor and could be trusted to protect U.S. interests. Rohn was saying that there was no need for the CIA to send Wilson. The U.S. Embassy in Niamey and the State Department had the situation covered. At the end of the meeting, Wilson was asked if he might be willing to travel to Niger and check out the yellow cake allegation. Given Rohn's objection and Wilson's own skepticism, why would the CPD even bother? The best explanation was Cheney. That is, the division was eager to do whatever it could in response to a request from the vice president. Wilson told the CIA officers he was game, but according to his own later account, he reminded them he was hardly a low-profile guy, especially in Africa. Shortly after the meeting, the CPD officially requested that Wilson make the trip for the agency. Wilson agreed to go on a pro bono basis with the CIA covering his expenses. He was granted an operational security clearance up to the secret level. He was not asked to sign a confidentiality agreement. He set off for Niamey in late February. One CIA official later recalled thinking how pathetic it was that the agency, which had shut down many of its African stations in the 1990s, had no sources of its own in Niger, and that it had to turn to a retired diplomat who would end up talking to the same sort of people the ambassador had already contacted. "What's this going to get us?" the agency official remembered thinking at the time. It took Wilson 5 days to reach Niamey. 2 days before he arrived, the president of Niger had told Ambassador Owens Kirkpatrick and the visiting General Carleton Fulford, the deputy commander of the U.S. European Command, that his goal was to keep Niger's uranium in safe hands. Once in Niger, Wilson met with Owens Kirkpatrick, and she asked him to talk only to former Nigerian officials and private sector officials, not any current government officials. The ambassador didn't want any CIA emissary mucking around on her turf. Wilson went about talking to his contacts, former officials, Nigerian business people, European expatriates, international aid workers. He confirmed what he already knew. The uranium consortium was strictly regulated, and most of the uranium produced was for use in the nuclear energy plants of the countries represented by the French-led consortium. The yellow cake from Niger was not sold on the open market. It was mined in amounts determined by the needs of the consortium members. A significant boost in production to cover the 500 tons mentioned in the supposed Niger-Iraq deal would have been, Wilson subsequently noted, absolutely impossible to hide. And any such sale would have required multiple levels of approval from the Nigerian bureaucracy, going all the way up to the Prime Minister. A secret sale, Wilson saw, would have been difficult too, for it would have required the movement of thousands of barrels. Former Prime Minister Ibrahim Mayaki, who had led the nation from 1997 to 1999, shortly before the deal was supposedly signed, told Wilson that he knew of no such accord between Niger and Iraq. Mayaki, however, did say that at an Organization of African Unity meeting in 1999, a Nigerian businessman had approached him and asked him to talk to an Iraqi delegation about expanding trade between the two nations. Mayaki interpreted this to mean the delegation might be interested in discussing uranium sales. Mayaki told Wilson that he had met briefly with a member of the Iraqi delegation. But, aware of the UN sanctions on Iraq, Mayaki insisted he had avoided any substantive conversation. In his book, The Politics of Truth, Wilson noted he had spoken to Mayaki again in early 2004, and the former Prime Minister told Wilson he now recalled the identity of the Iraqi with whom he had met at the OAU meeting. Mohammed Saeed al-Sahaf, also known as Baghdad Bob, Saddam's reality-denying information minister at the time of the U.S. invasion. While watching television before the invasion, Mayaki had recognized al-Sahaf. After 8 days in Niger, Wilson concluded there was nothing to support the charge that Iraq had either sought or obtained the yellow cake. While Wilson was in Niger, the State Department's INR produced a report drafted by Rohn entitled, "Niger, Sale of Uranium to Iraq is Unlikely." It spelled out the multiple reasons to doubt the deal, including the fact that Niger was heavily dependent on foreign aid and would not risk jeopardizing its good relations with Washington by permitting such a transaction. A payoff from Iraq of $50 million or even $100 million would not make up for what would be lost if the donor community turned off the taps to Niger, Rohn wrote. The INR called the original intelligence a report of questionable credibility. Its paper was sent to the White House Situation Room and to various embassies in Africa and around the world. A summation of this report was forwarded to Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage. But Cheney hadn't forgotten about the first intriguing DIA report of a Niger-Iraq deal. In early March, he asked his morning CIA briefer a second time about the Niger uranium matter. In response, WinPAC sent an update to Cheney's briefer, noting that the Niger government had said it was doing everything possible to guarantee that its uranium wasn't heading toward any nuclear weapons programs. WinPAC's update reported that the Italian service was unable to provide new information, but continues to assess that its source is reliable. WinPAC also told Cheney's briefer that the CIA would soon be debriefing a source who may have information related to the alleged sale, a reference to Joseph Wilson. On March 5th, 2 CIA officers debriefed Wilson at his home. Valerie Wilson didn't take part in the session. The former ambassador summarized his discussions with the ex-Nigerian leaders and explained his view that a uranium deal of this kind would be nearly impossible to pull off. One of the CIA officers wrote up a report and sent it to a colleague, who, as often happens in the intelligence community, rewrote the report. The rewritten report was then disseminated within the intelligence community. DO officials made sure to tell WinPAC analysts about the report because they knew, as a Senate intelligence report later noted, the high priority of the issue. The report noted Wilson's judgment that it was unlikely such a uranium sale could have taken place. But it also included what Wilson had heard from Mayaki, the former prime minister, about the 1999 overture from an Iraqi delegation looking to talk about reestablishing commercial relations. CIA analysts, according to a report of the Senate Intelligence Committee, considered Wilson's information nothing startling. They hadn't expected the Nigerians to acknowledge such a deal had been signed. Moreover, the analysts focused on the part about an Iraqi representative having sounded out the Nigerian prime minister about expanded commercial relations in 1999. They thought this could be indirect confirmation of the Italian reporting, even though the Italian report had said the uranium transaction was a done deal. The CIA didn't brief Cheney on Wilson's trip. Wilson assumed his report would be conveyed to Cheney. After all, it was Cheney who had asked the question that had led to Wilson's trip. But about this time, Cheney took off for an important trip to the Middle East to line up regional support for a confrontation with Saddam. Having heard nothing definitive from the agency, he seemingly lost interest in, or simply forgot about, the Niger deal. After the debriefing at his house, Wilson would have no more official contact with the CIA for a year and a half. At some point, Rocco Martino, who was trying to sell his hot and bogus documents on the Iraq-Niger uranium transaction, approached his contacts at the DGSE, the French intelligence service. Martino had previously attempted to peddle to the French information apparently obtained from SISMI on matters related to Bosnia and Kosovo. It was information the French service had already received directly from SISMI via official channels for free, so when Martino came knocking with papers on a secret Niger-Iraq yellowcake agreement, French intelligence was skeptical and a bit worried. Niger was a former French colony, and a French corporation led the international consortium that managed Niger's tightly controlled uranium industry. If the documents were authentic, French executives would be implicated in a massive illicit scheme. DGSE officials even wondered if someone was trying to set France up. Martino wanted a lot of money for the material, recalled Alain Chouet, a deputy director of the French intelligence service. The going price for this sort of freelance intelligence was about $100,000, but the DGSE talked Martino down, paid him a small amount for a sample, and then quickly concluded the documents were phony. It was no deal, Chouet said. We dropped the whole thing. Back at the CIA, the grounds for disbelieving the Italian report grew stronger, or should have, partly because of the DGSE. That summer, the French service received a request from the CIA for any information it could provide about a possible uranium deal between Iraq and Niger. The DGSE had already sent Martino packing, according to Chouet, but to reassure the Americans, the DGSE dispatched a team to Niger to determine if there had been any diversion to Iraq of uranium from the French-controlled mines. The team's report was conclusive. There was nothing to the allegation. Our answer was that the information was not reliable at all, and probably based on faked intelligence, Chouet subsequently said. DGSE officials considered the case closed. So too did Bill Murray, the CIA station chief in Paris. He had been sending report after report to Langley dismissing the whole idea. He finally wrote one frustrating cable that asked, "Do you want me to send a weekly report that the Eiffel Tower is still standing as well?" But the White House kept pushing. Barely 2 weeks after the CIA had blocked the Niger claim from being inserted into Bush's UN speech, White House aides looking to fortify the Iraq nuclear case got a boost from the United Kingdom. On September 24, 2002, Tony Blair's government, in a major media event, released its own white paper on Iraq and WMDs. The document claimed that Blair's government possessed significant information on Iraq's WMDs obtained from secret intelligence sources. This secret intelligence supposedly showed that Saddam was making progress in his WMD programs and that he was ready to use WMDs. Specifically, the paper said that Saddam was producing chemical and biological weapons, that he was developing mobile biological weapons labs, and that he possessed biological and chemical weapons that were deployable within 45 minutes. The intelligence on the 45-minute claim was so iffy that the CIA had rejected it. Tenet privately referred to it as shit, but it had the desired effect. Brits 45 Mins from Doom, screamed the headlines in one London tabloid, which ran an article suggesting that British bases in Cyprus could be blown away by Saddam's WMDs at any time. The white paper tracked with the White House's key allegations. Saddam had covertly sought equipment for a nuclear weapons program, a reference to the aluminum tubes. He was developing long-range missiles that could carry WMDs. He had tried to turn a jet trainer into an unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, that could carry chemical and biological weapons a long distance. But the British also declared that Saddam had sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa. The British report did note that there was no definitive intelligence indicating that the 60,000 aluminum tubes sought by Iraq were destined for a nuclear weapons program, and that the British Joint Intelligence Committee judged that while sanctions remain effective, Iraq would not be able to produce a nuclear weapon. The White House, which had just been warned off the same claim by the CIA, now jumped on this new uranium shopping in Africa charge. At his daily White House press briefing, Press Secretary Ari Fleischer was asked if the British paper contained anything new and noteworthy. He pointed to two conclusions: that Saddam had unconventional weapons that could be launched within 45 minutes, and that he had been seeking to procure uranium in Africa. That was new information, Fleischer said, adding, "We agree with their findings." Following the release of the British White Paper, Bush ratcheted up the rhetoric. Each passing day could be the one on which the Iraqi regime gives anthrax or VX, nerve gas, or someday a nuclear weapon to a terrorist ally, he declared at a White House ceremony on September 26th. 2 days later, in his weekly radio address, Bush said that Saddam could launch a biological or chemical attack in as little as 45 minutes, despite the CIA's rejection of this dramatic charge. He reported that he had spoken with both Democratic and Republican members of Congress, and that we are united in our determination to confront this urgent threat to America. He said that an agreement was near regarding the congressional resolution he was seeking from Congress. Indeed, the day the British White Paper came out, Daschle had said, "Republicans and Democrats are prepared to give the benefit of the doubt under these circumstances to the administration." The Niger charge was now fully in play, and would soon take on a significance that George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Joe Wilson, and Rocco Martino could never have imagined. Are you sure Elvis wasn't there also? 9/11 Commission investigator. 6. The Secret Diggers. On September 16, 2002, a pair of dogged Pentagon researchers arrived at the White House to deliver an unusual briefing. The audience was high-level. Scooter Libby, Cheney's chief of staff, and Stephen Hadley, the deputy national security advisor. The researchers were from a small unit dubbed the Iraqi Intelligence Cell that had been created by Undersecretary of Defense Douglas Feith, Rumsfeld's loyal policy chief. They had spent months combing through raw intelligence reports and uncovering patterns that they believed had eluded the rest of the U.S. intelligence community. And they had turned all these data into a classified slideshow designed to make one large point. Saddam Hussein's regime had a far more extensive relationship with Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda than the CIA had acknowledged. There had been, one of their slides asserted, nearly 24 high-level contacts between Iraqi officials and al-Qaeda operatives dating back more than a decade. Another slide claimed that there had been multiple areas of cooperation, and the Feith team reported that Saddam's intelligence service had played a facilitation role in the September 11th attacks. An Iraqi intelligence agent, the briefing said, had ordered that funds be disbursed to one of the hijackers. If that was not a reason for war, what would be? The most important part of their case was a supposed meeting between Mohammed Atta, the lead 9/11 hijacker, and an Iraqi intelligence agent in Prague in April 2001. This allegation was not new. It had been examined and dissected for nearly a year, both within the U.S. intelligence community and by the media. William Safire, the conservative New York Times columnist, had written about it frequently, calling the Prague meeting an undisputed fact. Laurie Milroy and James Woolsey had also cited it. Dick Cheney, when asked whether Saddam was connected to 9/11, had referred to the meeting repeatedly. It's been pretty well confirmed that Atta did go to Prague, and he did meet with a senior official of the Iraqi intelligence service. He insisted during a December 9, 2001 appearance on Meet the Press. And 8 days before the Feith team's briefing for Libby and Hadley, Cheney had raised it again on Meet the Press, the same show on which he had touted the aluminum tubes. We have reporting that places him, Atta, in Prague with a senior Iraq intelligence official a few months before the attack on the World Trade Center, Cheney told Tim Russert. "What does the CIA say about that?" Russert asked. "Is it credible?" "It's credible," the vice president replied. "But, you know, I think a way to put it would be it's unconfirmed at this point." But Cheney had been disingenuous. The CIA and the FBI had already concluded that the meeting had probably never taken place. Yet that hadn't stopped Feith's briefers from presenting the Atta charge to Libby and Hadley as if it had been fully confirmed. One of their slides declared, as fact, that Atta had visited the Iraqi Intelligence Service office in Prague at least twice, in June 2000 and again in 2001, on April 8th and 9th, and met with Ahmed Khalil Ibrahim Samir al-Ani, the Iraqi intelligence chief of station. Atta, according to the slide, had also reportedly met with the Iraqi chargé d'affaires in Prague, and al-Ani had ordered the Iraqi intelligence finance officer in Prague to issue funds to Atta. Finally, the slide stated, several workers at the Prague airport had identified Atta after September 11th and remember him traveling with his brother, Farhan Atta. The Feith team could not say what Atta and Ani had discussed, had they met. There were no eyewitness accounts or tape recordings. There was no telling if the supposed meeting had been about 9/11. Still, the idea that Atta might have secretly rendezvoused with Iraqi intelligence was explosive, and much easier to comprehend than Laurie Milroy's convoluted hypothesis about there being two Ramzi Youssefs. Feith's slideshow, especially the Atta portion, was a hit at the White House. The following day, a Feith aide reported to Wolfowitz that the briefing went very well and generated further interest from Mr. Hadley and Mr. Libby. Hadley and Libby, the aide said, had requested more information, including a chronology of Atta's travels. But Feith's slideshow left out plenty of information, such as all the material that had been dug up by the FBI and the CIA about the Atta in Prague allegation. After thorough investigations, agency and bureau officials doubted that Atta had even been in Prague at the time of the alleged meeting. There was not a scrap of reliable evidence that any Iraqi finance officer had passed money to Atta, and Atta, the son of an Egyptian attorney, could not have been spotted at the Prague airport with his brother. In fact, he had no brother. 2 days after 9/11, FBI agents in Cairo sent in a report noting that Atta had 2 sisters and mentioning no male siblings. Later, Terry McDermott, a Los Angeles Times reporter, traveled to Cairo and met with Atta's father, mother, and sisters for research on his book, Perfect Soldiers, The Hijackers, Who They Were, Why They Did It. McDermott inspected all available public records, including birth certificates of members of Atta's family. There are many things I'm not sure of, but one thing I am, McDermott told the authors in May 2006, there's no brother. As one 9/11 Commission investigator later commented about the Feith team's slideshow, "Are you sure Elvis wasn't there also?" Feith's exploitation of the Atta in Prague allegation was a case of true believers twisting skimpy intelligence reports to create illusions of proof. In the chaotic days after September 11th, the CIA put out an urgent all-points bulletin to Allied intelligence services, asking for whatever information they had that could shed any light, no matter how faint, on the hijackings. Czech intelligence, as it happened, received an intriguing report from an informant inside the Middle Eastern community. The informant said he had seen Atta's pictures in the paper and thought he had spotted the same man 5 months earlier with al-Ani outside the Iraqi embassy. The Czech service passed along its informant's claim to the CIA. The Czechs also soon forwarded a surveillance photo taken outside the Iraqi embassy that day that showed an unidentified Middle Eastern-looking man who, they suggested, might have been the 9/11 hijacker. "We knew right away that's not Atta," said one U.S. counterterrorism official who examined the photo when it arrived at Langley. "The guy in the photo was bigger, a broad-shouldered guy in a leather jacket. He looked sort of like an Albanian thug. Atta was a little scrawny guy. There's no way it was Atta." The FBI and CIA technical labs analyzed the photo. They enlarged the image, scrutinized it, and compared it to all available shots of Atta. These labs tended not to issue definitive judgments, so they did not conclusively rule out the possibility that the unidentified fellow in the picture was Atta. Yet both the Bureau and the agency's photo analysts reported that this person was probably not the 9/11 hijacker. Still, the slight wiggle room in their conclusion allowed Atta in Prague proponents, including those in the Vice President's office and the Pentagon, to hang on to this uncorroborated single-source claim. The FBI dug deeper. Agents reviewing Atta's travel records saw that he had left the United States twice in 2001. In January to confer with Ramzi bin al-Shibh, his terrorist accomplice in Germany, and in July to meet bin al-Shibh in Spain. On both occasions, Atta traveled under his own name with his own passport. The Bureau couldn't find evidence that he had ever used an alias or that he had left the United States any time in April when the supposed Prague meeting occurred. On April 4, 2001, 5 days before his alleged rendezvous with Al-Ani, Atta had been photographed by a surveillance camera cashing an $8,000 check at a bank in Virginia Beach, Virginia. On April 11th, Atta and another of the September 11th hijackers, Marwan al-Shihi, had leased an apartment in Coral Springs, Florida. In between, on April 6th, 9th, 10th, and 11th, Atta's cell phone was repeatedly used to make phone calls in Florida. There was not one substantiated fact that indicated Atta had been in Prague on April 9th, or any time in 2001. We looked at this real hard because, obviously, if it were true, it would be huge, one senior U.S. law enforcement official told Newsweek at the end of April 2002. But nothing has matched up. Wolfowitz, though, refused to let go of the Atta in Prague charge. In the summer of 2002, he summoned to his office Pasquale D'Amuro, the chief of FBI counterterrorism, and a senior agent to grill both about the Atta photograph and the Prague story. Questioning the pair intensely, he forced the FBI officials to admit that the FBI couldn't account for Atta's precise whereabouts every day of the week of the purported Prague meeting. So, Wolfowitz persisted, wasn't it theoretically possible that Atta had hastily flown out of the United States under an alias, had a short visit with Al-Ani in Prague, and then quickly returned to America to continue his 9/11 plotting? Yes, it was possible. Anything was possible, the FBI officials told the Deputy Defense Secretary, according to a law enforcement colleague of theirs. That was all Wolfowitz and his allies inside Feith's shop needed. If it was possible, it was believable. The White House would never officially embrace the Atta in Prague charge, yet Cheney and others would continue to refer to the unconfirmed meeting as a reason to suspect that Saddam had been connected to 9/11. CIA officers and FBI agents, however, would roll their eyes whenever they heard an administration official cite the Atta Al-Ani meeting. None, though, would challenge the policymakers. Who is going to question the vice president when he keeps espousing this shit? Asked the U.S. counterterrorism official who investigated the Atta issue. Nobody at the FBI or CIA is going to speak up and say, stop the bullshit. The 9/11 Commission later reported that Czech officials reviewed flight and border records and surveillance photos from the area near the Iraqi embassy and found no evidence that Atta had been in Prague on April 9th. The Czech government also reported that Al-Ani had been away from Prague on the morning of April 9th, when the meeting allegedly happened. The Commission's report noted that Atta was an unlikely partner for Iraqi intelligence. It said that bin al-Shibh, who was captured in 2002, had told his interrogators that bin Laden was upset with Saddam for committing atrocities against Iraqi Muslims and would never have approved of a meeting between Atta and Al-Ani. The Commission concluded, the available evidence does not support the original Czech report of an Atta Al-Ani meeting. The Atta in Prague story lived on, at least in the minds of Cheney, Libby, and senior Pentagon officials. Other parts of Feith's slideshow were equally dubious. One slide referred to the fact that Abdul Rahman Yassin, a conspirator in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, had fled to Iraq after that attack. It asserted, a la Laurie Milroy, that this was evidence of Iraqi facilitation of that attack. Another slide displayed the story of Ahmad Hikmat Shakir, an Iraqi national who worked as an airport greeter in Kuala Lumpur and had escorted two 9/11 hijackers in January 2000 when they arrived for a key al-Qaeda planning session in the Malaysian capital. Shakir had drawn the attention of U.S. intelligence officials. Wolfowitz was immersed in the details of the case. But CIA officials could find no connection between Shakir and the Iraqi regime. He was an Iraqi national, but al-Qaeda members and collaborators came from virtually every country in the Middle East. 15 of the 19 September 11th hijackers were from Saudi Arabia. The citizenship of the hijackers and their accomplices was hardly evidence of government complicity in the attacks. One key Baghdad bin Laden contact in the Feith briefing involved an alleged July 1996 meeting between the director of Iraqi intelligence, Mani Abdal Rashid al-Tikriti, and Osama bin Laden on the al-Qaeda leader's farm in Sudan. But there was a problem with this report. Bin Laden had left Sudan for Afghanistan nearly 2 months earlier. His departure from the country had been no secret. By early July 1996, the British journalist Robert Fisk had reported interviewing bin Laden in a remote and desolate mountainous area of Afghanistan. Where did the Feith team get the idea that bin Laden was meeting on a farm in Sudan when he was actually thousands of miles away in Afghanistan? The information, the 9/11 Commission later found, had originated with a third-hand report from a foreign intelligence service. This service had obtained the information through 2 unidentified intermediaries. Officers of this service had never spoken to or met with the original source. Conventional evidentiary niceties didn't matter to Feith's crew. They eschewed a business-as-usual approach to intelligence analysis and pointed that out in the first of the slides they showed Libby and Hadley. That slide insisted that there were fundamental problems in the way the intelligence community had been assessing information about the shadowy world of international terrorism. The CIA, Feith's underlings claimed, was wedded to the thesis that secularist Baathists like Saddam wouldn't cooperate with fanatical Islamists like bin Laden. If you started with such a view, Feith's analysts argued, it was easy to dismiss or neglect evidence that was out of sync with that conformist perspective. But if you adopted an alternative view, that Iraq and al-Qaeda were actually cooperating, the available evidence looked different. Feith's team posited, as one slide noted, that al-Qaeda and Baghdad had developed a mature relationship and were able to conceal their alliance. There was no juridical evidence to verify the al-Qaeda-Iraq connection, the Feith team argued, because both parties to the devious pact had hidden the ties well. Wisps and crumbs were the best one could expect. The Feith analysts were essentially claiming that because al-Qaeda and Iraq had joined together in a clandestine partnership to attack the United States, there would be little, if any, evidence to prove the conspiracy. When operational security is very good, the opening slide in the Feith team's briefing read, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. That certainly was a contention that could not be disproved. The absence of evidence line, not coincidentally, was a mantra for Donald Rumsfeld. Imperious and cocksure, Rumsfeld had come into office with a deep-seated distrust of the U.S. intelligence community. Like Cheney, the Secretary's old friend and former deputy, Rumsfeld, as well as Wolfowitz and Feith, were convinced the CIA was blind to the hidden threats the country was facing. This distrust dated to Cold War days, when Rumsfeld and other hardliners like Richard Perle and Wolfowitz suspected the agency was underestimating the Soviet threat. The skepticism didn't dissipate with the fall of the Berlin Wall. In 1998, Rumsfeld chaired a national commission on missile defense and concluded that the CIA was insufficiently attuned to the possibilities that a rogue state might lob a missile at an American city. Rumsfeld's view was that the CIA was frequently too rigid or too timid, or maybe both. In the summer of 2001, Rumsfeld called a group of influential Washington lobbyists and consultants, including Haley Barbour and Vin Weber, into his office. It was an odd meeting. What insights, wondered one participant, could lobbyists offer Rumsfeld about the national security issues on his plate? As it turned out, Rumsfeld used the occasion to rail at the CIA. He kept talking about how what he was getting from the CIA was out of date and wasn't any good, recalled one attendee. On the wall of Rumsfeld's conference room was a huge map of the world, with the states possessing nuclear bombs and weapons of mass destruction highlighted. Rumsfeld had a solution for his dilemma. "I'm going to create my own intelligence agency," he told the group. CIA officer John McGuire got a glimpse of Rumsfeld's view of the agency when he was briefing the secretary and others in his office suite. In the middle of the briefing, Rumsfeld suddenly got up, went to his desk, and started working, without saying a word. Assuming the briefing was over, McGuire quietly left the office. But General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, chased after him and tried to apologize. "Sometimes the secretary can be abrupt," Myers explained. McGuire replied, "You're the highest-ranking military officer in the country. You don't have to apologize to me." For McGuire, the incident reflected what Rumsfeld thought of the CIA. He had no use for us. Rumsfeld already had his own intelligence agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency. But the DIA was part of the overall intelligence community headed by George Tenet, who was constantly jockeying with Rumsfeld for control of the intelligence budget. Perhaps worse for Rumsfeld, the DIA consisted mostly of career intelligence professionals committed to policy-neutral analysis. But Rumsfeld and his deputies in the Pentagon desired creative, out-of-the-box thinking that challenged the established orthodoxies. They wanted to begin with new paradigms, which just happened to reflect their policy preferences and inclinations, and then work backward to see if there might be evidence to support these theses. This was the opposite of how intelligence analysis traditionally operated. Start with the available evidence, as fragmentary and contradictory as it might be, and build upward. While there was an undeniable logic to Rumsfeld's absence of evidence axiom, it could also lead policymakers astray, perhaps into believing what they wanted to believe, regardless of evidence or the absence of evidence. As Hans Blix, the chief UN weapons inspector, would later observe, the absence of evidence was not evidence of concealment either. It wasn't evidence of anything other than, by definition, ignorance. After the 9/11 attack, the Pentagon put Rumsfeld's mantra into practice. The CIA and FBI immediately suspected bin Laden, and within hours they had gathered evidence directly linking al-Qaeda to the mass murder. Two of the hijackers, Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, had been known to the U.S. intelligence community as bin Laden men. In early 2000, the CIA obtained intelligence indicating that these two suspected terrorists may have entered the United States. But it did not place them on the State Department's terrorist watch list and did not share this information with the FBI. The Bureau did not learn about the two men's possible presence in the country until August 2001. The FBI then initiated a perfunctory search for the pair, a search that was still underway on September 11th. Had the CIA passed along the information earlier, U.S. officials might have been able to locate these two would-be hijackers who had been residing in San Diego under their real names. One had even been listed in the phone book. But at the Pentagon, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, and Feith had different presumptions. The attack, they suspected, couldn't have been pulled off by a bunch of ragtag terrorists in Afghanistan plotting on their own. It had to have what terrorism experts called a state sponsor, and the most likely culprit was Iraq. Wolfowitz decried the CIA for lacking the imagination to explore the hidden truth of the attacks. But if the CIA was unable to see what needed to be seen, the Pentagon had options of its own. Within weeks, the Pentagon leadership created a new secret intelligence unit that would dig out the connections that the CIA had missed. The man in charge of this top priority mission, Douglas Feith, was perhaps the most ideologically dogmatic and controversial of the neoconservatives in the new administration. A graduate of Harvard and Georgetown Law School, Feith had served on the National Security Council under Ronald Reagan, and later moved to the Pentagon as an assistant to Pearl. A fierce anti-communist, Feith was also known for his unyielding stand on the Israeli-Palestinian dispute. His father, a Holocaust survivor and wealthy philanthropist, had been an activist in the Beitar organization, the revisionist Zionist youth group founded by the Polish firebrand Zew Jabotinsky, who preached that Jews were entitled to the entire territory of the original Palestinian Mandate, including both the west and east banks of the Jordan River. The father had passed along many of his views to his son. During the Clinton years, Feith had denounced the Oslo peace accords or any swap of land for peace with the Palestinians. His law partner, L. Mark Zell, represented West Bank settlement groups. Feith, for a time, did legal work for the Israeli embassy in Washington. He was also a consultant for the 1996 Clean Break paper calling for the overthrow of Saddam, prepared for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu. Feith had a habit of irritating his Bush administration colleagues by injecting ideology and his views of contemporary history into policy discussions. All he did was spout rhetoric, said one senior NSC official who came to despise Feith. He would launch into these diatribes about neo-fascism. He had no interest in problem-solving. Feith's other mission seemed to be waging intramural bureaucratic warfare. At deputies' meetings, this senior official said, Feith was bent on protecting Rumsfeld and the Pentagon's turf, not fashioning government-wide policies. "I've talked to Secretary Rumsfeld about this," Feith would say, rolling his R's according to the official. "Secretary Rumsfeld has strong views about this." At times, tensions between Feith and Undersecretary of State Mark Grossman over matters relating to Ahmad Chalabi's INC grew heated, so much so that Deputy National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley at one session had to order the room cleared, the official said. To run his new intelligence unit, Feith turned to two like-minded allies. One was David Wormser, the young neoconservative analyst from the American Enterprise Institute, who had advocated war with Iraq, co-authored the Clean Break report, and once called Chalabi a mentor. Another member of Feith's new team was an impish veteran Pentagon policy warrior named Michael Maloof. Like Wormser, Maloof was a long-time Pearl ally. In the late 1990s, as chief of a small Pentagon office that oversaw export controls, Maloof had infuriated National Security Agency Chief Michael Hayden by launching an investigation of Hughes Electronics, a major NSA contractor, for selling satellite equipment to China. Hayden then pushed for an FBI investigation of Maloof for allegedly leaking classified information about the Hughes case to the news media. Maloof, who in his spare time conducted paramilitary combat tracking courses, relished this sort of interagency combat. In 2001, Wormser and Maloof set up shop in a small windowless office on the third floor of the Pentagon, down the hall from the War Room. The project was eventually given the title of Policy Counterterrorism Evaluation Group. They created giant wall charts detailing the linkages and associations among terror groups that the CIA and DIA had ignored or dismissed. To establish the case that Iraq lurked behind terror organizations around the globe, they sought raw, highly classified intelligence reports. When the intelligence agencies balked at sharing such sensitive and often unreliable reports, Wolfowitz fired off messages to the CIA and DIA demanding that the unfiltered reports start flowing to Wormser and Maloof. The friction between Feith's investigators and the intelligence agencies escalated. The CIA was apoplectic about the work we were doing, Maloof later said. They were so pissed off. The DIA, with CIA backing, refused to give us the information. They were stonewalling us. One day, a top aide to Admiral Thomas Wilson, the DIA chief, confronted Maloof in the hallways of the Pentagon. "We don't like you guys looking over our shoulder," the aide told Maloof. Maloof couldn't have cared less. Wilson later said that the two men didn't have the necessary clearances, and his agency wasn't about to bend the rules. Soon enough, Maloof and Wormser gained enough access to begin filling out their charts. The charts, Maloof recalled, looked like a spider web, with crisscrossing lines stretching from Baghdad to the remote border jungles of Paraguay. Iraq trains Palestinian terrorists associated with PFLP, PIJ, Hamas, ANO, PLF, Ansar al-Islam, which has direct ties to al-Qaeda. Maloof wrote in a memo entitled, "Iraqi Intelligence Shifts Terror Training Location." In a secret 150-page report, the Maloof-Wormser team depicted the 9/11 attacks as a complex operation carried out by al-Qaeda, but assisted by the Hezbollah Shiites, financed by Saudi royals, and sponsored, if not directed, by the secular Baathists of Baghdad. Saddam used al-Qaeda as an indirect conduit because he needed plausible deniability, Maloof would later say, echoing the Milroyan view of the world. Maloof and Wormser's spiderwebs attracted attention from senior Bush officials. A foreign policy aide to Cheney, Samantha Ravitch, came to their office and studied the charts, taking notes so she could report back to Scooter Libby. So too did Wolfowitz, who one day spent 45 minutes closely examining the charts. The Deputy Defense Secretary was especially taken with the spaghetti lines that Maloof had drawn between the Abu Nidal terrorist organization in Iraq and training camps in Lebanon. From Lebanon, the lines then crisscrossed back to al-Qaeda in Afghanistan. The precise nature of these linkages was misty and, in the views of some intelligence analysts, nonsensical. The Abu Nidal organization, once a feared organization in the world of terror, was by this point essentially defunct. Still, Wolfowitz was impressed. Here were links that not even Milroy had considered. "Great work," Wolfowitz told the team, according to Maloof. In search of actual evidence, Maloof sought input from one decidedly non-objective source, Ahmad Chalabi's INC. Pearl helped set Maloof up with a liaison at the INC, Nibras Kazemi, a young college graduate who was a public affairs officer and intelligence analyst in the INC's Washington office. Over the next few months, Kazemi fed the Fife unit claims about Saddam's terrorism connections from INC-handled defectors, assertions that soon found their way onto the wall charts. Maloof and Wormser did not stay with the mission long. Maloof's usefulness diminished in January 2002 when he was stripped of his security clearances. The nominal reason was his unauthorized contact with a woman whom he had met in Georgia, the former Soviet Union territory. He later married her. Then Wormser went to work for John Bolton, the hardline Undersecretary of State for Arms Control and International Security. With Wormser gone and Maloof hindered, Fife brought in Chris Carney, a Pennsylvania State University Associate Professor of Political Science and Naval Reservist, and Tina Shelton, a DIA analyst. Carney and Shelton continued the work of Maloof and Wormser, sharing their most promising data with Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz. The team's efforts soon put them in a headlong clash with the CIA. In June 2002, in response to repeated prodding from the White House and the Vice President's office, the CIA finished and circulated a classified report, Iraq and al-Qaeda, Interpreting a Murky Relationship. The report was described in a cover note as purposely aggressive in seeking to draw connections. But analysts in the Near East and South Asia division of the agency's intelligence directorate were offended by the whole process. They saw the document as an abandonment of the agency's traditional analytic approach, in which intelligence had to be confirmed with multiple sources and based on strongly supported reporting, according to a later study by the Senate Intelligence Committee. The NISA analysts believed the report had inflated sporadic, wary contacts between two independent actors into a relationship, albeit murky, that didn't really exist. There was even a confidential complaint filed over the document with the CIA's ombudsman for politicization, an office set up to guard against undue political pressures. The Ombudsman interviewed 24 analysts and later told Senate investigators that about a half a dozen analysts mentioned pressure from the administration. Several others did not use that word but spoke in a context that implied it. But the CIA Ombudsman concluded that nothing untoward had happened. Still, the CIA's murky relationship report, an effort by the agency to push the envelope on the critical topic of Saddam's alleged ties to al-Qaeda, wasn't good enough for the Feith cell. Shelton, the DIA analyst assigned to the unit, wrote a memo noting the report provides evidence from numerous intelligence sources over a decade on the interactions between Iraq and al-Qaeda. In this regard, the report is excellent. Then, in its interpretation of this information, CIA attempts to discredit, dismiss, or downgrade much of this reporting, resulting in inconsistent conclusions in many instances. Therefore, the CIA report should be read for content only, and CIA's interpretation ought to be ignored. The battle continued through the summer of 2002 as the Bush White House was preparing to move on Iraq. On August 15th, the Feith team presented its slideshow to George Tenet and other senior CIA officials. Tenet listened politely for about 10 minutes and then walked out. Later, Feith would claim that Tenet had told him that the session had been very helpful. Other CIA officials would say that much of the material in the briefing had already been discounted and that Tenet had never incorporated the Feith information into his briefings to Congress. 5 days later, the Feith analysts returned to Langley to discuss the draft of an updated version of the agency's Saddam al-Qaeda report, renamed Iraqi Support for Terrorism. The report drew a distinction between the patron-client pattern between Iraq and its Palestinian surrogates and the arm's-length relationship between Iraq and al-Qaeda, which appears to more closely resemble that of two independent actors trying to exploit each other. The report also found no credible information that Baghdad had foreknowledge of the 11 September attacks or any other al-Qaeda strike. Once again, the Feith team complained. "We raised numerous objections," they wrote in a memo after the meeting. Among them was that the draft made no reference to the key issue of Atta. If the CIA wouldn't listen, Feith and his team knew where they would get a more sympathetic reception: the White House. Days after his staffers presented their slideshow at the White House to Libby and Hadley, Feith made the pitch himself. On a Saturday morning in September, Hadley had convened a meeting in the White House Situation Room to ensure that all the administration's witnesses who were about to testify before Congress, Powell, Tenet, Rumsfeld, were on the same page regarding Iraq. Although Hadley had called the meeting, it was soon taken over by Feith. When a CIA officer pointed out that the available intelligence didn't support an assertion that the administration was planning to make about Iraq's link to al-Qaeda, Feith launched into a lengthy tutorial about the connections alleged in his secret unit's slideshow, the meeting in Sudan, Atta's visit to Prague, and the rest. As he went on, Feith grew impassioned and accusatory, according to two officials present. He got up out of his chair and practically stepped on the toes of the officials standing behind him in the crowded room. "I know you guys don't believe this," he said to the CIA officials, but the agency, he claimed, was not putting it together, not connecting the dots, one of the participants recalled. When a CIA official mentioned that members of Congress might be skeptical about some of his claims, Feith brushed them aside. "Well, if some congressman is going to nitpick about this, he's going to look really dumb," one person at the meeting remembered Feith saying. Larry Wilkerson, Powell's chief of staff, was astounded by what he viewed as Feith's arrogance. Feith's attitude toward the CIA officials present, according to Wilkerson, was, "You're all just dumb shits. I'm the smartest guy in this room." Wilkerson couldn't believe that Hadley was letting Feith dominate the discussion. Finally, Wilkerson recalled, "Steve said something to the effect of, well, that's not really what we came here to discuss. We should get back on the agenda. Why don't you sit down?" Paul Pillar, the National Intelligence Officer in charge of the Near East, was also stunned by Feith's presentation. As he saw it, Feith was a zealot, and the work of his Iraq intelligence cell was a fraud. It was a deliberate effort to try to stitch things together to try to make a case. It had nothing to do with intelligence analysis as I understood it, which is ultimately to try to get at the truth. Feith later said he had no recollection of this White House meeting. He insisted that, unlike Wolfowitz, he had not been immersed in the details of the al-Qaeda Iraq issue. But he had no apologies for his efforts to challenge the CIA's analysis on terrorism. The agency, he maintained, was doing its own spinning. They would say an intelligence report was unconfirmed if they didn't believe it, but they wouldn't say it was unconfirmed if it fit their theories, he said. We had our theories. Other people had their theories. He was adamant that he and his researchers never distorted the intelligence. I think of myself as a very careful person and an honest one. Many of the unconfirmed details peddled by the secret diggers of Feith's backdoor shop, with the notable exception of the Atta in Prague allegation, would not be shared with the public. His team was cooking up material on the Saddam al-Qaeda connection for consumption within the national security community to reinforce the case for war among the policymakers. But in the days to come, the White House would seize on yet another loose strand of intelligence in the agency's al-Qaeda files to promote a new claim about the supposed Baghdad bin Laden connection, one even more frightening than those Feith had been advancing, but just as dubious. Trust me on this. Vice President Dick Cheney. 7. A Tale of Two Sources. By late September, the White House was intensifying its campaign. Nearly every day, administration officials were trekking up to Capitol Hill to offer briefings, hoping to coax unsure lawmakers and bolster those already aboard. They were citing new claims about Saddam's providing chemical weapons training for al-Qaeda and building a fleet of mobile biological weapons labs. At the same time, Bush seemed to be viewing the cause in stark and personal terms. On the afternoon of September 26, 2002, Bush was at a Houston fundraiser for Republican senatorial candidate John Cornyn. Surrounded by old friends from Texas, he made his most bellicose public comments about Saddam yet. There would be no discussion, no debate, no negotiation with the Iraqi dictator. He repeated the standard litany. Saddam had tortured his own citizens, gassed the Kurds, invaded his neighbors. There's no doubt his hatred is mainly directed at us. There's no doubt he can't stand us. But one line in this speech grabbed worldwide attention. After all, this is a guy that tried to kill my dad at one time. Bush was referring to a plot by a group of Iraqis and Kuwaitis who had been arrested walking in the Kuwaiti desert one night in April 1993. They were later charged by the Kuwaiti government with conspiring to assassinate George H.W. Bush with a car bomb during a ceremonial visit the former president and his family had made to Kuwait that month. George W. Bush had been invited on the trip but had begged off because he was busy as the managing partner of the Texas Rangers baseball team. But those family members who did go, and who might have also been killed in an assassination attempt, included his mother, two of his brothers, and his wife Laura. The Kuwaitis rested their case on the discovery of a car bomb and a confession made by the alleged ringleader Wali al-Ghazali after 4 days in Kuwaiti custody. Al-Ghazali later testified that he had been recruited barely a week before the Bush visit by an Iraqi intelligence agent who had pressured him to arrange the assassination plot and provided him with the car bomb. But much about the case was hazy. Amnesty International questioned whether al-Ghazali had been tortured, a practice not unheard of in Kuwaiti jails. A classified CIA report, leaked at the time to the Boston Globe, expressed skepticism about the Kuwaiti government's claims, noting that Kuwait might have cooked the books. No testimony or documents ever tied Saddam to the plot. I had no evidence of any direct order by Saddam. The U.S. ambassador to Kuwait at the time, Edward Skip Ghanim, acknowledged in a 2006 interview, although Ghanim did endorse the Kuwaiti verdict. The FBI concluded that the car bomb uncovered by the Kuwaitis matched the known design of Iraqi-made bombs. The forensic evidence was deemed strong enough by President Clinton to order a Tomahawk missile attack on the headquarters of the Mukhabarat, the Iraqi intelligence service, in June 1993 in retaliation for the supposed assassination attempt. The ultimate resolution of the assassination case raised further questions about the strength of the evidence. After the initial publicity surrounding the trial faded, the Kuwaiti State Security Court quietly commuted the sentences for 4 of the 6 plotters who had received the death sentence in the case. The Emir of Kuwait then declined to sign the death warrants for the remaining 2, including al-Ghazali. The Kuwaiti government gave no public explanation of these actions. After the Iraq invasion, the U.S. military seized millions of pages of Iraqi documents, including many from the files of the Mukhabarat. As of mid-2006, the U.S. government hadn't released any information pointing to Iraqi government complicity in the 1993 Kuwait incident. That Bush was pointing to the incident 9 years later to explain his current policy made some members of Congress uncomfortable. House Majority Leader Dick Armey later said he had just cringed when he read about the president's comment. "Wow," he remarked to his wife, "I hope that's not what this is all about." At one point, other members of Congress were able to witness Bush's intense feelings about Saddam up close. At a breakfast with a few congressional leaders in late September, Bush expressed exasperation when the issue of a diplomatic settlement arose. Saddam had shown his contempt for the United States, he told the legislators. There was no use talking to him. "Do you want to know what the foreign policy of Iraq is to the United States?" Bush asked angrily. The president then answered his own question by raising his middle finger and thrusting it inches in front of Senator Daschle's face, according to a witness. "Fuck the United States," Bush continued. "That's what it is. And that's why we're going to get him." Bush was also talking tough about Democrats. At a speech in New Jersey on September 23, 2002, Bush declared that Democrats in the Senate were not interested in the security of the American people. He was referring not to Iraq, but to the ongoing tussle over the legislation creating the Department of Homeland Security. Senate Democrats wanted to preserve traditional federal workplace rules at the new department. Bush wanted to remove these protections to ensure greater hiring and firing flexibility. 2 days later, in a floor speech, Daschle, citing Bush's remark, yelled, "That is outrageous! Outrageous!" But on Capitol Hill, the White House needed to make a case with evidence, not emotion. One critical hearing, a classified session, took place on September 24th for members of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Tenet was the star witness, and Robert Walpole, the agency's national intelligence officer for nuclear weapons, had brought along a prop, one of the aluminum tubes. During the session, Tenet pushed the tubes case and presented other disturbing intelligence. Saddam had a fleet of mobile biological weapons labs and had been developing unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, that could be outfitted with chemical or biological agents. After listening to Tenet, Senator Joe Biden, the Democratic chairman of the committee, had the impression, as he later said, that these drones could be put on oil tankers off the coast of the United States and fly into Philadelphia or Charleston, South Carolina, carrying chemical and biological weapons and hit with devastating effects. It was scary stuff. Death labs on wheels, direct WMD attacks on America. But when Biden and other committee members pressed Tenet on the sourcing for these claims, they got little in the way of answers. During the questioning, a committee staff member slipped Biden a note with a suggested query, and Biden put this question to Tenet. What technically collected evidence did the CIA have of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction? What the staffer had in mind was physical proof, radioactive emissions from nuclear sites, electronic intercepts, samples of biological agents, anything that would be hard and irrefutable. "None, Senator," Tenet replied. There was a hush in the room. "Oh, my God," the staffer thought. "None, Senator. That answer will ring in my ears as long as I live," the aide remarked later. Biden appeared bothered. He asked Tenet, "George, do you want me to clear the staff out of the room? It was a way of asking if Tenet possessed super-classified information, some technical evidence that was so black, so secret, that it couldn't be shared with staffers. "There's no reason to, Senator," Tenet replied, signaling that he wasn't holding anything back. Tenet did insist that the CIA had solid human sources, strong reporting from defectors who had seen the mobile labs, reliable reporting on the UAVs. There was, Tenet said, nothing to be concerned about regarding the CIA's sourcing. Shortly after this exchange, Tenet left the hearing, explaining that he had to attend his son's basketball games. Biden complimented him for having his priorities straight. Some senators also began to slowly file out of the room. But the hearing wasn't done. The committee had previously learned of the dispute within the government about the aluminum tubes, and Biden had invited witnesses to represent the skeptics. The State Department's Chief Intelligence Officer, Carl Ford, Jr., was there to testify after Tenet, as was Reese Williams, the Chief of the Energy Department's Office of Intelligence. Both witnesses told the dwindling number of senators that their agencies didn't accept the tubes argument. But few senators were paying close attention to their testimony, and the hearing was petering out. These dissents, another staffer present said, were not front and center. Peter Zimmerman, the committee's scientific advisor, left the closed-doors meeting enraged. A former Pentagon contractor who specialized in nuclear technology, Zimmerman had drafted a report on nuclear centrifuges for the Defense Department in the late 1990s. As soon as he had heard about the aluminum tubes case, he had been doubtful. He had pored over the specifications of the tubes and had decided that they were too small to be used for centrifuges. After the hearing, he confronted Walpole. "Let's see your toy," he said, referring to the aluminum tube. Walpole took it out. The item looked like an aluminum sewer pipe. Zimmerman was not impressed. He grilled Walpole on assorted technical details. None of Walpole's answers was convincing. Walpole, Zimmerman thought, didn't understand the crucial technical issues, and Zimmerman was underwhelmed by almost everything else Tenet had said to the committee. "I remember going home that night," he recalled, "and practically putting my fist through the wall half a dozen times. I was as frustrated as I've ever been. I remember saying to my wife, 'They're going to war, and there's not a damn piece of evidence to substantiate it.'" Just about this time, administration officials began referring to intelligence reports that contained a dramatic new assertion. Saddam had already provided weapons training to al-Qaeda. On September 25th, Condoleezza Rice appeared on PBS's NewsHour and said the Iraqi tyrant was supplying training to al-Qaeda in chemical weapons development. The next day, Ari Fleischer pointed reporters to Rice's comments at the White House press briefing. On September 26th, Rumsfeld said that there was reliable reporting of possible chemical and biological agent training, and the following day he declared that the evidence of Saddam al-Qaeda ties was bulletproof. This was not a Feith-like charge based on fuzzy past associations and contacts. This seemed to be founded on fresh and solid intelligence. The Iraqi dictator was instructing the murderers of al-Qaeda in the use of weapons of mass death. Here was the connection, what Wolfowitz, Feith, Milroy, and others had obsessed over, in its most frightening manifestation. The source of this allegation was the account of one man, a captured al-Qaeda commander named Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi. His name was never mentioned publicly, nor was an important part of the story that some U.S. intelligence analysts doubted his claims, and some FBI officials worried he might have provided an invented tale under torture. After al-Libi was picked up by Pakistani security forces on December 19, 2001, the FBI quickly identified him as a major al-Qaeda figure, the highest-ranking operative yet apprehended. Al-Libi, whose real name was Ali Abdul Aziz al-Fakiri, was from Libya, but had spent considerable time in Syria, where he had studied engineering. He emigrated to Afghanistan, and according to U.S. officials, became a bomb maker. He was then the chief of bin Laden's Khaldan training camp, in charge of preparing hundreds of fighters to wage jihad in the West. Taken to Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan after his capture, al-Libi was handed over to two FBI agents from New York. The agents worked him hard. One of them, Russell Fincher, bonded with al-Libi, roping him in with a simple question: "Do you pray?" "Of course," al-Libi replied. So did Fincher, a devout Christian. So they prayed together and talked about faith and God, Jesus and Muhammad. Fincher and a colleague spent more than 80 hours with the al-Qaeda commander, talking religion, sipping coffee, playing to his ego, winning his trust. Fincher's basic view of interrogations was that no matter what horrible crimes your captives may have committed, they're still human beings. Treat them with respect, and you're likely to get a lot more out of them. The message was reinforced by his boss in New York, Jack Clunan, a tough-talking veteran FBI counterterrorism supervisor who instructed Fincher to read al-Libi his rights and treat him exactly the way he would if he had picked him up on the streets of Brooklyn. That way, Clunan explained, any confession al-Libi made, or any evidence he provided, could be used in an American court of law. The tactics worked. Al-Libi began to open up. The agents started filing reports to the FBI in New York. Al-Libi identified two trainees at his camp who were of keen interest to the Bureau: Zacharias Moussaoui, the would-be al-Qaeda pilot arrested in Minneapolis a few weeks before 9/11, and Richard Reed, the so-called shoe bomber recently arrested in Boston after he failed to ignite an explosive device on a transatlantic flight. The Justice Department was preparing cases against both men. Al-Libi, who seemed intent on cutting a deal, might be of use in those prosecutions. He was giving us good information, recalled Clunan, who reviewed Fincher's reports. Fincher also questioned al-Libi closely about any al-Qaeda dealings with foreign governments. The al-Qaeda commander made no reference to any contacts with Saddam's regime. This was consistent with the message the FBI was getting from every other al-Qaeda captive it was questioning during this period. While al-Qaeda detainees did acknowledge ties to officials in some countries, such as Sudan and Pakistan, they denied having worked with Saddam. It was always no, 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 recalled Clunan. After a few days of interrogations, the FBI was convinced that al-Libi could be a gold mine. But the CIA had a different view. Agency officials suspected al-Libi was holding out and might know of ongoing al-Qaeda operations that he wasn't revealing. CIA officials wanted control of al-Libi, and they were determined to get it. In the intelligence community, few issues at the time were more contentious than the question of whether the CIA or the FBI should be in charge of interrogating al-Qaeda suspects arrested overseas or picked up in Afghanistan. Al-Libi became a test case. Tenet raised the issue at the White House, and won. At the time, the FBI was in no position to resist. The widespread perception, not entirely accurate, was that the Bureau, not the CIA, had been primarily responsible for the intelligence failures leading to the September 11th attacks. And Tenet, with his cigars and tough talk, had bonded with Bush and displayed an aggressiveness that impressed the president. FBI Director Robert Mueller, who was much stiffer than Tenet, was new on the job. "We didn't have the political juice with the president," a senior FBI official subsequently said. "It was the agency that ruled the roost." The White House ordered that al-Libi be handed over to the CIA. One day, before the FBI lost control of the suspect, a CIA officer at Bagram entered the cell where al-Libi was being held and interrupted one of Fincher's interrogations. He shouted at the prisoner, trying to intimidate him. He would be sent to Egypt, the CIA officer told him. Then he whispered in his ear, "When you're in Egypt, I'm going to find your mother and fuck her." Fincher heard the remark and later relayed it to Clunan. Not long afterward, the CIA man returned with military personnel. In the presence of Fincher, they had the suspect removed. They literally came into the room, strapped him to a stretcher, and wrapped his feet, his hands, and his mouth in duct tape, said a senior FBI official. A hood was placed over his head. The stretcher with al-Libi was then loaded into a pickup truck, which drove right onto a cargo plane that promptly took off. "The fucking guy just disappeared," said another top FBI agent. "We were pissed." Al-Libi was flown to Egypt. He had fallen into the CIA's Extraordinary Rendition Program. Started by the CIA's Counterterrorism Center in the 1990s to deal with recalcitrant terror suspects, this program had been expanded substantially after 9/11. Terror suspects were whisked away to allied countries, primarily Egypt, Jordan, and Morocco, where interrogation methods were known to be brutal and nasty. Once the program attracted publicity 2 years later, Bush and other senior administration officials would repeatedly say the United States did not engage in torture and did not send suspects to countries where they might be tortured. Yet the State Department's own human rights report for Egypt in 2001 reported there were numerous credible reports of torture by Egyptian security forces that year, especially regarding prisoners suspected of terrorism. Among the methods cited, being stripped and blindfolded, suspended from a ceiling or door frame with feet just touching the floor, beaten with fists, whips, metal rods, or other objects, subjected to electrical shocks, and doused with cold water. CIA officials would later say that they had been assured by the Egyptians that nothing improper was done to al-Libi while he was in their custody. Clunan years later said his concerns were heightened when a U.S. military officer told him that al-Libi had been subjected to a particularly diabolical interrogation technique, a mock burial, in which the prisoner is thrown into a hole that is gradually filled with dirt, causing him to believe that he is about to be buried alive. Whatever happened to al-Libi while he was in Egyptian custody, and there has never been a public investigation, within a few weeks he changed his story about Saddam and al-Qaeda. He told his interrogators something he had not said to the FBI agents in Bagram. Bin Laden, he now claimed, had been frustrated by his inability to develop his own chemical and biological weapons capacity. So he had dispatched 2 operatives to Iraq for chemical and biological weapons training. Intelligence reports about al-Libi's distressing claim, a chemical and biological weapons partnership between Saddam and Bin Laden, were soon being sent to the White House. Though the CIA had resisted the Milroy, Feith, Wolfowitz connect-the-dots theory of an alliance between Baghdad and Bin Laden, in this case the agency had a direct report from a senior al-Qaeda operative in custody, even if the report was unconfirmed. It was at least something that CIA officials could circulate that appeared to substantiate the al-Qaeda-Iraq connection that was consuming influential administration officials. Yet, from the outset, there was also skepticism within the U.S. intelligence community. A February 2002 memo written by an analyst for the DIA noted that al-Libi lacks specific details on the Iraqis involved, the CBRN, chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear materials associated with the assistance, and the location where training occurred. The analyst added that it is possible he does not know any further details. It is more likely this individual is intentionally misleading the debriefers. Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi has been undergoing debriefs for several weeks and may be describing scenarios to the debriefers that he knew will retain their interest. The analyst was not only casting doubt on the al-Libi reporting, he was suggesting that the al-Qaeda captive may only have been telling his interrogators what he thought they wanted to hear, perhaps to get them to stop whatever aggressive interrogation techniques they were using. This was exactly why the FBI in the post-9/11 period had argued against the use of torture or other degrading interrogation techniques, particularly at the Guantanamo Detention Center, where FBI agents often clashed with military intelligence on this issue. Leave aside the human rights issues. You can never trust what you're getting, FBI officials asserted. The DIA analyst who authored the memo also cited an additional reason to question al-Libi's claims. Saddam's regime is intensely secular and is wary of Islamic revolutionary movements. Moreover, Baghdad is unlikely to provide assistance to a group it cannot control. The DIA analyst was adhering to the common-sense view held by most of the U.S. counterterrorism community. Why would Saddam pass along his chemical and biological know-how, presumably his most cherished possessions, to a terrorist group that owed its allegiance to someone else? For years, bin Laden had railed about apostate Arab states led by infidel leaders who failed to follow the words of the Prophet. Saddam was clearly one such leader. His secular Ba'athist regime would have to fall for bin Laden to achieve his goal of a new Islamic caliphate. "I never thought Saddam was crazy," said Michael Scheuer, a CIA analyst who once headed the bin Laden unit. "He was never going to give these guys weapons, because al-Qaeda would have been just as likely to use them against him as they would against the United States. They hated Saddam." But the DIA's dissent never registered. At a critical moment in the Iraq debate in late September, top administration officials, such as Rice and Rumsfeld, publicly exploited al-Libi's dubious tale to build support for the president's Iraq resolution. As it turned out, they were relying upon a source who would later recant his entire story. After the invasion of Iraq, al-Libi would again come into the custody of the FBI for a short period, and he would insist that he had told the truth to Russell Fincher the first time around. He would, according to two FBI officials, say of his WMD training claims, "They were killing me. I had to tell them something." In early 2004, the CIA would formally recall all its reporting on al-Libi. They needed some evidence, and he gave it to them, said one bitter veteran FBI counterterrorism agent years later. In the court of public opinion, anything goes. "Trust me on this, Dick," Vice President Dick Cheney told House Majority Leader Dick Armey. "When I get done with this briefing, you're going to be with me." It was an afternoon in late September, and Armey had been invited over to the Vice President's small hideaway office in the U.S. Capitol. This was the briefing Bush had promised Armey 3 weeks earlier. Ever since then, Armey had acceded to the president's wishes and not said anything in public about his worries about Bush's stand. But the White House understood Armey's importance. He was the number 2 Republican in the House. If he broke ranks, that would be a problem. So Cheney was dispatched to do the job himself. Armey thought Cheney's opening remark was odd. He didn't say, "You're going to be with us." He didn't say, "You're going to be with the president." He said, "You're going to be with me." Over the next half hour, Cheney, surrounded by aides, pointed to pictures of the aluminum tubes, showed overhead images of nuclear sites supposedly under construction, and displayed drawings of mobile biological labs and photographs of UAVs that, he suggested, could hit Israel and spread mass death. He talked about the associations and relationships between Saddam and al-Qaeda. He noted that the Iraqis could slip miniaturized biological weapons that fit into suitcases to terrorists who could bring them into the United States and kill thousands. As Armey listened to Cheney and stared at the photos, it occurred to him, just as it had to Daschle, that he couldn't really see anything in the pictures. They were aerial shots of buildings and other sites. Who knew what was in those buildings? Armey realized he had to rely on what Cheney was telling him. It wasn't very convincing, Armey later recalled. "If I'd gotten the same briefing from President Clinton or Al Gore, I probably would have said, bullshit." But you don't do that with your own people. He assumed Cheney was leveling with him. It never occurred to Armey that the vice president was not telling him the whole story. Armey asked a few questions at the briefing. He didn't challenge Cheney on any point. As the briefing concluded, Armey thanked Cheney and promised to mull over the matter. He didn't commit to voting for the resolution, but he was coming around. On the House side, with most Republicans supporting the president, Democrats were squabbling among themselves. The party's liberals were passionately opposed to giving Bush any resolution to wage war and scoffed at the administration's briefings. There was one run by Rumsfeld and Powell, recalled Representative Bob Filner, a Democrat from San Diego. "They treated us like kids. They had all these military people standing around. It gave the thing an aura of authority. You'd feel stupid challenging them. They brought in one of those aluminum tubes. It was nothing. My attitude was, "You're taking us to war on that little tube?" I got up and walked out. Representative Jim McGovern of Massachusetts, another liberal Democrat, had the same complaint. Here were Tenet, Rumsfeld, Powell, various undersecretaries. They would never get into the nitty-gritty of the reliability of their sources. It would be, a source said this or that. Well, who is this source? Why do we believe this source? But other Democrats were being tugged in a different direction. The party's leaders mounted their own briefings for House Democrats. These were conducted by the party's foreign policy wonks, the men and women who had shaped national security strategy for Bill Clinton. Most had grown increasingly frustrated with Iraqi recalcitrance in the 1990s and largely agreed that Saddam posed a danger. The briefings proved enormously important. Richard Holbrooke, Clinton's UN ambassador, talked about how Clinton had changed U.S. policy from containment to regime change, and that, in his view, Saddam was the most dangerous man in the world. Kenneth Pollock, a former CIA analyst who had handled Iraq policy on Clinton's National Security Council, warned that Saddam might well be able to develop a nuclear bomb within a few years, and that containment was no longer feasible. Dennis Ross, who had been Clinton's top Middle East negotiator, said that the Iraqi people would rejoice if Saddam were overthrown. Former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright reinforced the message that Saddam must be dealt with. He was developing nuclear weapons, and deterrence was not a viable option. Most of these Clinton veterans would, after the war, point to caveats and qualifiers in their advice. They claimed they had never intended to back a war in which the president would invade without a broad international coalition, without enough troops, without engaging in sufficient post-war planning. But their bottom-line message, that military force was the only permanent solution, was what counted most in these crucial days. For some of the Democrats, the most persuasive briefer was a plain-spoken, nonpartisan weapons expert named David Kay. He boasted credentials that few other briefers could claim. As a UN weapons inspector in Iraq in the early 1990s, he had dealt with the Iraqis and knew how evasive they could be. Kay had repeatedly confronted Iraqi officials, challenging them when he suspected they weren't telling him the truth, and not notifying the Iraqis where he and his team were about to inspect. He hadn't minded bending or breaking the rules. In one dramatic incident that drew worldwide attention, Kay and his inspections team of several dozen had been forced out of an Iraqi government building after discovering documents indicating that Iraq, prior to the First Persian Gulf War, had been proceeding toward building a nuclear bomb, despite Baghdad's insistence it had not. The Iraqis ordered Kay to relinquish the records before departing the scene. Kay refused, and a standoff ensued in the parking lot that lasted 4 days. As armed Iraqi troops surrounded Kay and the inspectors, Kay and his colleagues used satellite phones to fax the crucial documents back to the United Nations, proving that the Iraqis had had a more extensive nuclear program than they acknowledged. In his briefings to Democrats in the fall of 2002, Kay recounted this and other incidents to show that the U.S. government couldn't really trust the Iraqis to come clean. He also estimated that Saddam was in a position to spend up to $2 billion a year of his oil-for-food funds on illicit weapons programs. The only guaranteed way of disarming Saddam and making sure he never got a nuclear bomb was regime change, Kay said. Anything else, including relying on UN inspections, would entail risk and might not be sufficiently effective. What mattered most to me was the fear of nuclear weapons, recalled Representative Henry Waxman, a liberal Democrat who would end up supporting Bush's resolution. And these people were influential. By the end of September, the president's war resolution was no sure thing. The White House had trimmed it back, dumping the language that authorized Bush to go to war to achieve stability in the region. Still, the White House faced a threat. Senator Joe Biden and 2 Republican senators on his Foreign Relations Committee, Richard Lugar and Chuck Hagel, were pushing an alternative that would narrow the president's authority further. Under their proposal, Bush would be able to attack Iraq only for the purpose of destroying Iraq's WMDs, and only after seeking UN approval. If the United Nations said no, Bush would have to come back to Congress and demonstrate that the Iraqi weapons threat was so grave that only military action could eliminate it. The Biden-Lugar measure was attracting support from both Democrats and Republicans, and according to Biden, he and his allies were getting backdoor advice and encouragement from the administration's reluctant warriors, Powell and Armitage. The White House was worried about Biden's endeavor, and Bush was furious. "I don't want a resolution such as this that ties my hands," he told Senator Trent Lott. The president, according to Lott, gave him an emphatic order: derail the Biden legislation and make sure its language never sees the light of day. But it was Dick Gephardt, the Democratic leader in the House and past and future presidential candidate, who derailed the bipartisan effort. He had already said he thought Iraq was a threat and that he was open to backing the president. He would later recall that he wasn't comfortable with the administration's resolution, but he felt at the time that he had few options. His party was in the minority in the House. At any moment, the House Republicans could put the president's bill to a vote on the floor, and it would pass, with a number of Democrats signing on. He had little room for maneuvering, and in negotiations with the White House he angled for small changes in the resolution. At some point the White House said, "This is as good as it gets," Gephardt recalled, "and I became convinced we couldn't get more." You had to make a decision whether you were for giving the president the authority or not. Everything else was window dressing. Gephardt's thinking had been shaped by the former Clinton national security aides, including Holbrooke, Pollock, and James Steinberg, who were arguing that Saddam had to be confronted. But Biden and other Democrats wondered if another factor was influencing Gephardt: presidential politics. Gephardt, an earnest and dogged politician, was determined to run in 2004. And like others in his party, including Massachusetts Senator John Kerry, he had a daunting post-9/11 political problem. 11 years earlier, he had voted against the first Persian Gulf War. If he cast a similar vote now, he could expect to be tagged by Republicans as soft and too hesitant to use military force. Gephardt reached an agreement with the president's negotiators. At 1:15 in the afternoon on October 2nd, the White House held a Rose Garden ceremony with a crowd of senators and representatives from both parties to announce a resolution had been finalized. Standing right next to Bush, along with Hastert and Lott, was Gephardt. Gephardt had been urged by his political advisers to be by Bush's side at the White House that day. But that move rankled plenty of congressional Democrats. On Capitol Hill, Gephardt held a meeting of House Democrats and gave an impassioned speech. Iraq posed a serious threat, he insisted. He went on to say, as he subsequently recalled, "I'm sorry he's the president. I didn't vote for him, but we're in a tough spot." He wasn't asking for a party-line vote. Rather, he told them, "Figure out what you believe and don't be political. I'll never mention this vote to you again." He knew that many in the room were livid with him. "His message for us was implicit," Representative Jim McGovern said. "He did not want the Democrats to be blamed for the next attack." Representative Henry Waxman thought Gephardt was arguing that Democrats had no choice but to go along with Bush on Iraq. "Don't even try to fight the White House. Keep it from becoming an issue in the election." He was thinking about running for president, and he decided to be for it. Gephardt's decision to back the president's resolution killed Biden's bipartisan alternative in the Senate and guaranteed a victory for the White House. When Biden consulted with Senate Republicans, they all said the same thing: "How can we be to the left of Dick Gephardt?" Biden's effort to impose conditions on Bush's march to war was finished. He didn't bother saying anything to Gephardt. "I was angry," Biden later remarked. "I was frustrated. But I never second-guess another man's political judgment." By now, Army was being muscled by his own aides. His chief of staff laid it out for him. "This war is going to happen, with you or without you." The train was leaving the station, no matter what he said or did. Army concluded, he later said, that he could participate in the process and give it guidance, or I could be a cranky voice on the outside and lose control. Army decided to get on the train. he agreed to introduce the Iraq resolution on the floor of the House. Tyler Drumheller, the genial, heavy-set CIA veteran who was chief of the Directorate of Operations European Division, was sent on a sensitive mission in late September to a Georgetown restaurant. Drumheller was due to have his monthly lunch with the Washington station chief for Germany's BND, or Federal Intelligence Service. By this time, his boss, James Pavitt, the chief of the DO, wanted him to push the Germans about a particularly sensitive issue, a mysterious Iraqi defector under their control. His code name was Curveball. The reports by this one defector had become the primary basis for one of the administration's most significant claims, that Iraq had built a fleet of mobile biological labs. The White House had publicly cited this charge, saying that Saddam was now capable of cooking up anthrax and other deadly agents on movable trailers that would never be found by weapons inspectors because they were constantly on the go. But Pavitt was concerned. The CIA had never talked to Curveball and had no idea how credible he was. It didn't even know his name. Drumheller and the German station chief met at Georgetown's Sea Catch restaurant, and the CIA man delicately raised the subject. Could the agency, he asked, interview Curveball directly? No, the German replied. There was no point to any American questioning Curveball. Why not? You don't want to see him, the German told Drumheller. The guy's crazy. Speaking to him would be a waste of time. The German intelligence service was not even sure he was telling the truth. We think he's had a nervous breakdown, the BND station chief said. We think he's a fabricator. But, the German said to Drumheller, officially the BND still supported Curveball as a credible source. If the BND were asked about Curveball's problems or any concerns it had about him, the service would deny all of this. Drumheller was taken aback. He realized that Curveball could be a time bomb. Only a few years earlier, the Iraqi defector had been a huge catch for the Germans. He was a dark-haired chemical engineer with a young wife and child who had arrived in Germany in 1999 seeking asylum. He told German authorities that he had embezzled money from the Iraqi government and would be imprisoned or killed if sent home. He was classified an exile and sent to a refugee center near Nuremberg. Then, as the Los Angeles Times would discover years later, the defector soon changed his story and told the Germans that he had once worked on mobile biological weapons labs in Iraq. He maintained that Saddam had several such trucks and that one had been concocting deadly germ weapons since 1997. The BND debriefed him and shared his reports with the Defense Intelligence Agency, which then spread them through the U.S. intelligence establishment. From January 2000 to September 2001, the DIA disseminated almost 100 reports based on Curveball's claims, reports that became part of intelligence briefings for senior Bush administration officials. And the reports became firmer as time went on. At first, the DIA reported that Curveball's claims suggested Iraq had a biological weapons program, and an early DIA report stated, "We cannot confirm whether Iraq has produced biological agents." Yet, as the White House's interest in Iraqi weapons programs grew, the reports became more definitive. By October 2001, relying principally on Curveball, the CIA's WinPack, its analytical shop specializing in weapons proliferation, was reporting the existence of mobile BW agent production plants as fact, not supposition. And White House officials, looking to catch Saddam red-handed, embraced Curveball's reports of mobile bioweapons laboratories. An NSC staffer later recalled the excitement stirred within the White House by these intelligence reports. "We really thought the trailers were the smoking gun. When I saw that, I thought, we got him. We were like, the bastard, we nailed his ass. And finally the agency was giving us something concrete." But the Curveball operation was loaded with problems, not least of all Curveball himself. The reports based on his information came out of an awkward process, a linguistic version of the children's game of telephone. Curveball usually spoke to the Germans in Arabic, and his information was translated into German. Then DIA officers translated the reports from German into English before sharing them with other U.S. intelligence services. Worse, the BND had not allowed U.S. intelligence direct access to Curveball, claiming he hated Americans. So the U.S. intelligence community was depending on double translations from a source they couldn't personally evaluate. And the DIA took no steps to ascertain Curveball's veracity. Years later, a DIA official told the White House Commission on WMD Intelligence that the DIA saw itself as merely a conduit for Curveball's Arabic to German to English reporting. The whole handling of Curveball was a farce, said a CIA officer in the Counter-Proliferation Division who monitored the Curveball episode. But it was a DIA operation. Our attitude was, it's their problem. And there were red flags concerning the Iraqi from the outset. In May 2000, Les, the Defense Department physician detailed to the CPD and one of the intelligence community's leading experts on biological weapons, was able to meet Curveball briefly. Curveball had told his German handlers that he had been an eyewitness to a 1998 biological weapons accident in which 12 technicians had died from exposure to biological agents. Les was dispatched to Germany to determine whether Curveball had been exposed to any biological agents or had been vaccinated. He was introduced to Curveball as a German for the sole purpose of obtaining a blood sample. He wasn't permitted to say anything to the defector, only to take his blood. The subsequent medical tests were inconclusive, but Les returned to Langley with a disturbing report. First, he had noticed Curveball spoke English after all. The Germans had told the Americans he didn't, and that was one reason why U.S. intelligence officials couldn't question him. Second, despite the fact that they met in the morning, Les had noticed that Curveball smelled of liquor. He seemed to be suffering from a hangover. Les wondered if Curveball might be a drunk. In early 2001, there was another warning of sorts. The CIA station chief in Berlin sent a message to headquarters. A BND official had said that Curveball was out of control and couldn't be located. And in April 2002, England's MI6, which was also receiving the Curveball material, told the CIA that it had come across inconsistencies in Curveball's reporting. The British intelligence service reported it was not convinced that Curveball is a wholly reliable source, and that elements of Curveball's behavior strike us as typical of individuals we would normally assess as fabricators. But MI6, like the BND, officially continued to back Curveball, and neither the CIA nor the DIA dumped him. His reports on a fleet of mobile weapons labs kept circulating. We were watching the whole Curveball thing in horror, recalled the Counter-Proliferation Division staffer. We knew it was bad from the start. We felt powerless, but we wondered if maybe we didn't know everything. In the aftermath of 9/11, could you afford to be negligent and dismiss a potential source as just another screwball? Most of our sources were strange in one way or another. Still, we couldn't believe this kept going on and on. So by the time the CIA's Drumheller sat down with the BND station chief in Washington in late September 2002, there was more than sufficient reason for the CIA to worry. After the German intelligence chief told him that Curveball might be a fabricator, Drumheller reported this to Pavitt. Stay on top of this, Pavitt told him. Drumheller sent a note to Alan Foley, the WinPac chief, about what the German station chief had said about Curveball. He also asked his deputy to pull the files on the problematic source. Find out what the hell is going on with this guy, Drumheller recalled telling her. She soon reported back. This is a problem, boss. Curveball's information about bioweapons labs had just been accepted for inclusion in the National Intelligence Estimate then being drafted in response to a request from the Senate Intelligence Committee. Oh boy, Drumheller thought. They have to have better stuff than this. If I had to do it all over again, I would say, hell no, I'm not going to do that. CIA analyst Paul Pillar. 8. Bent with the wind. As soon as he could, Peter Zimmerman, the scientific advisor to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, rushed to a secure room in the U.S. Capitol to read the CIA's classified National Intelligence Estimate, NIE, on Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. This was the report that had been requested 3 weeks earlier by Democrats on the Senate Intelligence Committee. The 90-page paper, delivered to Congress on the night of October 1st, was supposed to be the most authoritative summary of the U.S. government's intelligence on Iraq's deadly weapons and the threat they posed to America. Zimmerman, who had been unimpressed by the closed-door Tenet briefing a week earlier, was anxious to see what the CIA really had to back up the WMD case for war. He read the NIE twice. He was, he later said, astonished. The document offered bold and definitive conclusions in its key judgments. Iraq, it said, has chemical and biological weapons, and is reconstituting its nuclear weapons program. But the actual evidence, he thought, was hardly overpowering. Deeper in the NIE, there was information that undercut those stark conclusions. On critical points, the tubes, the unmanned aerial drones, the nuclear program, some government agencies had argued that the NIE was wrong. The dissents leaped out, there in bold, almost like flashing light, Zimmerman recalled. He had read NIEs before and never seen dissents as striking as these. I remember thinking, he later said, "Boy, there's nothing there. If anybody takes the time to actually read this, they can't believe there actually are major WMD programs." The NIE was something of a muddle. It eventually came to symbolize the entire WMD foul-up. The document did maintain that Iraq was full of deadly weapons. It was filled at some points with scary specifics. Iraq had amassed between 100 and 500 metric tons of chemical weapons, including mustard gas, sarin, and VX. Saddam possessed unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, that were probably intended to deliver biological agents. The drones could be brought close to or into the U.S. homeland. Iraq had mobile facilities for producing toxins and other biological agents that can evade detection and are highly survivable. And the NIE stated that Iraq had begun vigorously trying to buy yellowcake and was reportedly working out a deal to acquire up to 500 tons from Niger. Its key judgment section suggested the WMD situation in Iraq might even be worse than what the NIE outlined. We judge that we are seeing only a portion of Iraq's WMD efforts. But, as Zimmerman noticed, there were plenty of doubts in the fine print. In an annex in the back of the document, the State Department's Intelligence Bureau, INR, stated that claims of Iraqi pursuit of natural uranium in Africa are highly dubious. Notably, the yellow cake claims were also not included as a key judgment of the NIE. Both the Energy Department's Office of Intelligence and INR had disagreed with the conclusions about the aluminum tubes, the only hard evidence to support the claim that Iraq had revived its nuclear weapons program. In a sidebar, INR also challenged the entire conclusion about Iraq's nuclear efforts. As for the UAVs, the Air Force's Intelligence Office, home to the government's main experts on such weapons, had concluded they were primarily intended for reconnaissance, not for spraying deadly biological agents on unsuspecting civilians. And the details of the consensus portions of the NIE were not in all respects as bold as the overarching conclusions. None of the intelligence agencies claimed that Iraq was on the doorstep of the nuclear club. They concluded Iraq could produce a nuclear weapon during this decade, but not likely before 2007 to 2009, only if left unchecked. But Iraq was still being checked by sanctions, as problematic as they were, and would soon face a new round of inspections. On chemical weapons, the NIE acknowledged, "We have little specific information on Iraq's CW stockpile." As for the mobile biological weapons labs, most of the NIE section on this was based on a single source, curveball. The NIE said the intelligence community had high confidence in its conclusions that Iraq was expanding its chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons program, but it admitted it had little concrete evidence in hand. we are not detecting portions of these weapons programs. In the eyes of other readers, the descents and hedges might not have been as striking as Zimmerman considered them, but they were there, even if the public had no way of knowing they existed. Only after the war began, when it was too late, would the NIE prompt hard questions about how the intelligence community had produced such a flawed document. It was a consensus paper, thrashed out during hours of interagency meetings presided over by senior CIA officials. Had the process been politicized? Had analysts been pressured? Had Tenet and his deputy, John McLaughlin, been unwilling to impose tight standards to avoid displeasing the White House? An Energy Department official later said that the DOE did not want to come out before the war and say Iraq wasn't reconstituting its nuclear weapons program. One intelligence analyst subsequently told Senate investigators that when the NIE was being assembled, the going-in assumption was that we were going to war, so this NIE was to be written with that in mind. This is about going to war and giving the combatant commander an estimate on which he can properly organize. 2 investigations, one by the Republican-controlled Senate Intelligence Committee, the other by a White House-appointed commission, would later conclude there had been no political pressure from the White House to alter the intelligence community's conclusions. But asking a blunt question, were analysts bullied into concocting conclusions that bolstered Bush administration policies, overlooked how bureaucracies work? The dynamics that produced the NIE pervaded the U.S. intelligence community throughout the run-up to the Iraq War. "You were never told what to write," recalled Bruce Hardcastle, a veteran and widely respected DIA analyst for Near East affairs, who was deeply skeptical about some of the claims relating to Iraqi weapons programs. "But you knew what assessments administration officials would be receptive to, and what they would not be receptive to." In such an environment, Hardcastle added, what analyst was going to speak up and say, "I don't think Saddam has any of these weapons"? Hardcastle was a walking example of the price that could be paid. After he clashed with a Fife deputy on Mideast issues, Hardcastle found himself shunted aside, bumped at the last minute from an overseas trip to the Middle East, and uninvited to key meetings. The NIE was the product of a tainted intellectual environment, or so Paul Pillar, then the CIA's National Intelligence Officer for Near East and South Asia, argued more than 3 years later in a Foreign Affairs article. Pillar, a thoughtful, scholarly analyst with degrees from Oxford, Dartmouth, and Princeton, anguished over his own role in the CIA's handling of the pre-war intelligence. It was clear that the Bush administration would frown on or ignore analysis that called into question a decision to go to war, and welcome analysis that supported such a decision, he wrote. Intelligence analysts felt a strong wind consistently blowing in one direction. The desire to bend with such a wind is natural and strong, even if unconscious. The desire to bend with the wind, as Pillar put it, may be the only plausible explanation for one of the enduring puzzles of the NIE. Why did it have any reference at all to the mushy, unproven Niger charge? Barely 2 weeks earlier, the CIA had told the White House to strike a reference to the uranium deal from the president's UN speech, and it would do so again for another major speech in the days ahead. During interagency drafting meetings for the NIE, a State Department nuclear analyst, Simon Dodge, had tried to convince his colleagues to take it out of the NIE, arguing that the Yellow Cake claims were groundless and would draw a stiff dissent from his office. Still, agency officials were reluctant to remove an allegation that White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer had already cited. They might also have wanted to make sure they didn't get criticized later for leaving it out, just in case it might turn out to be true. Robert Walpole, the National Intelligence Officer who oversaw this document, later told Senate investigators that he had decided to put the Niger charge into the NIE for completeness, and so nobody can say we didn't connect the dots. It was a decision that would soon cause great turmoil. It's crystal clear we shouldn't have used the Niger allegation, Deputy CIA Director John McLaughlin subsequently said. To back its assertion that the Iraqis were vigorously procuring uranium, the NIE cited a Foreign Government Service report of the Niger deal. a reference to the original Sesame cable, as well as reports that indicated that Iraq had also sought uranium from Somalia and possibly the Democratic Republic of the Congo. But, the NIE added, we cannot confirm whether Iraq successfully succeeded in acquiring uranium from these sources. In 2006, McLaughlin said there probably should have been more neon on the phrase that it hasn't been confirmed. In fact, the CIA had not confirmed that Iraq had even tried to buy uranium from any of these countries. In the end, the actual wording of the NIE probably didn't matter. By the time it was written, the Bush White House had already made extensive use of the faulty intelligence that had been packaged in the estimate. Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Rice, Wolfowitz, and other administration officials had ignored the disputes where they existed and hardly questioned the limited and flawed intelligence that had been produced. Bush hadn't asked for the NIE, nor, as the White House would later acknowledge, did he even read it. As wrong and overstated as the NIE was, it was more sober than other intelligence that reached the White House. Years later, the White House Commission on WMDs reported, even more misleading than the NIE was the river of intelligence that flowed from the CIA to top policymakers over long periods of time, in the President's Daily Brief, PDB, and in its more widely distributed companion, the Senior Executive Intelligence Brief, SEIB. These daily reports were, if anything, more alarmist and less nuanced than the NIE. The PDBs and SEIBs, with their attention-grabbing headlines and drumbeat of repetition, left an impression of many corroborating reports where, in fact, there were very few sources. And in other instances, intelligence suggesting the existence of weapons programs was conveyed to senior policymakers, but later information casting doubt upon the validity of that intelligence was not. In ways both subtle and not so subtle, the daily reports seemed to be selling intelligence in order to keep its customers, or at least the first customer, interested. This was a polite way of saying that Tenet and McLaughlin were serving up dishes they knew the boss wanted. Nor would most members of Congress read the NIE. Senate aides would later calculate that no more than a half dozen or so members actually went to the secure room where the highly classified NIE was kept under lock and key before the upcoming vote on Bush's Iraq resolution. Zimmerman, the Senate staffer, urged his colleagues with security clearances to go read the NIE, telling them the dissents were pretty shocking. But it was too late. There was not a goddamn thing I or any other staffer could do to stop this. We had an election coming up. The Democrats were afraid of being seen as soft on Saddam or on terrorism. The whole notion was, let's get the war out of the way as fast as possible and turn back to the domestic agenda. One of the few who did read the NIE was Senator Bob Graham, the Democratic chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Graham, too, was struck by its many nuances and outright dissents, he later said. But under committee rules, Graham and other skeptics were unable to say anything in public about them. At an October 2nd closed-door hearing of the Intelligence Committee, Graham and Senator Carl Levin pressed Tenet and McLaughlin on the sourcing behind the NIE's assertions. Did the CIA have its own spies inside Iraq who could verify information about the country's supposed WMD stockpiles? Tenet acknowledged that there weren't any, and that the CIA hadn't had much in the way of assets in Iraq since UN inspectors had left in 1998. I was stunned, Graham recalled. Graham and Levin requested a declassified version of the NIE so that some of the equivocations and dissents could be shared with the public. What came next was a crucial moment in the selling of the war. As it happened, in May, the White House had asked the CIA to prepare a white paper on Iraq's weapons. McLaughlin had passed the request to Pillar. A draft was completed within weeks. But it wasn't released. When the request came for a declassified NIE, Pillar was told to redo the old white paper and keep it in sync with the NIE. The CIA's new white paper, Iraq's Weapons of Mass Destruction Programs, was publicly released on October 4th, just as senators and representatives were beginning the floor debate on the resolution that would authorize Bush to launch a war against Iraq whenever he saw fit. The white paper was a slick document on glossy magazine-style paper with color maps, graphics, tables, and photos. One page displayed the location of Iraq's presumed nuclear facilities, complete with yellow and black radiation warning symbols. They were, Graham would later note, the modern equivalent of skull and crossbones. The white paper's conclusions were similar to those of the NIE, only more definitive. The CIA had removed the hedging language. It contained none of the dissents. The white paper falsely stated that all intelligence experts agree that Iraq is seeking nuclear weapons, ignoring the State Department's pointed dissent. It said that most intelligence specialists thought the tubes were for a centrifuge program. It left out the fact that the Energy Department didn't agree. The white paper warned that Baghdad's UAVs could threaten the U.S. homeland. The Air Force's disagreement was not mentioned. And it dropped the NIE's telling concession that U.S. intelligence had little specific information on Iraq's chemical weapons stockpiles. Afterward, Piller was embarrassed by the white paper. "In retrospect, we shouldn't have done that white paper at all," he said. It wasn't really intelligence analysis, he believed. The white paper was policy advocacy. He wished he had mustered the courage to tell the CIA leadership and the White House that he wouldn't put out such a document. "One of the biggest regrets of my career is I didn't find a way to say no," he would later say. "If I had to do it all over again, I would say hell no, I'm not going to do that." Piller, who had always prided himself on his independence and integrity, was ashamed of his role. He and his CIA colleagues, he thought, had been reduced to producing propaganda. He, too, had bent with the wind. Piller was operating under his own set of pressures. Shortly before the Bush administration began, he had published a book on terrorism that concluded that the major threat came from freelance groups operating independently of any governments, like Al-Qaeda. This had been the CIA's long-standing position on the issue. But it was a direct challenge to the thinking of the neoconservatives and Laurie Milroy, who believed that state-sponsored terrorism, meaning Saddam-sponsored terrorism, was the real problem. For administration hardliners, Piller was already suspect, a charter member of an imagined CIA cabal hostile to the president's agenda. Piller himself inadvertently sharpened the conflict a few weeks after the president's 2002 State of the Union speech highlighting the axis of evil. He had been invited to speak to a class at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. He suggested the president, in his speech, should have been a little clearer about the distinction between terrorism and weapons of mass destruction. There was, he said, no evidence that the Iraqi government had shared such weapons with terrorists, and no evidence that Iraq had supported any terrorist acts since 1993. Piller had thought he was speaking off the record. Yet within days, Insight, a conservative news magazine published by the Washington Times, carried a story reporting that Piller had attacked Bush's speech and criticized Laurie Milroy. Piller suddenly found his job on the line, and, he said, later heard that Wolfowitz wanted him fired. The contentious dispute over the Iraq-Al-Qaeda link, according to Piller, was one explanation for the CIA's exaggerated conclusions on weapons of mass destruction in the NIE and the White Paper. "What was going through the back of my mind," said Piller, who worked on the NIE, "is that, unlike the purported terrorism connection between Iraq and Al-Qaeda, which was a manufactured issue, there was a consensus view on WMD. That was not entirely so. There was plenty of dispute within the intelligence community on crucial weapons-related issues. But the basic proposition that Saddam had some chemical and biological weapons had always been accepted by the CIA, just as it was by all Allied intelligence services. The disagreement concerned whether Saddam possessed a vast and growing arsenal or merely residual stockpiles, as DIA Chief Admiral Thomas Wilson had testified to Congress in March 2002. Battered by administration officials on the Al-Qaeda-Baghdad link, Piller and other CIA officials were looking to be on the team in other ways. So the CIA, perhaps in an act of bureaucratic overcompensation, was willing to give the White House what it wanted on the WMD issue. Indirectly, but significantly, The obsession of Feith and Wolfowitz at the Pentagon, and Scooter, Libby, and Cheney at the White House to find the connection between Saddam and Osama bin Laden was a factor that led to the CIA's overstating the WMD case. The headlines generated by the white paper were good for the White House. CIA says Iraq revived forbidden weapons program after the UN inspectors left, the New York Times declared. An Associated Press story reported, Iraq is making new biological and chemical weapons and could have a nuclear weapon by 2010. A new report by U.S. intelligence agencies concludes. When Graham read the white paper, he went ballistic. He saw it had been shorn of the dissents and caveats of the classified NIE. I had earlier concluded that a war with Iraq would be a distraction from the successful and expeditious completion of our aims in Afghanistan, Graham later wrote. Now I had come to question whether the White House was telling the truth, or even had an interest in knowing the truth. He called Tenet and lit into him, demanding to know how the CIA could have produced two such different documents, a secret NIE filled with dissents, and a public white paper that conveyed unanimity and certainty. Tenet grew defensive, according to Graham, telling the senator he resented any questioning of the professionalism or the patriotism of his analysts. Graham shot back that he resented Tenet's suggestion that he lacked respect for the men and women of the CIA. He told Tenet he wanted more of the NIE made public. Tenet replied testily that he would look into it. That night, Graham sent a letter seeking the public release of specific sections of the NIE, showing there were doubts within the U.S. intelligence community about significant parts of the administration's case. He also wanted Tenet to permit the disclosure of a revealing exchange that had taken place at the October 2nd closed-door hearing. In that back and forth, McLaughlin had been asked by Senator Carl Levin if it was likely that Saddam would launch an attack using chemical and biological weapons. McLaughlin's response had been telling. In the foreseeable future, given the conditions we understand now, the likelihood, I think, would be low. But if Saddam were to be attacked, McLaughlin added, the odds would be pretty high that he would retaliate with such weapons. McLaughlin had also indicated that the CIA had concluded that Saddam had no intention of conducting terrorist attacks against the United States with conventional weapons or biological or chemical weapons. But, the agency thought, he might assist anti-American terrorists to hit the United States with such weapons, if the United States attacked him. This may have been no more than guesswork on the CIA's part, but Levin believed it offered quite a different picture from the one the White House was presenting to the public. In recent days, Bush had called Iraq a threat of unique urgency. Echoing the British White Paper, Bush had said that Iraq could launch a biological or chemical attack in as little as 45 minutes. He had warned that each passing day could be the one on which the Iraqi regime gives anthrax or VX nerve gas or someday a nuclear weapon to a terrorist ally. Yet, in this private hearing, the CIA's number 2 official had said that it was unlikely Saddam would do any of this unless the United States invaded Iraq. This was the most relevant possible testimony you could have, Levin later said. If this testimony could be declassified, Levin thought at the time, it could change the contours of the Iraq debate. Graham agreed it should be made public. 3 days later, with Congress still debating the Iraq resolution, the CIA responded to Graham's request. In a letter for public release signed by McLaughlin on behalf of Tenet, the agency declassified some of its judgments about Saddam's WMD-related decision-making. The letter noted that Baghdad, for now, appears to be drawing a line short of conducting terrorist attacks with conventional or CBW against the United States. If Saddam thought a U.S.-led attack was coming, the letter said, he probably would become much less constrained in adopting terrorist actions. Moreover, Saddam might take the extreme step of assisting Islamist terrorists in conducting a WMD attack against the United States as a last chance to exact vengeance if Iraq were under assault from the United States. The letter also declassified Levin's exchange with McLaughlin from the classified October 2nd hearing. But the CIA, in something of a preemptive strike, included in the letter other information that seemed to bolster the administration's case. We have solid reporting of senior-level contacts between Iraq and al-Qaeda going back a decade, the letter said, during which the two parties discussed safe haven and reciprocal non-aggression. It was the information from the Feith briefing, the same reporting that the CIA until recently had largely dismissed as unreliable. The CIA referred to reporting that Iraq had provided training to al-Qaeda concerning poisons and gases and making conventional bombs. This was a reference to the al-Libi allegations, which the DIA had raised questions about months earlier, and which may have been extracted under torture. The Tenet-McLaughlin letter made no mention of these doubts from intelligence community analysts. They were shoving into public view the same intelligence that had been the subject of intense debate and about which there was anything but a consensus. Graham released the letter the next day. A New York Times front-page story called the letter a new element in the intensifying congressional debate over the Iraq resolution. But Tenet, by this point, was playing damage control, a highly unusual role for a CIA director. He had put out a statement claiming, "There is no inconsistency between our view of Saddam's growing threat and the view as expressed by the President." Tenet, who rarely talked to reporters directly, even called a New York Times reporter on deadline to ensure this point would make it into the paper. And it did. Levin was enraged. The head of the CIA was saying there was no difference between that CIA testimony and the administration, he later recalled. That's a fabrication and bullshit. It was wrong and totally inappropriate for him to say that. That was important testimony, and they were lying about it. I believed it was likely that Saddam had chemical or biological weapons, but a lot of countries have WMDs. The question is, are they an imminent threat to you? Levin saw the CIA's answer to that question as no, and he was happy he had gotten this information into the public realm before the vote. But now Tenet was undermining his agency's own findings, and Levin's efforts. I was bloody furious, Levin said. Tenet, he thought, was acting more like a White House spinner than the director of Central Intelligence. The day the CIA sent the letter to Senator Bob Graham, October 7th, Bush was due to deliver a speech outlining the case against Iraq in Cincinnati. This would be Bush's effort to seal the deal as the congressional debate on the Iraq resolution headed toward the finale. The prospects for the White House looked excellent. The Biden-Lugar alternative had been shot down. The Republicans were fully behind the leader of their party. The Democrats were split. There were plenty of votes for Bush. But one last element of the White House's lobbying campaign remained: the big speech. The president would go on national television in prime time and share with the public compelling evidence the U.S. government possessed. This would be Bush's grand summation of the case for war. Neither before the invasion nor after would he again lay out the argument in such detail. The White House wanted the speech loaded with as much ammunition as possible. So for days, John Gibson, the White House speechwriter, had been doing what he had done prior to the UN speech, putting into the draft whatever alarming material the CIA would permit him to use. And even though Gibson had been told not to use the Niger charge for the UN speech, he now saw that it was part of the NIE. If it was in the NIE, he figured, it was good enough to use. He included it in a draft, and chief speechwriter Michael Gerson signed off. The pair, wanting to make the speech as powerful as possible, proposed a line saying that it would take only one canister of the chemical agents Saddam possessed to kill everyone in New York City, or wipe out some other major American city. The speechwriters pushed the CIA to give them a way to say this, so they could render the Iraq threat as frightening and close to home as possible. But the CIA wouldn't go along. There were too many variables, agency officials explained. Gibson and Gerson lost the line. They also lost Niger. On October 4th, the NSC had sent a draft of the Cincinnati speech to the agency for vetting. It contained a sentence that said Iraq had been caught attempting to purchase up to 500 metric tons of uranium oxide from Africa. It was an overstatement of the dubious language in the NIE. Iraq had certainly not been caught doing anything in Africa, and the CIA had even walked away from the Niger charge the day after the NIE was done. During his October 2nd testimony to the Senate Intelligence Committee, McLaughlin had said of the recent British White Paper, "I think they stretched a little bit beyond where we would stretch on the points about Iraq seeking uranium from various African locations. We've looked at those reports, and we don't think they are very credible." And during that testimony, Robert Walpole, the CIA official who had managed the production of the NIE, had been sitting right next to McLaughlin. On October 5th, after the CIA had reviewed this draft, a senior CIA official, the Associate Deputy Director for Intelligence for Strategic Programs, faxed Deputy National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley and Gerson a memo telling them to strike the reference to the uranium shopping in Africa from the Cincinnati speech. The amount is in dispute, and it is debatable whether it can be acquired from the source. We told Congress that the Brits have exaggerated this issue. Finally, the Iraqis already have 550 metric tons of uranium oxide in their inventory. In other words, forget about it. The British were wrong to put the charge in their white paper. The President shouldn't use it. But the next draft of the speech still contained the Niger charge. After the CIA received this version on October 6th, the same CIA official quickly called Tenet. Then Tenet phoned Hadley and told him that his analysts thought the reporting on this allegation was weak and that Bush should not be a fact witness on this issue. The NSC dumped the reference. Still, the CIA sent a second fax that day to the NSC to reinforce the point. The evidence related to the Africa allegation was weak. The procurement is not particularly significant to Iraq's nuclear ambitions because the Iraqis already have a large stock of uranium oxide, and the CIA has already told Congress that the Africa story is overblown. This was the fourth warning in less than a month that the CIA had sent the White House about this allegation. The Niger charge was gone, but only for the time being. Niger was not the only iffy intelligence the White House wanted to place in the Cincinnati speech. During the preparation for the Cincinnati speech, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice invited White House communications aide Adam Levine into the White House Situation Room to review hundreds of photographs strewn across the conference table. They were highly classified U.S. intelligence photos that supposedly illustrated Saddam's weapons of mass destruction. Rice wanted Levine's advice on what photos could be released with the Cincinnati speech to bolster the administration's case. Levine, no expert on either intelligence or unconventional weapons, started to search through the pile and noticed that all the shots had dates on the bottom. He wanted to see a recent one, figuring a current photo would have more impact. He spotted one that fit the bill, a highly detailed photo that appeared to show one of Saddam's UAVs that could be used to deliver chemical and biological agents. But Levine noticed something. The UAV had an insignia on it. He asked one of Rice's aides about it. It was a Czech flag, he was told. This UAV had been on display at a German air show. What, Levine asked, did this have to do with Iraq? The answer? This UAV is like the ones we believe Saddam has. Like? Not the real thing? Levine shook his head. As Levine continued to pore over the photos, he noticed the recent ones were all similar, shots that didn't prove anything, aerial photographs in which the weapons or weapons site couldn't be seen, before and after photographs of sites visited by United Nations inspectors, but from 1998. I remember having this sinking feeling, Levine recalled. Oh my God, I hope this isn't all we have. We've got to have better stuff than this. Levine noticed something else that day. Inside the Situation Room, on the walls where a series of clocks showed the times at important capitals around the world, London, Tokyo, Moscow, there was one set to Baghdad time. Levine worried that word of this clock might leak, and that reporters might reasonably conclude that the decision to go to war against Iraq had already been made. On the evening of October 7th, Bush took the stage at the Cincinnati Museum Center. Before him was an audience of 700 or so invited guests, many from the local Republican organization. Outside, a few hundred yards away, were more than 1,000 anti-war protesters who were being kept from the museum by police on horses. A Gallup poll released the previous day showed that popular support for an invasion of Iraq had dropped from 61% in June to 53%. In a stern, methodical manner, Bush depicted Iraq as a clear and present danger to the United States. Not surprisingly, he mentioned none of the doubts or dissents within the U.S. intelligence community. He called Iraq a grave threat. He linked the peril posed by Saddam to September 11th. In the wake of those attacks, he said, the United States must confront every threat from any source that could bring sudden terror and suffering to America. The Iraqi dictator, he proclaimed, must not be permitted to threaten America and the world with horrible poisons and diseases and gases and atomic weapons. On the WMD front, he offered a whole range of evidence. He pointed out that previous UN inspections hadn't accounted for tens of thousands of liters of biological agents in Iraq, and called this a massive stockpile capable of killing millions, though UN inspectors had said they didn't know whether this unaccounted-for material actually existed. We know, Bush asserted, that Saddam has produced thousands of tons of chemical agents. Iraq, Bush continued, was exploring ways of using unmanned drones bearing chemical and biological weapons for missions targeting the United States. Bush talked about the purported partnership between al-Qaeda and Baghdad, claiming that the pair had high-level contacts that go back a decade. He then added, "We've learned that Iraq has trained al-Qaeda members in bomb-making and poisons and deadly gases." Bush was blending the Feith slideshow and the information squeezed out of al-Libi. Ignoring the CIA findings regarding Saddam's attitude toward sharing his unconventional weapons with terrorist groups, Bush said, "Iraq could decide on any given day to provide a biological or chemical weapon to a terrorist group or individual terrorists. Alliance with terrorists could allow the Iraqi regime to attack America without leaving any fingerprints." Bush also raised the nuclear specter. He invoked the aluminum tubes and Saddam's numerous meetings with his nuclear holy warriors. He said, "We don't know exactly how close Saddam was to getting a nuclear bomb, but were Iraq to produce, buy, or steal an amount of enriched uranium a little larger than a single softball, it could have a bomb in less than a year." Bush then deployed Gerson's rhetorical flourish, which Rice had road-tested a month earlier. "Facing clear evidence of peril, we cannot wait for the final proof, the smoking gun, that could come in the form of a mushroom cloud." Bush didn't advocate a military invasion, not yet, but he did dismiss other options. Inspections, sanctions, and strikes on suspected WMD sites, he asserted, hadn't stopped the Iraqi dictator from becoming a WMD power. He called on Congress to authorize the use of America's military, noting that the House and Senate were nearing a historic vote. When Bush finished the speech, the crowd gave him a 2-minute ovation. In Rome, on the afternoon of October 7th, the day of Bush's Cincinnati speech, Elisabetta Burba, an investigative reporter for Panorama, a Milan-based news magazine owned by conservative Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi, sat down for lunch at an upscale restaurant with an old source, Rocco Martino, the professional information peddler who had tried, unsuccessfully, to sell phony documents about a purported Niger-Iraq uranium deal to French intelligence. The two had done business in the past. Martino had once slipped Burba some papers about Islamic terrorists in the Balkans. A few days earlier, Martino had called Burba and told her he had something very hot. Now Martino took out a thick envelope and showed the journalist what it was. Documents that he said proved that Iraq had signed a deal to buy hundreds of tons of yellow cake from Niger. Martino, who was secretly tape-recording their meeting, made a reference to Bush's big speech that day. It was clear war was coming. But the two of them, Martino and Burba, could push it along, he suggested. "Let's make this war start," Martino told Burba. "This is a mega galactica situation." Of course, Martino wanted money for this, 20 million lira, or about $12,000. But Burba was not about to pay anything until she could verify the material. She said she would have to check out the documents. If they led to something, her magazine would pay. That was the practice in Italy. She flew back to Milan and started going over the documents with her husband, a historian. They immediately spotted all sorts of problems with the papers. There were puzzling gaps in the documents and references that didn't seem to make sense. She started to wonder if the Niger documents were una bufala, a fraud. Still, she thought she should pursue the story. The next day, she told Panorama editor Carlo Rossella about this potential bombshell story. She proposed to fly off to Niger to check out the material. Before doing that, Rossella said she should take the documents to the U.S. Embassy in Rome and show them to officials there. The Americans, no doubt, would know if there was anything to this deal. Rossella knew U.S. Ambassador Melvin Sembler, a shopping mall magnate who had been a fundraiser for the Bush presidential campaign. He placed a phone call to the embassy and arranged a meeting. Burba arrived at the U.S. Embassy the following day, October 9th, and was greeted by Ian Kelly, the press officer. He took her upstairs to his office to meet two embassy officials. They were cool, interested but careful. They wanted to know where she had gotten the material. "A confidential source," she said. They said it wasn't the embassy's job to verify such material. But, they asked, could they have a copy? "Sure," Burba said, and they photocopied the documents. But she left the embassy with no new information. Embassy officials immediately sent copies to the State Department for review. 8 months after Cheney had first asked about the Niger deal, the documents that had started the Niger episode, the documents that would become the most infamous intelligence forgery of recent years, were finally in the hands of the U.S. government. But the CIA still didn't have them. Before the Burba meeting, a CIA officer who worked at the embassy had been informed of the session. But Jeff Castelli, the CIA station chief, had told his subordinate not to worry about it. "We know all about this phony yellow cake report," Castelli had explained. "This is bullshit we don't have time to waste on," he had said, according to Drumheller, the CIA's European division chief. Still, after the meeting, the station chief was given a set of the Niger documents, which he promptly forgot about. Castelli, Drumheller subsequently explained, was not the most organized guy in the world, and his view was, this is the least important thing that's coming across my desk now. He just made a mistake. Langley wouldn't be able to vet the documents because the Rome station chief had essentially lost the paperwork. After a week of debating, on October 10th, the House was poised to vote on the legislation that would grant Bush the power to use military force as he determines to be necessary and appropriate in order to defend the national security of the United States against the continuing threat posed by Iraq, and to enforce all relevant UN Security Council resolutions regarding Iraq. Dick Armey, who had questioned the need for a war and Bush's motivations, gave the final emotional address before the members voted. Armey echoed the arguments that Cheney had made to him 2 weeks earlier. He talked about how Saddam, with his ongoing working relationships with a myriad of evil terrorist organizations, could provide them with biological weapons that would be concealed in suitcases that could be left in a train depot, a service station, an airport. He declared that Saddam could attack Israel at any time, and, to me, an attack on Israel is an attack on America. Armey closed his remarks with an impassioned plea to the president to use his new power wisely. Choking up with tears, Armey referred to American troops and said, "Mr. President, we trust to you the best we have to give. The measure passed easily in the House on a 296 to 133 vote, with all Republicans but 6 voting for the measure. The Democrats split, with 126 voting nay and 81 siding with Bush and Gephardt. Army had succumbed to Cheney's pressure. He had decided to be the good soldier, the loyal partisan. But this vote weighed on him. For weeks afterward he would agonize about it and try to convince himself that he hadn't actually voted for a war. He wanted to believe that he had merely given Bush the option to use military force, to strengthen the president's hand in pursuing a diplomatic solution to the Saddam problem. "I'll tell my grandchildren that," he later said. "I'll split that hair until hell freezes over." But Army suspected he was lying to himself. In December of that year he would be driving along a stretch of Texas highway when a country song would come on about a fellow who looked in the mirror and saw a stranger. The line hit him hard. He had voted for the war against his better instincts, Army now thought, and he had become that stranger. Disappointed with himself, Army was thankful that a year previously he had decided to leave the House at the end of this term. Representative Walter Jones, a conservative Republican from a heavily military district in North Carolina, voted for the resolution. But after he left the House floor, as he later recounted, he was troubled. A member of the House Armed Services Committee, Jones had never been quite convinced by the briefings he had received. There was something about the way the members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and the rest of the Pentagon brass, including Rumsfeld, had answered the questions that told him they knew less than they were letting on. Jones was unsettled by the atmospherics that had surrounded the Iraq debate. It had been rushed, hectic, and at times too emotional. "There's something about this. I can't put my finger on it," he said to his chief of staff that night, "but I just don't feel good about this vote." A day after the House voted, the resolution came up for a vote in the Senate. Every Republican but one was solidly behind the measure. On the floor of the Senate, Republican John McCain proclaimed that Saddam has developed stocks of germs and toxins in sufficient quantities to kill the entire population of the earth multiple times. He has placed weapons laden with these poisons on alert to fire at his neighbors within minutes. "The vote on the resolution," he said, "will reveal whether we are brave and wise or reluctant, self-doubting." Senator Hillary Clinton echoed McCain and the president in outlining her support for the resolution. "Saddam Hussein has worked to rebuild his chemical and biological weapons stock, his missile delivery capability, and his nuclear program. He has also given aid, comfort, and sanctuary to terrorists, including al-Qaeda members." Liberal Democrats passionately denounced the resolution. "What this resolution does," Senator Paul Wellstone declared, "is give the president the authority for a possible go-it-alone, unilateral military strike and ground war. Our focus should be going to the United Nations Security Council." Senator Joe Biden argued that Iraq's WMDs do not pose an imminent threat to our national security, but he called the resolution a march to peace and security and said he would vote for it. If Bush were handed this authority, he reasoned, Colin Powell could cajole the Security Council to produce a tough new resolution that would compel Saddam to accept intrusive WMD inspections, and that, Biden argued, would decrease the prospects of war. "Thank God for Colin Powell," he proclaimed. Senator Chuck Hagel, a Republican and Vietnam vet, voiced his mixed feelings. A war in Iraq would be no cakewalk, he warned. We should not be seduced by the expectations of dancing in the streets after Saddam's regime has fallen. He noted that Congress ought to be discussing the costs and commitments that would follow an invasion. We have heard precious little from the President, his team, as well as from his Congress about these most difficult and critical questions. He scoffed at war advocates who glibly spoke of Iraq as a test case for democracy in the Arab world. How many of us, he asked, really know and understand much about Iraq, the country, the people, its role in the Arab world? He added, imposing democracy through force in Iraq is a roll of the dice. but Hagel still said he would vote for the measure. Years later, Hagel said that the White House had used the pressures of the election to get this thing done before the election. The intensity, the manipulation, the tone of the speeches, the urgency. They were maximizing the sense Americans had that we could be attacked tomorrow. There was no question that this was being manipulated. Senator Bob Graham, explaining his opposition to the resolution, quoted Winston Churchill, "Never, never, never believe any war will be smooth and easy, or that anyone who embarks on the strange voyage can measure the tides and hurricanes he will encounter. The statesman who yields to war fever must realize that once the signal is given, he is no longer the master of policy, but the slave of unforeseeable and uncontrollable events." The Senate voted 77 to 23 for the resolution. 29 of the 50 Democrats said aye. That included John Kerry, who was preparing to run for president in 2004, and Tom Daschle, the Democratic leader. Daschle was still dubious of Bush's case for war, but that hadn't stopped him from acquiescing to Bush's demand. "We had just experienced 9/11, Daschle subsequently said. "Bush was telling me that Iraq had WMD and we had to move." Democrats who backed the resolution, he recalled, were looking at where the country was. The country expected us to work together. We felt threatened. It had taken the White House only 1 month to sell what Andy Card had described as its new product, a confrontation with Iraq. Bush had won the power to strike at and even invade Iraq. Whether he would actually launch war was still, at least in public circles, open to speculation. Tough negotiations were underway at the United Nations, where Powell, with the support of the Blair government, was pressing France and other members of the Security Council to pass a resolution that would essentially force Saddam to accept vigorous weapons inspections or face attack. Was Bush serious about accepting a UN solution? Or was he going through the motions for PR purposes to help Blair, who was encountering widespread public opposition in England to a war with Iraq? Some Washington players, such as Powell and Biden, clung to the hope that war wasn't yet a done deal. But Congress had just given Bush all the power he needed to make the decision on his own. 2 days after the Senate vote, a former U.S. ambassador published an op-ed piece in the San Jose Mercury News, a regional newspaper not closely followed in the nation's capital. Joe Wilson argued that Bush was being too confrontational, wrapping his obvious smash Saddam desires within a thin argument on WMDs, and that the United Nations was not taking a hard enough line on a dictator who had flouted many of its resolutions. He suggested that a well-designed and well-orchestrated confrontation, in which Saddam's very existence wouldn't be threatened, could compel Baghdad to give up any WMDs it might have. An aggressive UN-sanctioned campaign to disarm Iraq, bolstered by a militarily supported inspection process, would combine the best of the U.S. and UN approaches, a robust disarmament policy with the international legitimacy the United States seeks, he wrote. Wilson sent copies of his article to Brent Scowcroft, James Baker, and George H.W. Bush, all of whom he knew due to his stint as the last acting ambassador in Iraq before the previous war. Scowcroft forwarded the piece to Rice at the White House. "I did think they ought to talk to somebody who had experience with Saddam," Scowcroft recalled later. "I made the point in a little note. Here's a person who has actually dealt with Saddam." Wilson received a note from former President Bush, who said that he agreed with almost everything in the piece. Baker responded positively as well, and producers from cable television shows started calling and asking the former ambassador to come on air to discuss his perspective on Iraq. Wilson had reason to be pleased. His ideas had resonated among the Bush 1 crowd. Perhaps they were also being considered within the current Bush administration. But neither Scowcroft nor Wilson heard back from the White House. The idea was to create an incident. John McGuire, Deputy Chief of the CIA Iraq Operations Group. 9. A secret in the Nevada desert. Who needed evidence of weapons of mass destruction? John McGuire, the Deputy Chief of the CIA's Iraq Operations Group, and the agency officers working the Anabasis project had their own plan for starting the war, and it had nothing to do with the WMD debate. They also had a small and secret army of Iraqi commandos, led by a former Iraqi war hero, willing to put the plan into action. By the fall of 2002, the CIA's Anabasis team had set up a clandestine training site in the Nevada desert. The existence of the camp was one of the most tightly held secrets in the government. When Senator Bob Graham, the Intelligence Committee chairman, was first briefed on the training plan, he immediately thought of another era, when the CIA in the early 1960s had trained Cuban exiles in southern Florida for the disastrous invasion of Cuba that became known as the Bay of Pigs. The camp was located at the Energy Department's nuclear test site, a vast isolated tract of land 65 miles northwest of Las Vegas, and one of the most restricted stretches of territory in the country. Dozens of Iraqis had been brought to the site, some smuggled into the country, to train for a mission that McGuire and other CIA paramilitary officials hoped would trigger a war. The plan was a core element of the original Anabasis program. These were the CIA-backed commandos who would seize control of an isolated Iraqi base at Nukaib, near the Saudi border. Then they would go on the radio, announce a coup was underway, call on military units within Iraq to join them, and request that other nations support their bid to topple Saddam. Saddam, the thinking went, would be compelled to send troops to regain the base, but that would require him to violate the no-fly zone. The United States and Britain would then have a reason to attack Saddam's forces, and the war would be on. The Bush administration, McGuire later said, was too wedded to the WMD argument for war. The idea was to create an incident in which Saddam lashes out. If all went as planned, you have a premise for war. We've been invited in. McGuire had been looking forward to such an operation since the day after 9/11. On September 12, 2001, he had called the man he wanted to lead this pre-invasion invasion, Mohammed Abdullah al-Shawani, and said, "It's showtime." It was a bittersweet reunion. Years earlier, McGuire had met and worked with Shawani, a former Iraqi general and Special Forces commander, and both men carried battle scars. Shawani had been a hero of the Iran-Iraq War. He had led a daring raid in 1984 on a mountaintop in northeastern Iraq that had been taken by Iranian forces. In one of the biggest military assaults in Iraqi military history, Shawani and his troops, using 150 helicopters, retook the strategically significant position. 3 months later, Shawani, who had on one occasion overseen the transportation of tons of mustard gas for battlefield use, was booted out of Saddam's army. The official reason? Iraq had too many high-ranking officers. But Shawani assumed that Saddam considered a general capable of such derring-do a potential threat to his own rule. 5 years later, Shawani fled Iraq, fearing that Saddam was about to arrest him. He set up an import-export business in Amman and began establishing a secret network of former and current military officers inside Iraq who were willing to plot a coup. When the CIA learned of Shawani's network through Sarkis Soganalian, a notorious arms dealer, it recruited him. McGuire became his control officer and reckoned the charismatic general a far more reliable partner than the conniving Chalabi. McGuire and his colleagues in the CIA's Operations Directorate pressed the Clinton White House for permission to move ahead with Shawani's coup, lest Saddam get tipped to what was in the works. But White House officials, spooked by Chalabi's botched 1995 insurrection and worried this network had been penetrated by Iraqi intelligence, withheld the go signal. By the spring of 1996, if not before, Saddam's security forces had uncovered Shawani's operation, and the network was rolled up. About 80 of his operatives were executed, including 3 of Shawani's sons. Others were tortured. McGuire was enraged, believing that a lack of resolve in Washington had directly led to the deaths of his friend's sons. Disgusted, McGuire considered resigning from the agency. A senior official talked him out of it, saying, "This will come around again." And it did. In the Nevada desert, 6 years later, Shawani and McGuire were readying themselves for the next round, a chance, as McGuire would later say, to make things right. After McGuire had set up Anabasis, Shawani had contacted members of his old network, Iraqi exiles scattered across the globe, and had told them to gather in Kurdish-controlled Iraq. In the summer of 2002, the CIA began moving small bands of these Iraqis into the United States. After September 11th, it wasn't easy for Arab men to enter the country. The CIA flew some of Shawani's recruits across the borders in secret flights with no public records kept. The agency used planes involved in its extraordinary rendition program, under which it flew captured terrorist suspects to secret interrogation prisons around the world. In other instances, the CIA was able to provide the Iraqi fighters with passports, allowing them to enter the United States on commercial flights. Come the fall, Shawani and the agency had assembled about 80 members of this all-Iraqi squad of fighters at the secret camp in Nevada. They called themselves Scorpions 77 Alpha, named after a special forces unit Saddam had disbanded. Another non-Iraqi Arab team of about 15 saboteurs, mainly Egyptians and Lebanese, were also training at the site. Most of the Iraqis had been professional soldiers, but they hadn't done such work in years. McGuire and his CIA teams provided refresher courses in shooting weapons, blowing up buildings and power lines, jumping out of helicopters, conducting raids. At one point, 2 of the men were badly injured and nearly killed when their vehicle rolled over. The assembled Scorpions were mean, angry, and eager to fight. Shawani was the commander of the unit, and they had their own rallying cry, "Back to Baghdad." Other Iraqi opposition groups had no idea of the existence of the Scorpions. The Iraqi National Congress attempted to recruit Shawani to join its ranks. He ignored the invitation. The Scorpions scoffed at Chalabi for having no support or operatives within Iraq. "Nobody knew about us," one Scorpion later said. Inside the White House, officials responsible for Iraq planning were dimly aware of what was happening at the Nevada site. "We only knew that there were Iraqis who were being trained in small acts of sabotage, and it was all being done by Tenet," recalled one senior National Security Council aide. The training, as this official understood it, was for dirty tricks that would create chaos behind enemy lines. The Scorpions were indeed receiving training that could be put to such uses, but they were aiming to achieve more than dirty tricks. Their goal was to trigger an invasion. The Nevada test site training of the Scorpions was separate from the Defense Department's effort to train a contingent of Iraqi exiles dubbed the Free Iraqi Forces at an air base in Hungary. These Iraqi exiles were supposed to serve as scouts who would accompany the U.S. military when it entered Iraq. The administration spent about $200 million on the program, which, as envisioned by the Office of Undersecretary of Defense Doug Feith, would attract up to 5,000 Iraqi exiles. At the end of the day, about 60 guys showed up, recalled one White House official involved in this project. While building and training this covert force, the Anabasis men were achieving progress on another front, penetrating Saddam's regime. One of McGuire's deputies had established a relationship with the leader of Iraq's Sufi movement. The Sufis practiced a mystical brand of Islam, and their leader, a quirky holy man who believed in levitation, commanded a large and fiercely devoted following throughout Iraqi society. The leader, the CIA officers were told, could deliver sources at every level of the Iraqi leadership, including Iraqis who worked within Saddam's security forces. All he had to do was ask his followers to cooperate with the CIA, and they would. But the Sufi leader was not about to take such a risk, unless he had a good reason to do so. Back in September, when Congress was considering Bush's Iraq resolution, Lewis and McGuire had the religious mystic flown to Washington. They met with him one night at Marrakesh Restaurant on New York Avenue, a popular Moroccan establishment 10 blocks from the White House, where belly dancers entertained the patrons who sat on cushions on the floor. Over dinner, the religious mystic asked the same question that the Kurdish leaders had repeatedly put to the CIA men. "You're not just going to come to Iraq, poke Saddam in the eye, and leave, are you?" "No," McGuire assured him. This was for real. The United States was absolutely going to overthrow Saddam, and the CIA needed his help. The Sufi leader explained that he could be persuaded by the right amount of cash. He asked for $1 million a month. If that were forthcoming, the religious man would direct his followers, some from within Saddam's inner circle, to provide information to the Americans. The religious mystic didn't like Saddam, and he wanted a role in shaping a post-invasion Iraq. But first and foremost, McGuire thought, he wanted the money. It was a rental agreement, the CIA man later said. The CIA agreed to pay him, and eventually the amount did reach what the Sufi leader had requested. But Luis and McGuire considered it money well spent. Not long after the Marrakesh dinner, the religious mystic started to make Iraqi sources available to CIA officers based in Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq. The sources, who were almost too good to be believed, included Iraqi military officials who were more loyal to the mystic than to the dictator. These sources were given the code name rock stars. The information the Sufi followers supplied would be the best material the CIA would get on Iraq, including real-time information on Saddam's own movements. The results of the November 5th congressional elections further encouraged the Anabasist team, and anyone else hoping for war. The Republicans enlarged their margin in the House and regained control of the Senate. It was pretty much everything George W. Bush wanted, CNN political correspondent Candy Crowley told viewers after the results were in. As it turned out, Iraq hadn't been as central an issue in the campaign as Karl Rove might once have desired. Many leading Democrats had voted for the president's war resolution. Still, Rove, who had directed much of the campaign from the White House, with the help of his chief political deputy, Ken Mehlman, had played the party's national security trump card as fiercely as he could. Bush and GOP candidates had hammered Democratic senators for failing to support the administration's version of a bill to create the Department of Homeland Security. In Georgia, a Republican challenger, Saxby Chambliss, had aired attack ads against incumbent Senator Max Cleland that flashed pictures of Saddam Hussein and Osama bin Laden, and accused the Democrat, a veteran who had lost 3 of his limbs while serving in Vietnam, of voting against the president's Homeland Security efforts. Cleland lost. The White House and the Republican Party were keeping the lines between fighting terrorism and the threat of Saddam Hussein as blurry as possible. 3 days after the elections, the White House triumphed again. The UN Security Council, at the urging of the Americans and the British, voted 15-0 to find Iraq in material breach of previous resolutions regarding its weapons of mass destruction. A new resolution, 1441, gave Baghdad a final opportunity to comply with its disarmament obligations. Saddam was required to cooperate fully with enhanced inspections. If he did not, Iraq would face serious consequences, a term that the Security Council had purposefully left undefined, but that hawks in the Bush administration chose to read as military action. At the State Department, there was hope that diplomacy and perhaps last-minute Iraqi compliance might avert an invasion. Right after the UN vote, Senator Joe Biden got a call from Secretary of State Powell. "We have a chance of avoiding war," Powell told him. "How bad can that be?" Bush, though, did not greet the UN resolution with the words of a leader looking to avoid war. Moments after Resolution 1441 was passed, he declared that any act of delay or defiance on Saddam's part would justify military action. And even as the new UN inspection process began, the administration quietly moved ahead with its war plans. On November 26th, The day before, the new team of UN weapons inspectors led by Hans Blix entered Iraq. General Tommy Franks, the head of Central Command, sent Rumsfeld a request to begin deploying 300,000 troops to the Gulf. It was the mother of all deployment orders, as Franks called it. Rumsfeld decided to stagger the order in 2-week intervals, the better to avoid generating too much attention to a massive troop movement that might seem to be foreclosing the president's diplomatic options. By early December, U.S. aircraft carriers were streaming to the Gulf, and Franks moved into a newly created operational headquarters in Doha, Qatar, to manage the invasion that was on schedule to start in the next few months. That fall, Cheney called together several of his favorite in-house intellectuals to discuss the upcoming conflict. Cheney occasionally held cozy get-togethers at the vice presidential residence on the grounds of the U.S. Naval Observatory in northwest Washington. The guests were invariably conservative scholars and commentators who shared the vice president's distrust of diplomatic options. On this occasion, the guest list included Scooter Libby, Bernard Lewis, an Arabic scholar from Princeton, columnist George Will, and Victor Davis Hanson, a California raisin farmer and classical scholar whose prolific writings about the virtues of American military power were read closely in the vice president's office. Cheney had even bought copies of one of Hanson's books for members of his staff, and he had assigned one of his aides to consult with Hanson regularly. Hanson was, as New York Times columnist Maureen Dowd acerbically dubbed him, Cheney's war guru. Less than 2 weeks after 9/11, Hanson, writing in the Wall Street Journal, had argued that battlefield stalwarts are rarely consensus builders, and that great leaders are not only unpredictable, but often a little frightening. He had added, "We need generals who this time may well resign if told not to go to Baghdad." On this evening, with the Iraq War on the horizon, Cheney wanted to discuss one of Hanson's books in particular, The Soul of Battle. The book profiled 3 fearsome military leaders: George Patton in World War II, William Tecumseh Sherman in the Civil War, and Epaminondas, a Theban general who had destroyed the Spartan army in ancient Greece. All 3 in Hanson's study were misunderstood figures. Each had been maligned during their day for employing ruthless tactics. But Hanson contended that their willingness to crush completely the armies of their enemies and, in Patton and Sherman's case, instill fear among the indigenous population had been effective. Cheney had read the book closely. "I think he was interested in the idea of people who are criticized as warmongers," Hanson later said. He wanted to explore the reaction that society has toward people who want to create freedom and a better life, but have to do it in such a way that shocks people sometimes. Cheney, it was clear to Hanson, viewed himself as one of those leaders. In the discussion that night, Cheney and Hanson talked about the historical parallels between the wars each of the 3 generals had fought and the modern-day struggle against Islamic fundamentalism and rogue dictators such as Saddam. Cheney was especially interested in the bum rap that Patton, Sherman, and Epaminondas had gotten in their respective day, and how each would later be vindicated by history, Hanson said. He warned the vice president and Libby that they too would face such scorn. "I just said, I hope you people know that once you go into Iraq, you're going to experience a level of invective that you won't believe, like nothing you've ever witnessed," Hanson subsequently remarked. Cheney was not worried about that, according to Hanson. In fact, the vice president seemed impervious to such concerns. He was interested in the idea that defying this sort of criticism was the responsibility of a statesman. Cheney, he added, was taking the long view. The target was cars, those of Iraqi officials in Amman, Jordan. John McGuire wanted to destroy the fleet of vehicles used by Saddam's representatives in Jordan as part of the secret Anabasis project. As McGuire and Luis, the chief of the Iraq operations group, were speeding ahead with the various components of Anabasis, training operatives to conduct sabotage in Iraq, trying to penetrate Saddam's inner circle, preparing for direct action. They were doing whatever they could to mess with Saddam, and they were meeting resistance from within the CIA. What to do about Saddam's cars in Jordan was one scuffle, but it was representative of the deeper conflict between the Covert Action Squad and agency veterans, including station chiefs who dismissed Anabasis as misguided adventurism. McGuire, an expert in sabotage, saw the Iraqi auto fleet as an easy target. Amman had one of the largest concentrations of Iraqi government officials outside Iraq. There were 200 or so vehicles used by Saddam's diplomats and security officers stationed there. McGuire considered 3 sabotage options: simple, subtle, and direct. Simple was slashing tires and drilling small holes in the windshields, small-time vandalism. Direct sabotage was more severe, blowing up or burning the cars. But that could track back to the CIA. He decided that in this case the subtle approach would be best. He devised a plan for the Amman CIA station to pour contaminants into the gas tanks of the Iraqis' cars. Within a week or so, the motors would be corroded. All the vehicles would grind to a halt. But the Amman station chief refused to move. In a cable to CIA headquarters, he huffed that he wouldn't engage in juvenile college pranks. McGuire hit the roof. "This is exactly what's wrong with the agency," he shouted. As he saw it, too many CIA stations were risk-averse time servers who wouldn't get off their backsides and implement his plan. "We have a directive from the President of the United States to do this," McGuire shouted at the Amman station chief. "So shut the fuck up and do this. We're not interested in your grousing as to whether this is a wise move or not. The President has made a decision." But the Cars project never happened. Luis and McGuire were increasingly infuriated by the lack of cooperation from CIA stations around the globe. Their plan called for aggressive action now. They wanted to disrupt Saddam's finances and procurements, scare and intimidate his spy services, ping his regime with activities that might throw the dictator off his game. To block Saddam's access to money, the Iraq Operations Group had identified money managers who had access to Saddam's personal accounts. One idea was to target Saddam's top money man in Geneva, set him up with prostitutes, get photographs, and blackmail him into shutting down the Iraqi dictator's accounts. It was a classic maneuver called a honey trap in the spy trade. But this scheme and other ideas weren't happening, in large part, Luis and McGuire thought, because of lack of support from the field. "These guys just don't get it," Luis and McGuire would gripe about the station chiefs. "They don't understand we're serious, and that this is their job." In several cases, the field did come through. The Athens station arranged to sting Greek-based Iraqi security officials in an arms deal. The CIA officers in Greece made it look as if the Iraqis had been buying guns for terrorists. And the terrorist gun sting hit the local press, with no mention of the CIA's role. For Luis and McGuire, it was a modest success. But more often, other parts of the Directorate of Operations were unresponsive. At one point, Luis and McGuire went to Pavitt, the chief of operations, and demanded he fire one of the station chiefs for insubordination. That would send the rest a message. Pavitt didn't do it. But he did convene a conference in London of CIA station chiefs from Europe and the Middle East. At that secret meeting, held at the U.S. Embassy, Pavitt and other agency officials laid down the word. The overthrow of Saddam was coming. Everyone was expected to get with the program. It was a powerful reinforcement of the message Luis and McGuire had been hammering at hard for nearly a year. There is no turning back. The Pentagon was preparing for an invasion. Anabasis paramilitary and intelligence operations were in motion. Yet critical elements of the WMD intelligence that propped up the administration's case for war were unraveling. By mid-October, the Niger documents delivered by Elisabetta Bourba to the U.S. Embassy in Rome had been forwarded to State Department headquarters in Washington and were in the hands of one analyst who immediately suspected they were bogus. As he reviewed the papers purporting to document a uranium deal, Simon Dodge, the nuclear analyst at the INR, zeroed in on a bizarre companion document that had come attached to the Niger papers. It described a secret meeting at the home of the Iraqi ambassador in Rome on the afternoon of June 14, 2002. At this gathering, military officials of the world's leading outlaw states, Iraq, Iran, Sudan, Libya, and Pakistan, had come together, according to the document, to form a secret alliance to defend themselves against the West. This plan of action for global support would include Islamic patriots accused of belonging to criminal organizations. Iran and Iraq in a secret military pact? A worldwide alliance of rogue states and Islamic terrorists? This was something out of James Bond, or maybe Austin Powers. Dodge considered it completely implausible, as he later told Senate investigators. The document bore what Dodge later described in an email as a funky Embassy of Niger stamp to make it look official, I guess. The same stamp was on the uranium agreement papers. That was, for Dodge, a telltale sign. If the outlandish rogue state memo had come from the same source as the Yellow Cake documents, what did that say about the credibility of the Niger allegation? He concluded that the entire set of papers from Rome was probably fraudulent and emailed that conclusion to his colleagues. The existence of the rogue state document also undermined the theory, later propounded by some journalists and bloggers, that the Niger papers were forged as part of a covert disinformation campaign designed to encourage Washington to invade Iraq. Proponents of this idea would have to account for why supposedly sophisticated operatives, presumably connected to intelligence agencies, would have concocted such a bizarre and unbelievable companion document. Dodge wasn't alone. When INR analyst Wayne White, who had once served in Niger, saw the papers, he too questioned their authenticity. Within about 15 minutes. The uranium deal, he thought, seemed completely impractical. And Larry Wilkerson, Powell's chief of staff, was visited at his office by an intelligence analyst who explained the implausibility of transporting massive quantities of uranium by trucks through the barely paved roads of Niger and across Africa to a port city without any executives of the French consortium that controlled the uranium mines or any international inspectors noticing. By the time the two were done talking it through, Wilkerson later recalled, we were laughing our asses off. The documents, obviously forged, should have ended all talk within the U.S. government about this Niger deal. Here was concrete evidence that the Niger charge, which had been included in the National Intelligence Estimate, even though top CIA officials had doubts about it, was phony. But the CIA didn't review the documents. The INR made a copy available to the CIA, yet the agency did nothing with it. An office at the agency's Counter-Proliferation Division merely filed the papers in a vault. With the suspicious documents sitting unexamined in a safe, the administration could make good use of the Niger charge, perhaps more so than before. On December 7th, Iraq filed a 12,000-page cut-and-paste declaration with the United Nations, required under Resolution 1441, asserting that it possessed no unconventional weapons stockpiles or any nuclear program. Hans Blix, the chief UN inspector, called the Iraqi statement not enough to create confidence. The administration needed ammunition to show that Iraqis were lying. On December 17th, the CIA's WINPAC, which had aggressively pushed the nuclear claims, sent a paper to the National Security Council challenging Baghdad's assertion that it had no nuclear weapons program on two grounds. Saddam's regime had failed to explain its procurement of the aluminum tubes, and it had not acknowledged its efforts to procure uranium from Niger. The next day, the State Department's Bureau of Public Affairs posted a fact sheet on the department's website pointing to these omissions. The fact sheet had been written in response to an order from Undersecretary of State John Bolton. Tenet, McLaughlin, and other senior CIA officials had already dismissed the Niger allegation, yet WinPAC analysts, who were eager to show that Iraq was lying and determined to prove the nuclear case, couldn't let go and were treating the charge as established fact. It was one more sign of severe dysfunction at the CIA. What explained this? There's no good answer, Dodge later said. But Dodge was getting annoyed. In an email to an Energy Department analyst, he complained that the authors of the WinPAC paper had failed to point out to the NSC that the State Department had dissented on both the aluminum tubes and the Niger claims. The energy analyst wrote back, "It is most disturbing that WinPAC is essentially directing foreign policy in this matter. There are some very strong points to be made in respect to Iraq's arrogant non-compliance with UN sanctions. However, when individuals attempt to convert those strong statements into the knockout punch, the administration will ultimately look foolish, i.e., the tubes and Niger." Dodge wouldn't give up. On January 12, 2003, he fired off his strongest email yet to intelligence community analysts. He called the Iran-Iraq Rogue Alliance document ridiculous and noted again that it had the same stamp as the other material. In his email, Dodge used words that should have sent a shockwave through the intelligence system. The uranium purchase agreement, he wrote, probably is a hoax, and the unbelievable Rogue State Alliance document that had come attached to the uranium deal records was clearly a forgery. Two Iraq analysts at WinPAC who finally looked at the Niger documents in mid-January 2003 noticed inconsistencies within the papers, but, as one later told congressional investigators, there was nothing jumping out at us that the documents were forgeries. While Dodge at State was trying to counter the WinPAC analysts at CIA, there was within the agency a brewing battle over Curveball, the elusive Iraqi exile who was the main source for the claim that Iraq had mobile weapons labs. In the weeks after Tyler Drumheller, a CIA division chief, had warned the brass that Curveball might be unreliable, the agency took no steps to investigate this all-important source. But in mid-December, the executive assistant to CIA Deputy Director John McLaughlin called a meeting to review Curveball's credibility. In preparation for the meeting, the Directorate of Operations Group Chief in charge of German affairs sent out a cautionary email to her colleagues. It raised the possibility that Curveball might have been embellishing a bit to get resettlement assistance from the German government. Now that he had received it, he appeared to be less helpful, and the Germans had their doubts about Curveball. "We have been unable to vet him operationally, and know very little about him," the email warned. One recipient of the email was Stephen Kappas, the number 2 official in the Operations Directorate. At the meeting on December 19th, this CIA official expanded upon her suspicions, suggesting that Curveball's stories about mobile labs may have been gleaned from public sources on the Internet. An analyst from WinPAC staunchly defended Curveball's reporting, insisting that his information had been corroborated by one of the INC defectors. McLaughlin's executive assistant concluded that Curveball was credible. McLaughlin would later insist he had never been told about any of the doubts. Within days, the German group chief and Drumheller met with Pavitt, the head of the Operations Directorate, and Kappas, and once more reiterated their worries about Curveball. Pavitt, according to the German group chief, said this was a matter best left to the WinPAC analysts. The attempts to straighten out the Curveball operation had gone nowhere. "We were reading the reports about him and scratching our heads and saying, 'What's going on?' an officer of the CIA's Joint Task Force on Iraq later said. "We were following this with great interest, but thankfully it was not our case. We knew he was a drunk. We knew this was beyond screwed up. But it had taken a life of its own, and it wouldn't go away. We watched it like a train wreck, with detached fascination." The case against Iraq was also crumbling on another front: the aluminum tubes. The agency had arranged for a private contractor to spin the tubes to determine if they could rotate fast enough for a nuclear centrifuge. The tubes had to be able to spin at 90,000 revolutions per minute to work in a gas centrifuge. The test results came back and appeared to show that the tubes were too weak for this purpose. But WinPac refused to accept the results and ordered the data re-examined. And then it declared the new data proof the tubes were indeed usable in a centrifuge. Energy Department specialists, though, disagreed. Perhaps more important, IAEA inspectors, now back in Iraq, had rushed to the country's Nasser 81mm rocket production facility and found 13,000 complete rockets, all made from the same aluminum tubes that the administration had been claiming were for nuclear centrifuges. With the tubes case weakening, Joe Turner, the relentless WinPac analyst, flew off to Vienna. In a conference room overlooking the Danube River, he again confidently argued his case to IAEA officials that the tubes had to be for a nuclear weapons program. But by now he had completely lost his audience. The meeting was a disaster. Everybody was embarrassed when he came and made this presentation, one participant later said. Embarrassed and disgusted. We were going insane, thinking, where is he coming from? On January 9th, the IAEA released a report saying the tubes were not directly suitable for a nuclear centrifuge. The New York Times article on the report, which noted that Bush's key piece of evidence had been challenged, was placed on page A10. The story was written by Michael Gordon, who had co-written the original front-page Times story on the tubes. Gordon's partner on the first tube story, Judy Miller, had in recent weeks continued to report dramatic WMD allegations. In one piece, she noted that Iraq had purchased large quantities of a drug that could be used as an antidote for several chemical weapons. Afterward, the AP noted that the United States and the United Nations had okayed Iraq's purchase of this drug, a medicine commonly used to revive heart attack victims. In another story, Miller reported that an unidentified informant had told the CIA that Iraq had obtained an especially virulent form of smallpox in 1990 from a Russian scientist who had died in 2000. In another piece, Miller said that former Iraqi scientists, military officers, and contractors have provided American intelligence agencies with a portrait of Saddam Hussein's secret programs to develop and conceal chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons that is starkly at odds with the findings so far of the United Nations weapons inspectors. 2.5 weeks later, on January 27th, the IAEA reported to the UN Security Council that it had found no evidence of an active nuclear weapons program in Iraq. The aluminum tubes, the agency reported, appeared to be consistent with the purpose stated by Iraq, for artillery rockets. The vivid imagery of a few months earlier, the smoking gun in the form of a mushroom cloud, was looking more like a mirage. Come January, Shawani and the Scorpions were all set. They had been trained. They knew the plan. The CIA moved them out of Nevada and flew them to Jordan. With comrades who hadn't made it to the training site, the unit now had more than 100 members. McGuire and his CIA colleagues had also established a separate clandestine group that would conduct sabotage inside Iraq once the Scorpions moved on their target, the isolated Iraqi air base. The goal of the saboteurs would be to create havoc, blow things up, set cars on fire, to make it seem as if the Iraqi army had mutinied and civil disorder was spreading. The only thing the Scorpions needed was a green light from the White House. They were waiting. For months, Valerie Wilson and the several operations officers she supervised in the basement of CIA headquarters had been frantically chasing after sources in Iraq who could tell them anything about Saddam's WMD programs. Wilson and her colleagues had developed only a small number of informants, mainly a few scientists working within Iraq. But all these sources had continued to say essentially the same thing. Iraq had no WMDs, and no active WMD programs. The previous September, for example, The CIA had persuaded a Cleveland anesthesiologist to go to Baghdad and ask her brother, an electrical engineer whom the CIA believed was working on a covert nuclear weapons program, about Saddam's effort to develop nuclear weapons. The brother had told his sister that no nuclear weapons program existed. The Joint Task Force on Iraq would write up reports detailing the denials they were getting from Iraqi scientists and shoot them into the CIA bureaucracy. But these reports were coming from only a few sources, perhaps not enough on which to base an unorthodox conclusion that would upset the White House. And CIA operations officers handling these Iraqi assets were never sure if they could believe their "we have nothing" pronouncements. The working theory, said one CIA officer involved with the JTFI, was that we were dealing with a similar mentality we had seen in Soviet scientists. These people were living in a society where lying was a way of life, a way to survive. We didn't just take their first answer when they said there was nothing, or they themselves hadn't been involved in WMDs. Wilson and other JTFI officers couldn't tell whether they were actually getting the correct answer or whether they weren't doing their job well enough to find Saddam's WMDs. The fact that we were not getting affirmation of the WMDs did not mean they were not there, this CIA officer recalled. Besides, Valerie Wilson and the others were merely ops officers. It was their job to mount operations, ascertain whether sources were blowing smoke or telling the truth, and bring in whatever data they could. The analysts in the Directorate of Intelligence, such as the WinPack analysts, were supposed to figure out what it all meant. But on the Niger deal, Curveball, and the tubes, WinPack analysts were making one profoundly wrong call after another, and consistently fending off challenges from other experts and even their own CIA colleagues. Their conclusions were exactly the material the White House wanted, and would soon use in the two final and disastrous acts of its sales campaign, the President's State of the Union speech and a historic presentation by the Secretary of State at the United Nations. I'm not reading this. This is crazy. Secretary of State Colin Powell. 10. The final pitch. It was time to punch up another big speech on Iraq. In mid-January 2003, two White House speechwriters, Michael Gerson and Matthew Scully, were huddled over their colleague John Gibson's shoulder, staring at his computer in room 191 of the old Executive Office building. The group had been working for weeks on the President's upcoming State of the Union speech, and they were focused once again on making the strongest indictment they could against Saddam Hussein. A familiar issue was back, the purported yellow cake deal in Niger. The charge had been stripped from the UN speech in September and cut from the Cincinnati speech in October. But the speechwriters had been handed a top-secret binder of material that included the national intelligence estimate, and the Niger charge was still there. They talked about it briefly among themselves. If this was true, it was a big deal. The Niger allegation made the nuclear case much more powerful. The speechwriters agreed to put it into the speech. If there was a problem, they figured, Bob Joseph, the hawkish National Security Council staffer who handled nuclear matters, or somebody else in the intelligence community would tell them to take it out. In composing a litany of Saddam's offenses, the speechwriters had become enamored of a rhetorical device, which was to have Bush pronounce declarative, definitive statements. We know Saddam has chemical weapons agents. We know Saddam has biological agents. And they turned the Niger allegation into one such line. We also know that Saddam has recently sought to buy uranium in Africa. Seeking CIA approval for this language, Joseph sent this part of the speech to his usual contact for such matters, the CIA's WinPack, the analytical unit that had aggressively advocated the Niger claim and the aluminum tubes case. When he got that portion, Alan Foley, the head of WinPack, didn't express any concern about the credibility of the Africa line, still holding to an inexplicable position. The CIA had by this point warned the White House 4 times not to use the Niger allegation. Tenet had expressed skepticism about it to Hadley, and McLaughlin had told the Senate Intelligence Committee back in October that the CIA had looked at the Yellow Cake reports and, "We don't think they are very credible." Yet, WinPAC remained wedded to a flimsy claim that bolstered its nuclear case, and in Foley, Joseph had found a senior CIA official who wouldn't object. That was all Joseph needed to give the speechwriters the clearance they wanted. Foley was a former Soviet analyst who, according to other intelligence officials, was not especially engaged in Iraq weapons issues. But he did raise a procedural matter. He was concerned that the line as written could be construed as revealing classified information that had come from a foreign intelligence service, the Italian SISMI. So Foley and Joseph worked out an agreement. The speech would refer to the British White Paper, which had been publicly released in September, and also included this charge. It was perhaps a distinction with little difference. But for Foley and Joseph, this formulation would protect the Italian secret, even if it was no longer much of one. And if anyone did have any concerns about the truth of the charge itself, attributing it to a British report would give them cover. We're not saying it's true. The British are. Tenet and McLaughlin, according to a senior CIA official, weren't aware of Foley's discussion with Joseph. McLaughlin, according to an intelligence official, saw one small piece of the draft speech which came over separately and was brought to his office by one of our staff officers. That section was focused on terrorism. John often had to fight to prevent White House speechwriters from overstating the Iraq al-Qaeda connection. What was on their minds was a small piece of the speech that had nothing to do with Iraq. The White House was planning to have Bush, in this speech, announce the creation of a terrorist threat integration center that would compel the CIA, the FBI, the Pentagon, and the new Department of Homeland Security to share and analyze threat information in a single location. The proposal was creating the predictable bureaucratic tussles and headaches. For Tenet and McLaughlin, this was the critical part of the address, not the material that would be used to justify a war. Meanwhile, Karen Hughes, Bush's former communications director, who was now a White House consultant, was pressing Gerson and the other speechwriters to make the Iraq section of the speech as concrete as possible and to tie key charges to specific sources. Reading over a draft, she pointed out various charges and asked, "How do we know this?" She suggested the speechwriters erase the "we knows" and insert real sources. The United Nations concluded, the International Atomic Energy Agency found, Iraqi defectors say. It would make the speech more persuasive, she suggested. So who had said that Saddam had been looking for uranium in Africa? The British had. The speechwriters could back up the charge by referencing the British White Paper. Karen Hughes' attempt to firm up the speech led to the same formulation that Foley and Joseph had worked out independently. Gibson was aware that the Niger charge had twice been knocked out of previous speeches, but he didn't dwell on that awkward detail. His assumption, he later recalled, was maybe we had gotten better information on it. Perhaps something new had come in. Neither chief speechwriter Michael Gerson nor Deputy National Security Advisor Stephen Hadley, both of whom had been told by the CIA 3 months earlier to dump the Niger accusation, raised any objections to including the Niger claim in the State of the Union speech either. On January 27th, Tenet was at a National Security Council meeting, and the White House handed him a copy of a near-final version of the speech, which was now loaded with references to assorted intelligence material, and which included one sentence on the uranium shopping in Africa claim. He put it into his briefcase and took it back to Langley. He handed it to an assistant and ordered that the draft be passed on to the director of the Intelligence Directorate. Tenet never read it. The one line had become part of the speech due to a series of screw-ups and all-too-convenient memory lapses. But it was no simple accident. At the CIA, the NSC, and the White House speechwriting shop, officials were eager to go as far as they could to depict Saddam as a danger. Nobody insisted on rigorous fact-checking, which might end up diluting the power of the president's message. Bush's State of the Union speech would contain other assertions about Iraq that would be wrong or overstated, yet it would be his 16 words about uranium and Africa that would cause the greatest havoc for the administration and come to represent the White House's inflation of the WMD threat. On the evening of January 28, 2003, George W. Bush strode into the U.S. Capitol. He walked past senators, representatives, Supreme Court justices, foreign ambassadors, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and took his place in the well. Vice President Dick Cheney and House Speaker Denny Hastert sat behind him. Visitors to the Capitol this night had received instructions on how to escape a bioterrorism attack, and had been informed that they could locate protective gear called escape hoods in wooden cabinets in the hallways. One seat in Laura Bush's viewing box in the balcony was kept empty, a reminder of those killed in the September 11th attacks. There was much anticipation about what Bush would say about Iraq. Would he signal his intentions? In recent weeks he had ratcheted up the rhetoric on Iraq in off-the-cuff remarks, but this was his chance to issue a full explanation of what he was thinking. Bush devoted the first half of his speech to domestic matters. This was by design. The speechwriters wanted to build suspense. They knew what everybody wanted to hear most was what the president had to say about Iraq. But he first talked about tax cuts, Medicare, and hydrogen-powered cars. When Bush, about halfway through the speech, turned to foreign policy matters, he started with Afghanistan and AIDS in Africa. "We have the terrorists on the run," he declared. He didn't mention Osama bin Laden. Then, after quickly referring to Iran and North Korea, Bush got to Iraq. The moment had come. The president claimed that Saddam was flouting the new UN inspections. A day earlier, Hans Blix, the chief UN inspector, had said that Iraq has on the whole cooperated rather well so far with the inspectors in Iraq, but had failed to provide documentation sought by Blix. Bush once again depicted Saddam as a WMD menace, who was sitting on potentially huge stockpiles of chemical and biological weapons. He claimed Iraq had mobile biological weapons labs, information he said the United States knew from 3 Iraqi defectors. He pointed to the aluminum tubes, even though they had recently been dismissed as evidence of a nuclear weapons program by the IAEA. And to bolster his claim that Saddam was trying to build nuclear weapons, Bush said, "The British government has learned that Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium from Africa." Bush claimed that Saddam was aiding al-Qaeda, and warned that the Iraqi tyrant could slip WMDs to his terrorist allies. He invoked the specter of September 11th. Imagine those 19 hijackers with other weapons and other plans, this time armed by Saddam Hussein. It would take 1 vial, 1 canister, 1 crate slipped into this country to bring a day of horror like none we have ever known. The danger was growing, he insisted. The Iraqi people, he added, deserved liberation. If Saddam Hussein does not fully disarm, Bush vowed, for the safety of our people and for the peace of the world, we will lead a coalition to disarm him. Bush's remarks pointed to war, but his speech contained no new evidence, other than his reference to uranium seeking in Africa, the first time the president himself had used the charge. Otherwise, the speech was a reformulation of what his administration had already declared, and a rehash of critical intelligence findings that had been disputed, with no acknowledgment of the existence of the disputes. Americans are still being asked to take it on faith that the government knows what it has yet to show, that Iraq is hiding weapons of mass destruction and has ties to al-Qaeda, the Associated Press reported after the speech. The allegations were thicker than the evidence in President Bush's State of the Union speech. 3 years later, White House speechwriter Matthew Scully, the author of a book on the senseless slaughter of animals by big game hunters, would look back on his experiences writing Bush's Iraq speeches with no regrets. Neither he nor any of the other speechwriters, he said, had had any independent knowledge of the intelligence on Iraq. In any case, he noted, "I did not for one moment believe that I was involved in anything deliberately deceptive, and I don't believe that today. The basic argument was that ultimately it was for Saddam Hussein to prove that he had no weapons of mass destruction, and without that proof, it was America's responsibility to act." In the speech, Bush had announced that he was asking the UN Security Council to hold a meeting in a week, at which Colin Powell would offer information and intelligence about Iraq's weapons and links to terrorist groups. Bush was leaving the heavy lifting to the member of his cabinet who was perhaps the most reluctant to guide the nation to war. It would be up to Powell to carry the argument for war over the finish line. The next day, as Air Force One flew Bush and his entourage to Grand Rapids, Michigan, White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer told reporters that Powell would go before the UN Security Council to connect the dots. Would Powell, the reporters asked, be unveiling any fresh intelligence? "There's a review underway," Fleischer said. He added, "We are now entering the final phase." Joe Wilson was puzzled. Watching the president give his speech, the retired ambassador had been struck by Bush's brief reference to Iraq's attempt to obtain uranium from Africa. The next day he called a friend in the State Department. If Bush had been referring to Niger, Wilson told the state official, he may have misspoken. It wasn't only that Wilson, or so he believed, had shot down the Niger allegation. The U.S. ambassador there and a four-star Marine Corps general had also reported to Washington that such a deal was unlikely, he told his friend. Had other information come in since? If not, Wilson suggested, then the record ought to be corrected. Perhaps, the State Department official suggested, Bush had been talking about a different African country. I had no reason to doubt my informant. His access and knowledge were more current than mine, so I didn't pursue the matter, Wilson later wrote. It was my business only if the president was referring to Niger. In late January, days before the State of the Union speech, Bush had asked Powell to present the case against Iraq to the United Nations, and Powell had saluted and said yes. The idea, not a subtle one, was to attach Powell's credibility to the case for war. Powell's positive rating in opinion polls was over 70%, far higher than anybody else's in the administration. You can afford to lose some poll points, Cheney told Powell, according to Powell's chief of staff, Lawrence Wilkerson. There was, Wilkerson thought, a real coldness between Powell and Cheney. Wilkerson thought the chill went back to the first Bush administration. Powell had even alluded to this in his memoir, My American Journey, noting how at the end of the administration, Cheney had just disappeared from his Secretary of Defense office, with nary a goodbye to Powell, then the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Cheney left the Pentagon and never said a word to him, remembered Wilkerson, who was Powell's chief aide at the time. No farewell, no bye-bye, no job well done, no job poorly done. One day he was there, the next day he wasn't. The presentation that Powell would deliver had been weeks in the making. After Iraq issued its WMD declaration in early December, the White House had asked the CIA to prepare a rebuttal. CIA analysts worked on this for several weeks. In late December, McLaughlin and Robert Walpole, the National Intelligence Officer who had overseen the National Intelligence Estimate, shared a draft with National Security Council staffers. The White House officials found it insufficient, complaining it lacked even the details of the NIE. Keep working on it, they told McLaughlin and Walpole. Weeks later, McLaughlin sent a revised version of the paper to the NSC and said, "This is the best we can do." It still wasn't good enough for the White House. Bush handed the assignment to Stephen Hadley and Scooter Libby. They were to take what the CIA had pulled together, whip it into shape, and produce a public case that would be irrefutable. The verdict, war, had essentially been reached. Bush was looking for the most compelling rationale to present to the public. The two lawyers went out to the CIA to search for whatever intelligence fragments they could find. On January 25th, in the White House Situation Room, Libby presented what he had assembled to Rice, Hadley, Wolfowitz, Rove, Armitage, Gerson, and Hughes. Libby claimed that intercepts and human intelligence reports indicated that Iraq had been concealing, moving, and burying items. What were they? Libby didn't know, but they had to be WMDs. He reported that Saddam's ties to al-Qaeda were extensive. He pointed to Mohammed Atta's alleged meeting in Prague with an Iraqi intelligence officer. All of this, Libby said, was a Chinese menu from which the various items could be selected. Armitage was stunned by Libby's blatant attempt to transform uncertain fragments into solid evidence. Wolfowitz, though, was impressed. Rove, too. Hughes cautioned Libby to stick to the facts. As for who should be the front man for the administration, the group agreed. Powell. Powell was a good soldier who had earlier told Bush that he would stand by him in the coming war. He had tried hard to concoct a diplomatic resolution that Bush could accept. He and his top aides at State, Armitage and Undersecretary Mark Grossman, had believed that they had a chance of pulling an end run on Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, and the go-for-war crowd. The Powell plan had been simple. Keep the inspections process going for several more months, with increasingly intrusive inspections, and then, at the same time, continue the military buildup and egg on the UN to threaten military action if Saddam did not capitulate. All of this might cause Saddam to step down, prompt an internal coup, or lead to other significant changes. But days earlier, on January 20th, Powell and his allies at the State Department had practically given up. That day, French Foreign Minister Dominique de Villepin had said that France would not even consider war against Iraq, as long as the French believed peaceful alternatives, such as inspections, remained. The Chinese and German foreign ministers echoed his remarks. The threat of a UN-sanctioned war was gone. De Villepin's statement enraged Powell and his team. It seemed a betrayal, for Powell was attempting to walk a tightrope, pushing the United Nations to pressure Iraq further and hoping muscular diplomacy would somehow prevent the war that Bush had already decided upon. Powell might have been hoping for more than he could reasonably expect. Still, he saw de Villepin's no as pulling the rug out from under him, whether or not there really had been a rug there. All the hope of everybody went away, recalled a senior State Department official. I was furious. On that day, we were going to war. The day after Bush's State of the Union speech, Powell entered the office of Larry Wilkerson, his chief of staff, and handed him a draft script from the UN speech that was 48 pages long. Scooter Libby had given it to Powell at the White House. "We've done some work," Cheney had told Powell. "This is what you can work from." Powell instructed Wilkerson to start with the Libby draft and gave Wilkerson specific orders. He was to coordinate with the White House and the CIA to guarantee the speech would be as solid as possible. Wilkerson had been a senior aide to Powell for 10 of the past 14 years, and Powell trusted him completely. He told Wilkerson that he would be working with Will Tobey from the National Security Council, John Hanna from Cheney's office, Tenet, and McLaughlin. Powell wanted an airtight case with multiple sources for every claim. Wilkerson understood that the speech was a historic moment, both for his boss and for the country. Commentators were already comparing Powell's upcoming address to the dramatic moment during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, when Adlai Stevenson, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, had displayed aerial photographs of Soviet missiles in Cuba at a special UN session and demanded an explanation from the Soviet ambassador. "I'm prepared to wait until hell freezes over," Stevenson had said. Powell and Wilkerson would soon study tapes of Stevenson's talk. Powell's speech at the United Nations would be his chance to galvanize world attention, just as Stevenson had. The next morning, Wilkerson arrived at CIA headquarters to get to work. The team, including Tenet, McLaughlin, Tobey, Hanna, and Bob Joseph, assembled in Tenet's conference room and started reviewing the Libby draft. The process quickly proved tedious and exasperating. Wilkerson insisted on seeing the source for every assertion in the Libby script, not just the citation, but the actual report or document. Wilkerson forced Hanna to page through his clipboard and pull out the supporting material. For Wilkerson, this was the first peek under the hood of the administration's WMD case, and it was not pretty. Hanna was constantly flipping through his clipboard, trying to source and verify all the statements, Wilkerson recalled. As the meeting wore on, Wilkerson became increasingly frustrated. It was clear the thing was put together by cherry-picking everything from the New York Times to the DIA, he said. When Wilkerson and the team began to examine the underlying sources, they found that a Defense Intelligence Agency report was not being used properly. A CIA report was not being cited in a fair way. A referenced New York Times article was quoting a DIA report out of context. There were stories cited from the Washington Times by Bill Gertz, the conservative paper's defense writer, who specialized in receiving leaks from hardliners inside the Pentagon. Much of the information in Libby's draft, Wilkerson concluded, had come from the Iraqi National Congress, laundered through Feith's operation at the Pentagon. It was maddening. Another State Department official present recalled that we couldn't figure out where the WMD allegations in the Libby draft were coming from. We took it apart, piece by piece. After 6 hours of work, only a few pages had been vetted. Finally, Wilkerson recalled, I threw the paper down on the table and said, "This isn't going to cut it, ladies and gentlemen. We're never going to get there. We're going to have a different method." And that's when George said, "Let's use the NIE." Tenet turned to Hanna and rubbed it in. "I don't understand why we weren't doing that from the start. You've wasted a lot of our time." The Libby draft was tossed, and the team had a fresh script, the National Intelligence Estimate. The new approach gave Wilkerson some comfort. In the days ahead, as Wilkerson and the others crafted the speech using assertions from the NIE, there was an illusion of professionalism. Tenet and McLaughlin would assure Wilkerson of the multiple sourcing for each claim, on mobile labs, aluminum tubes, UAVs. Wilkerson would press Tenet, "You've got multiple sources for this, and you're saying, George, they're independent of each other?" And then, Wilkerson recalled, John, McLaughlin, would jump in and say, "Yeah, this one was obtained this way, this one that way. They didn't collude, they're independent, and we've got satellite evidence to corroborate this man's remarks." On at least one occasion there was a heated discussion over the aluminum tubes. Without the tubes there was no nuclear case, a State Department official involved in this prep work recalled. Tenet and McLaughlin insisted on including the tubes. McLaughlin cited the spin tests that had been conducted, not disclosing that some experts had read the results as failures. There was even talk of Powell holding up one of the tubes for dramatic effect, but a veteran communications strategist in the room balked. "If you do that, it will be on the front page of every paper the next day," noted Anna Perez, Condoleezza Rice's chief of communications. "Do you really want to do that?" Perez had a feel for these things. She had worked for Walt Disney, Chevron, and a top Hollywood talent agency. This would, she thought, be an awkward visual. Powell would be holding up the one piece of evidence that was most in dispute. Everybody would focus on that. The idea was scrapped. Instead, the group came up with an alternative visual. When Powell was to start talking about biological weapons, he would raise a small medical vial. It was big enough to contain less than a teaspoon of dry anthrax, the same amount, he would note, that had shut down the U.S. Senate during the 2001 anthrax attack, killed 2 postal workers, and forced several hundred people to obtain emergency medical treatment. As the back and forth continued, one of the State Department officials present started wondering, what about that Africa uranium charge? Bush had just highlighted it in the State of the Union. The state official kept waiting for Tenet or McLaughlin to mention it. But nothing ever came up, the official recalled. It was curious. On January 31st, the State Department's INR, which had been vetting the work-in-progress draft, sent Powell a memo noting that 38 allegations in the speech were weak or unsubstantiated. The document noted that the draft's claim that Saddam had plans to hide WMDs, possibly in another country, had come mostly from questionable sources. The draft asserted that the presence of decontamination vehicles at suspected sites was evidence that Iraq was stockpiling chemical weapons, but the INR analysis noted that these vehicles were water trucks that can have legitimate uses. The draft also cited suspicious activity at a suspected chemical weapons site. INR wrote, "We caution, however, that Iraq has given the UN inspectors what may be a plausible account for this activity, that this was an exercise involving the movement of conventional explosives." The INR memo reported that the section on the aluminum tubes was weak and contained egregious errors. INR analysts also objected to a section that stated that terrorists could come through Baghdad and pick up biological weapons. 28 of the 38 items identified by INR were excised from the draft. 2 days later, the INR would object to 7 items, 3 of which would be deleted. Since not all of INR's objections were heeded, Powell would be presenting evidence at the UN that even his own specialists did not believe. On January 31st, Bush met with Blair in the Oval Office for 2 hours. Blair had a request. He explained to Bush that he needed a second UN resolution that explicitly authorized military action against Iraq, despite France's opposition. He had promised his Labour Party he would seek one, and with the British public decidedly opposed to an invasion of Iraq, a second UN resolution, at least an attempt to obtain one, was a political necessity. A memo written by a Blair aide recorded what the Prime Minister told Bush. If anything went wrong with the military campaign, or if Saddam increased the stakes by burning the oil wells, killing children, or fomenting internal divisions within Iraq, a second resolution would give us international cover, especially with the Arabs. Bush agreed to help his ally and to twist arms at the United Nations to win another vote there, even though Cheney never thought a second resolution was necessary, and Powell now believed it wasn't achievable. But Bush told Blair that regardless of what happened at the United Nations or with the inspections in Iraq, there already was a tentative start date for the war, March 10th. Bush was clearly committed to an invasion. During the meeting, according to the memo, both Bush and Blair said they doubted that weapons of mass destruction would be discovered by the inspectors in Iraq in the near future. Given that, Bush raised the idea of provoking a confrontation with Saddam and floated several possibilities. The U.S. was thinking, the document reported, of flying U-2 reconnaissance aircraft with fighter cover over Iraq, painted in UN colors. If Saddam fired on them, he would be in breach of existing UN resolutions, and a retaliatory attack would be justified. Bush was considering creating an incident to start the war. Another option Bush cited, according to the memo, was producing a defector who could give a public presentation about Saddam's WMD. Bush also mentioned assassinating Saddam. If Bush wanted to stage a provocation, the CIA-trained Scorpions were ready to go in Jordan, and the Anabasis men already had a plan to do it. Bush and Blair also talked about the aluminum tubes. The President assured the Prime Minister the IAEA was wrong to conclude that the tubes were for artillery rockets, not for a nuclear program. Bush insisted that the specifications of the tubes indicated they were indeed right for a nuclear centrifuge. And when the two talked briefly about post-invasion Iraq, Bush remarked that it was unlikely there would be internecine warfare between the different religious and ethnic groups. Blair agreed. The drafting of Powell's presentation continued slowly, and tensions were growing. By Saturday morning, February 1st, a proposed 25-page script on Saddam's purported connections to terrorists had arrived, a compilation of the material that had been prepared by Feith's office. Cheney and Libby had been pushing to include a section on the supposed connections between Saddam and al-Qaeda. At this point, Powell himself was working on the speech in Tenet's conference room, joined at times by Rice, Hadley, Libby, and others. After Powell reviewed the new terrorism section, he pulled Wilkerson off to a side room and said, "I'm not reading this. This is crazy." The script, Wilkerson remembered, was a genealogy that strung together connections or associations that were incomprehensible and possibly meaningless. It was like the Bible. It was the Old Testament. It was Joe met Bob, met Frank, met Bill, met Ted, met Jane in Khartoum, and therefore we assumed that Bob knew Ralph. It was incredible. The terror script was pared down to only a few assertions that the CIA would endorse, such as the claim that the Jordanian terrorist Abu Musa Zarqawi, who had been linked to a plot to assassinate a U.S. diplomat in Jordan, was being harbored in Iraq. The evidence for the claims Powell accepted would prove sketchy as well. Libby and Hadley, though, still wanted Powell to use a more dramatic allegation, the Atta in Prague story. Cheney had also asked Powell to use the charge. Powell had taken it out because Tenet had told him the agency was not sure the meeting ever occurred, but Hadley repeatedly tried to insert it in the speech. "What happened to Atta in Prague?" he asked during one discussion. Powell fixed him with a cold stare. "Steve, we took that out, don't you remember? And it's staying out." Hadley, according to Wilkerson, kind of shrunk in his chair, looked at the secretary and said, "Oh yeah, I remember that." Hunkered down at CIA headquarters, Powell kept poring over the intelligence, fighting off frustration. So much of the material was murky. On Sunday, February 2nd, he asked Armitage to join him at Langley. Armitage, too, was wary of the information piled before them. Powell's patience was wearing thin. "This is bullshit," he said at one point, throwing his papers down on the table. Amid the fighting over what he should say in the speech, Powell received little support from another high-level official who had joined the group, Condoleezza Rice. Powell had been a mentor to Rice. They had worked together during the first Bush administration and were the two most visible African Americans in the government. But in the battles that weekend, Rice showed little deference to Powell, consistently siding with her deputy, Hadley, and the vice president's staff. She seemed almost dismissive of Powell's concerns and, as Wilkerson saw it, showed him little respect. "I was taken aback by the way Dr. Rice talked to him," Wilkerson said. "She would just say, 'Oh, come on. You know that ought to be in there.'" At the start of the following week, the team assembled in New York and continued working on Powell's presentation. But unbeknownst to the Secretary of State, the CIA was at war with itself over a critical piece of intelligence that he was about to share with the world. One of the most alarming passages in the draft of Powell's speech was the claim that Iraq had mobile biological labs. Bush had cited these labs in his State of the Union speech, but the charge had not been played up and had received little media attention. The draft called for Powell to state that U.S. intelligence had first-hand descriptions of these facilities and to show diagrams of the labs. With these illustrations, it would look as if the United States had caught Saddam red-handed. The plan was for Powell to back up this powerful allegation by citing 4 sources. The most important one would be an Iraqi chemical engineer, Curveball, the defector of questionable credibility. Another would be a former Iraqi major who had defected in 2001 and had supposedly confirmed the existence of the biolabs. This was Mohammed al-Harith, an INC-produced source who had been guided into the intelligence system by Jim Woolsey. Yet he had been judged a fabricator by the Defense Intelligence Agency a year earlier. A Pentagon intelligence officer who was aware of the fabrication notice sent out on al-Harith attended 2 preparation meetings for the Powell speech, but he raised no objections to using al-Harith as a source. He later told Senate investigators he was unaware that the source mentioned in the draft, who was not identified by name, was al-Harith. But the mobile labs story was really all about Curveball, and within the CIA, some officers were still worrying about him. On January 24th, the Germany group chief in the DO, who had previously raised concerns about Curveball, sent a cable to the Berlin station and asked if it could quickly obtain from the Germans the transcripts of Curveball's interviews with German intelligence. She had learned that there would be a Powell speech at the United Nations that would refer to the mobile biological weapons. As she later told investigators, she couldn't believe the presentation relied on Curveball reporting. On January 27th, the Berlin station replied that German intelligence has not been able to verify Curveball's reporting. The station added a warning. The source himself is problematical. To use information from another liaison services source whose information cannot be verified on such an important, key topic should take the most serious consideration. After this disturbing cable came in, Tyler Drumheller, the European division chief, told John McLaughlin's executive assistant that the Germans were still blocking access to Curveball, and Drumheller followed up with an email reporting that we are not certain that we know where Curveball is, and that the Germans cannot vouch for the validity of Curveball's information. Still, the Germans had told Drumheller that the Bush administration was free to use the Curveball information as long as it did not attribute it to a German intelligence source. The Germans would not refute it. This was not much of an endorsement. McLaughlin checked with a WinPack analyst who assured him Curveball's reporting was solid. Yet on February 3rd, with Powell's speech just 2 days away, McLaughlin's executive assistant sent a memo to Drumheller asking him to touch base with CIA stations in Berlin and elsewhere to get a fix on the current status/whereabouts of Curveball. The memo noted that we want to take every precaution against unwelcome surprises that might emerge concerning the Intel case. Clearly, public statements by this émigré, press accounts of his reporting or credibility, or even direct press access to him would cause a number of potential concerns. McLaughlin wanted to be certain that after Powell displayed artists' renderings of the mobile BW labs to the whole world, Curveball wouldn't pop up in the media and say something to undermine the case. The CIA's number 2 man was worrying more about a post-speech problem than the legitimacy of the allegation. But the only U.S. intelligence officer ever to have met Curveball was alarmed Powell would be depending on this iffy source. When Less, the Defense Department's medical doctor and biological weapons specialist detailed to the CIA's Counter-Proliferation Division, read a draft of Powell's speech, he was upset. He had gone to Germany in 2000 to draw blood from Curveball and had returned troubled by the man he had met, suspecting he was a drunk and unreliable. Since then, Less had become frustrated as the Curveball operation continued. When he spotted Curveball information in Powell's draft, he later told Senate investigators, I thought, my gosh, I have got to go on record and make my concerns known. On February 4th, he sent an email to the deputy chief of the CIA's Joint Task Force on Iraq. I do have a concern with the validity of the information based on Curveball. He noted there had been major handling issues with Curveball, including questions about whether, in fact, Curveball was who he said he was. And he wrote, these issues, in my opinion, warrant further inquiry before we use the information as the backbone of one of our major findings of the existence of a continuing Iraqi BW program. The doctor's email also reported that Al-Harith, a supporting source for Curveball, had been branded a fabricator. Need I say more? He asked. The deputy chief invited Les to see him and talk about this, but the deputy chief told Les not to expect that anything would change. His email response reflected the attitude of the CIA leadership and of much of the intelligence community toward the administration's ongoing push for war. As I said last night, let's keep in mind the fact that this war's going to happen regardless of what Curveball said or didn't say, and that the powers that be probably aren't terribly interested in whether Curveball knows what he's talking about. However, in the interest of truth, we owe somebody a sentence or two of warning, if you honestly have reservations. Les and the deputy chief met on the evening of February 4th. Powell's speech was far too long, the deputy chief said to the doctor. What was done was done. The one U.S. intelligence employee who had ever had direct contact with Curveball could not prevent this disaster from happening. Later that night, the Curveball issue came up yet again, this time with Tenet. The CIA director was already in New York City, helping with the final preparations for Powell's speech the next day. From his hotel suite at the Waldorf Astoria, he called Tyler Drumheller at home and asked for the phone number of Richard Dearlove, the chief of the British Intelligence Service. He wanted Dearlove's approval to use British intelligence in the Powell speech. When Drumheller called Tenet back to give him the number, he mentioned Curveball. "Hey, boss, there's problems with that case," Drumheller later recalled telling Tenet. He quickly gave the CIA chief a boiled-down version of the Curveball issue. But Tenet, at this point, was in no mood to listen. He replied, according to Drumheller, with words to the effect, yeah, I'm exhausted," and said, "Don't worry about it." Tenet would later claim he had no recollection of Drumheller's warning about Curveball and had never heard any complaints about the Iraqi source until after the war began. That wasn't the only last-minute distraction for Tenet. About 2:30 a.m., Phil Mudd, the CIA's top expert on terrorism, contacted him and passed along concerns from the White House. There were too many deletions to the passages on terrorism. Libby had called Powell's staff in New York and asked why certain material had been cut from that part of the speech. Tenet tried to reach Wilkerson through the State Department switchboard, but he couldn't get through. Sometime in the days before the UN speech, Senator Joe Biden called Powell. He told the Secretary of State that he thought it was encouraging that Bush was sending Powell to the United Nations and not blowing off diplomacy. Perhaps there still was a chance to get a second UN resolution authorizing military action, which might compel Saddam to capitulate, or at least legitimize an invasion. Referring to Powell's UN presentation, Biden cautioned him, "Don't speak to anything you don't know about. That is, don't overstate the evidence." There was silence on the other end. Then Powell replied, "Someday, when we're both out of office, we'll have a cup of coffee, and I'll tell you why." Why what? Powell didn't explain, but Biden took the remark to mean that Powell was going to present a case about which he had his doubts. The day of the speech, Wilkerson got to the United Nations early. He wanted to be certain that everything would go as planned. The audio-visuals, the tapes of intercepted Iraqi communications that Powell would play. At one point, Wilkerson was told he had a call. It was the Vice President's office. "Give that one to Barry," Wilkerson said, referring to Barry Lowenkron, a State Department official who had worked on the speech. But Lowenkron didn't take the call either. Wilkerson was later told the caller was Scooter Libby. The Vice President's Chief of Staff had been making one last attempt to get the Atta in Prague allegation and other deleted sections of his terrorism draft back into Powell's speech. Powell began at 10:30 that morning. Sitting right behind him at the United Nations was George Tenet. Powell had demanded that Tenet be there, a graphic demonstration that Powell was conveying evidence that had been vetted by the highest levels of U.S. intelligence. He told the members of the Security Council that he would share with you what the United States knows about Iraq's weapons of mass destruction as well as Iraq's involvement in terrorism. Knows, he said. Not everything Washington knew could be disclosed, he said. Nevertheless, the evidence he had, Powell said, would demonstrate that Saddam Hussein and his regime are concealing their efforts to produce more weapons of mass destruction. Powell began with an intercepted conversation between two officers of Iraq's Republican Guard that had occurred on November 26, 2002. The pair apparently had been discussing hiding a prohibited, though unspecified, vehicle. Another intercept had supposedly caught another Republican Guard officer telling a subordinate to clean out an ammunition storage site before weapons inspectors were to visit it. Here was proof, Powell declared, that Iraq was moving and hiding items, presumably related to WMDs, but he didn't say what they were. The use of the NSA intercepts by Powell would seem to some observers one of the more persuasive elements in his presentation. But 3 months later, then NSA Director Michael Hayden was a guest of Newsweek magazine at the White House Correspondents' Dinner and was asked by a reporter to explain how the seemingly damning intercepts squared with the post-war failure to find any WMD. In a revealing moment, Hayden admitted the intercepts were arguably more ambiguous and open to interpretation than Powell had suggested. If I were a defense lawyer, Hayden had said, I could make a case that the intercepts didn't mean what Powell had said they did. We know, Powell said, that Saddam's son, Qusay, had ordered the removal of prohibited weapons from various places, that government officials were hiding WMD stuff in their homes, that key intelligence files were being driven around the Iraqi countryside to avoid detection. We know, he said, that warheads containing biological weapons had been dispersed to western Iraq. The presentation went on for 76 minutes. He showed satellite photos that he said depicted WMD materials being moved from Iraqi facilities. He maintained that Iraq had not accounted for all the WMD-related material it had possessed in the mid-1990s. As for what Iraq had at this moment in time, Powell reported that one of the most worrisome things that emerges from the thick intelligence file we have on Iraq's biological weapons is the existence of mobile production facilities used to make biological agents. These labs of death, he said, in a matter of months, can produce a quantity of biological poison equal to the entire amount that Iraq claimed to have produced in the years prior to the Gulf War. The source for this, he disclosed, was an eyewitness hiding in another country. He meant Curveball. Powell put up a slide showing a drawing of these mobile labs, as trucks and as railway cars. We know how they work, he stated. We know that Iraq has at least 7 of these mobile biological agent factories. These labs in just 1 month could produce enough biological agent to kill thousands upon thousands of people. Iraq, he added, could use UAVs to launch a terrorist attack with biological weapons. Powell displayed a satellite photo of a facility where topsoil had been removed in order to conceal chemical weapons evidence. As for nuclear weapons, he maintained that Saddam had never abandoned his nuclear weapons program. He didn't mention the Niger allegation, but he did cite the aluminum tubes. Powell, somewhat candidly, said there had been disagreement over the tubes, but that most U.S. experts believed they were intended for centrifuges used to enrich uranium. The danger was not merely Saddam's arsenal, Powell said, but the sinister nexus between Iraq and the al-Qaeda terrorist network. To prove such a nexus existed, Powell claimed that Saddam was harboring Zarqawi's network and called Zarqawi a bin Laden associate. Zarqawi, Powell reported, was running a camp specializing in poison and explosives training in northeastern Iraq. Had Zarqawi set up this base? What did it mean to be an al-Qaeda associate? It was all a bit fuzzy, and as if he were presenting a watered-down version of Feith's slideshow, Powell reported that representatives of al-Qaeda and Saddam's regime had met at least 8 times since the early 1990s. Then Powell offered his most powerful example of the sinister nexus. It was the account of Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi, the al-Qaeda commander who FBI agents feared had been tortured by the Egyptians. Powell, without using his name, stretched it out with dramatic effect. I can trace the story of a senior terrorist operative telling how Iraq provided training in these weapons of mass destruction to al-Qaeda. Fortunately, this operative is now detained, and he has told his story. I will relate it to you now as he himself described it. This terrorist operative, according to Powell, had recounted how bin Laden had been unable to develop chemical or biological agents at al-Qaeda labs in Afghanistan and had turned elsewhere for help. Where did they go? Where did they look? They went to Iraq, and Saddam's regime had provided help in acquiring poisons and gases. But the CIA now had its doubts about this entire story. CIA analyst Paul Pillar, who specialized in terrorism issues, had become, as he later recalled, deeply troubled when he had read the al-Libi interrogation reports which had been passed to the CIA by Egyptian intelligence. They were sketchy and ambiguous, almost James Joycean, Pillar subsequently said. It was hard to tell what al-Libi was really saying. One weekend, Pillar read them and reread them and concluded that al-Libi was not actually claiming that the Iraqi training was real, only that it was something he had heard about from others. In January 2003, the CIA produced a classified update on the relationship between Iraq and al-Qaeda that included a new caveat. Al-Libi had not been in a position to know if any training had taken place. Powell had based a key part of his argument for war on a source the CIA had, only days earlier, discounted. Years later, Wilkerson noted that it was only after Powell's speech that he had heard about the DIA dissent that had questioned al-Libi's charges, and that al-Libi, as Wilkerson put it, had been questioned under conditions of torture or near torture. He noted, "This was disturbing because no such dissent was ever made known to me during the preparations for Powell's speech." Al-Libi's forced testimony was of course crucial to the Secretary's assertions in the presentation that al-Qaeda had substantive links with Baghdad. Powell concluded with a few words about Saddam's atrocious human rights record. Iraq, he noted, was in material breach of UN Security Council resolutions, including the latest one. "We must not shrink from whatever is ahead of us," Powell said. It was almost as if he were trying to convince himself. As Powell spoke, Wilkerson watched closely from a few rows back. Powell seemed in command of the material, but Wilkerson was not happy. He stared at the Iraqi delegation. He wanted to see if the Iraqis were rattled. But from what Wilkerson could tell, the Iraqis seemed unfazed. It looked as if they were rolling their eyes, as if to say, "Is this the best you have?" Wilkerson concluded that the speech was also not cutting it with the broader audience. He slumped in his chair. "I thought I had failed," he later said. The reviews in the media were far kinder than Wilkerson had expected. That night on MSNBC, David Kay, the former UN weapons inspector, said that Powell's presentation was a well-integrated, very thorough case. The next day, USA Today reported that Powell had forcefully laid out newly declassified evidence of Iraq's efforts to develop and conceal chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons, as well as new signs that an al-Qaeda terrorist cell was set up in Baghdad last year. The New York Times editorial page said that Powell had delivered a convincing presentation. Mary McGrory, the veteran liberal Washington Post columnist, declared, "He persuaded me, and I was as tough as France to convince." Weeks later, shortly before the invasion of Iraq, McGrory wrote a column clarifying her endorsement of Powell's presentation. "I did not make it clear enough that while I believed what Colin Powell told me about Saddam Hussein's poison collection, I was not convinced that war was the answer." Those aware of the disputes that had raged within the intelligence community were more in a position to be surprised by Powell's speech. I was stunned and appalled by the nuclear portion of Powell's speech, Wayne White, an Iraq analyst at INR, later recalled. After all the work INR analyst Simon Dodge had done in order to convince so many in the department that there was nothing to the aluminum tube story, I could hardly believe that the Secretary would, in effect, make assertions contradicting the conclusions of his own in-house intelligence shop. When Drumheller listened to the speech, he was astonished that the curveball information had been included. So was an officer within Valerie Wilson's Joint Task Force on Iraq. My mouth hung open when I saw Colin Powell use information from curveball. It was like cognitive dissonance. Maybe, I thought, my government has something more. but it scared me deeply. Virtually all of the allegations Powell presented would turn out to be wrong, but at the time, few in the media bothered poking at the details of Powell's address. The presentation was largely covered as a success, even if it did not win over reluctant allies. Powell's speech didn't have the power of Adlai Stevenson's showdown with the Soviets, but it achieved a boost in the poll numbers for the war with Iraq option. Powell had provided a measure of credibility to Bush's argument for war. In later years, Powell would become increasingly embittered about the Security Council speech and the attention it continued to receive. "What I said was what they gave me to say," he said in the summer of 2006. "I'm not an intelligence officer. I was Secretary of State. Whatever was in that speech was what they, the CIA, told me. I kept asking them, 'Are you sure of this? Are you confident of that?' Powell said he had pressed hard on the mobile biolabs claim. They said it was multi-sourced. I had no way of knowing it all went back to one guy." Powell blamed Tenet for the fiasco at the UN, and when, as Powell put it, the sources started dropping like flies, he expressed his disappointment to the CIA director. "I had very little to do with the CIA after that." It rankled Powell that his UN presentation had come to be considered a pivotal event on the path to war. "It's annoying to me. Everybody focuses on my presentation. Well, the same goddamn case was presented to the U.S. Senate and the Congress, and they voted for Bush's Iraq resolution. Why aren't they outraged? They're the ones who are supposed to do oversight. The same case was presented to the President. Why isn't the President outraged? It's always, 'Gee, Powell, you made this speech to the UN.' But at the time, Powell was satisfied with his performance. When he returned to Washington, he told Wilkerson he was going to give a special award to everyone who had worked on the speech. Wilkerson, though, was deflated and told his boss he didn't want it. Another State Department official who received one of these plaques put it in his closet and never took it out. Wilkerson didn't think the speech was nearly as powerful as it should have been. Nor did Wilkerson have much confidence in the evidence Powell had vouched for. Later he called the speech "the lowest point in my professional life" and "a hoax." He also said, "I never would have gone to war on that intelligence." But that was indeed what was happening, and his boss had cleared the way. They had decided they were smarter than the rest of us. Military analysts who drafted a study planning for post-war Iraq. 11. Best laid plans. As the war drew closer, President Bush sought to recast and broaden its purpose. An invasion of Iraq wasn't simply a preemptive strike against a menacing dictator. It would also be a transformative event for a troubled region. The president was now putting forth a grand and expansive vision, but one that obscured harsh realities that U.S. government experts were repeatedly warning about, both in public and behind the scenes. The president outlined his larger war goals in a speech at an American Enterprise Institute fundraiser on February 26, 2003. Standing before 1,400 AEI supporters and allies in a ballroom at the Washington Hilton that evening, he declared that the world has a clear interest in the spread of democratic values and that a new regime in Iraq would serve as a dramatic and inspiring example of freedom for other nations in the region. After having spent months building a case for war primarily on the threat of weapons of mass destruction, Bush was fully embracing the idealistic neo-Wilsonian rhetoric that Paul Wolfowitz and other neoconservative intellectuals had used to bolster their years-old case for war against Saddam. Their article of faith was that the overthrow of Saddam would be a catalyst for change in the Middle East, and Bush was accepting that far-reaching mission as his own. A liberal, pro-Western democracy in Iraq, he said, would usher in a new era of political reform and begin a new stage for Middle East peace. The president acknowledged that bringing stability and unity to a free Iraq would not be easy, but he didn't dwell on the difficulties. His AEI speech was part of the White House's home-stretch effort to make the war sound easier and more noble, even as government experts and military officers were advising that the invasion and its aftermath would likely be costly and fraught with complexities. Wayne White, the State Department Iraq analyst, was one of the government's most knowledgeable experts on Middle Eastern affairs. He had spent nearly a quarter-century working in and studying the region. Having once served as a political officer in Baghdad, he was now the Deputy Director for Near East and South Asia Affairs in the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research, INR. Just a few weeks before the President's AEI speech, White had begun work on a major paper on the very topic Bush would address. Would a U.S. invasion of Iraq actually bring democracy to the region? No one had asked White to take this assignment on, but he recalled later, somebody needed to sit down and do some clear-headed thinking about an issue that was emerging. White started by gathering polling data from Middle East countries. The numbers reinforced his worst expectations. It showed that the populations of these nations were far more anti-American and anti-Israel than were the governments in charge. The people were much more supportive of militant Islam and much less interested in such niceties as women's rights than their rulers were. Creating democracy in these countries would be tough, especially in Iraq, given the sectarian divisions that would probably arise there. The classified report he drafted concluded that political, economic, and social problems would likely undermine stability in the region for years and severely limit the prospects for democracy. An invasion of Iraq would not change these fundamentals. Even if democracy somehow did take root in Iraq or elsewhere, White wrote, it was likely that the governments elected would be more antipathetic toward the United States and Israel and closer to militant Islamism. Liberal democracy would be difficult to achieve, the report read, and elections could actually bolster anti-American elements. White's findings weren't revolutionary. Other analysts outside the government had been raising similar points, but White realized this was a touchy matter. He sent a draft of his paper to other INR analysts. None had any objections, nor did Tom Fingar, the deputy director at INR. Fingar had only one major suggestion. He wanted to change the title of the paper. White had called it Iraq, the Middle East, and Change. Fingar suggested adding the words, No Dominoes. The proposed title was a jab at Bush and the neoconservatives and their claim that an invasion of Iraq would create a chain reaction, spreading democracy through the region. It was merely serendipitous, White later said, that the report was ready for dissemination the day after Bush's AEI speech. Would White mind the change in title? Fingar asked. You're the boss, White told him. Normally, INR would forward this kind of report, which was supposed to reflect the official view of the State Department, to recipients throughout the government, the National Security Council, the Pentagon leadership, the CIA, the Congressional Intelligence Committees, various cabinet members. But White asked Fingar to restrict the No Dominoes report to officials within the State Department. It was too hot, White said. This would leak. It was not his aim to pick a fight with the White House. Fingar said he had never restricted an INR report in such a manner and didn't want to do so now. INR distributed the report throughout the intelligence community and sent a copy to the White House. Usually, White recalled, you'd get a response on a report like this from the 7th floor of State, where the Secretary of State had his office. In the case of this report, I got nothing. White was right. His study was leaked, but, he later said, not by him. On March 14th, the Los Angeles Times published a front-page story disclosing the paper under the headline, Democracy Domino Theory Not Credible. The same day No Dominoes went out, on February 27th, Paul Wolfowitz appeared before the House Budget Committee, ostensibly to discuss the Pentagon's annual budget request, which notably didn't include any estimates to cover the costs of an invasion in Iraq. But Wolfowitz's main purpose that day was to douse a potential fire. 2 days earlier, while testifying before a Senate panel, General Eric Shinseki, the Army Chief of Staff, had said that something on the order of several 100,000 soldiers would be necessary for a post-war occupying force. That certainly suggested a costly and significant occupation. After running through the latest Pentagon budget numbers, Wolfowitz took a sharp swipe at Shinseki. The notion that it would take several 100,000 U.S. troops to provide stability in post-Saddam Iraq, he said, is wildly off the mark. He added, "It is hard to conceive that it would take more forces to provide stability in post-Saddam Iraq than it would take to conduct the war itself." This was quite a put-down. The civilian leaders of the Pentagon were saying they knew better than the head of the army about how many troops it would take to manage post-invasion Iraq. The exchange was a continuation of Rumsfeld's internal fight with the uniformed services over the size of the force needed for an invasion of Iraq. The Army had recommended up to 400,000 troops, partly because it wanted a large force immediately available to handle the post-invasion tasks. Rumsfeld, who had championed a U.S. military that could fight leaner and quicker, initially thought 75,000 or so troops would be sufficient for the invasion. Fighting over the size of the post-invasion force was just another way of fighting over the pre-invasion force, a tussle that had been resolved more in Rumsfeld's favor than the Army's. About 200,000 troops would be sent to the region for the war. Wolfowitz's testimony that day offered a rare glimpse of his own rosy vision of the conflict to come. The Pentagon's post-war requirements, he said, might be low because there's been none of the record in Iraq of ethnic militias fighting one another. He disputed the idea that there would be monstrous costs. The previous September, Lawrence Lindsay, Bush's senior economic advisor, had estimated that a war in Iraq could cost more than $200 billion, a rather steep bill. Later, the White House budget chief, Mitch Daniels, suggested that the war could be prosecuted for a much more reasonable $20 billion. Lindsay was pushed out of the administration in December 2002. As of January 2006, Congress had appropriated $251 billion for the Iraq War. A study by the Nobel Prize-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz and Harvard University's Linda Bilmes estimated the long-term costs at $1.2 trillion, including money for the long-term health care of 16,000 wounded U.S. military personnel, 20% of whom had suffered major head or spinal injuries, and another 6% of whom had lost limbs. Iraq's oil revenues, Wolfowitz asserted, could finance the post-war reconstruction. He maintained that the United States could expect other nations to share the financial burden of rebuilding a post-Saddam Iraq. And, he added, based on what Iraqi Americans told me in Detroit a week ago, when he had attended a rally of pro-invasion immigrants, I am reasonably certain that they will greet us as liberators, and that will help us to keep requirements down. Wolfowitz was in sync with Rumsfeld, who was publicly downplaying the challenge in Iraq. Weeks earlier, the Secretary of Defense had said of the war, it could last, 6 days, 6 weeks, I doubt 6 months. These were striking claims, expressed with certitude and conviction. But in support of them, Wolfowitz didn't cite any studies or intelligence assessments. He seemed to be basing the Defense Department's operating assumptions on what he had heard from several hundred Iraqi Americans yearning for an invasion. He was trusting his own instincts more than the views and work of generals and experts under his own command. Within the military and the intelligence community, there were officers and officials, not just Shinseki, who were attempting to sort out the post-invasion needs and challenges. Few of them shared Wolfowitz's fanciful optimism. The President had made a few cursory inquiries about the plans for a post-war Iraq, but the subject wasn't a focus of sustained high-level attention. At a National Security Council meeting back in January in the White House Situation Room, Bush had asked General Tommy Franks, the CENTCOM commander in charge of the invasion, about security in Iraq after Saddam's regime was toppled. Who, he inquired, would maintain law and order? Who would keep the peace? Franks had reassured the President. Don't worry, he said, according to a senior NSC official present for the exchange. We've got that covered. The U.S. military would keep the peace. Each major Iraqi town and village, Franks explained, would have a Lord Mayor, an appointed U.S. military officer who would be in charge of maintaining civic order and administering basic services. Lord Mayor? The NSC official had no idea what Franks was talking about. Nearly 2 months later, at a final pre-war planning meeting on March 10, 2003, the subject was raised again, by either Bush or Rice, according to the NSC official. This time Franks bristled. He had already explained this, Franks said. There would be a Lord Mayor. Neither the President nor any other senior officials pressed Franks to explain what he meant by his use of this quaint British title. Pentagon officials actually never planned anything of the kind. Army Colonel Kevin Benson, the 3rd Army officer assigned by CENTCOM to draft the plans for a Phase 4 post-invasion Iraq, later said his own documents had never incorporated anything like a Lord Mayor concept. I never heard anyone talk of a Lord Mayor, Benson remarked. I never heard that term used. The NSC official who twice heard Franks mention the Lord Mayor plan to the President years later asked a senior U.S. officer in charge of U.S. troops in Iraq about this idea. "What are you talking about?" the officer replied. "We were never told to do that." When Colonel Benson saw that Wolfowitz had rudely dismissed Shinseki's estimate, he thought to himself, "What does the Deputy Secretary know that I don't?" Working out of Camp Doha in Kuwait, Benson had been toiling away on his Phase 4 plan with his own staff and planners in Central Command, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and other services. After the war began, the conventional view would be that such plans barely existed. That was wrong, Benson said, recalling that there was an enormous amount of planning done. The question was, what happened to the plans? He and his team, for example, drew up a plan for Phase 4 that envisioned that violence would continue after the initial defeat of Saddam's standing army. It anticipated there would be substantial security concerns in post-Saddam Iraq. "We took all of this seriously," Benson said, "especially the issue of how many troops would be needed after the invasion." Benson and his team started with this premise. Iraq was about the size of California. We asked how many troops Gray Davis, then the California governor, had. They added up all the police officers, sheriff's deputies, peace officers, corrections officers, and the like in the Golden State, and discovered the number was greater than the number of American troops being sent into Iraq, and California was a stable and secure entity. So when Benson saw that Shinseki had testified that a couple 100,000 troops would be needed after the invasion, he had thought to himself, "That Shinseki is one hell of a smart guy." But after Rumsfeld and Wolfowitz disputed Shinseki, Benson realized there was a serious gap between his work and the view at the top. He could not see what real-life information Wolfowitz was relying on. "I was assuming that the guys in Washington must know something that I don't know," Benson recalled. "I never saw any intelligence that led me to the conclusion that the people in D.C. were making. I never saw intelligence that we would be met with cheering crowds and bands and people throwing flowers at us. I never saw any intelligence that would allow me to conclude it would be a cakewalk." Given that the war on Iraq was an elective one, Benson later noted, "We could have had the best war plan ever, but it wasn't." The U.S. government's failure to develop and implement an effective post-invasion plan haunted Benson. "I took Pepsid AC for a year after I got back," he said. Benson and his team weren't the only planners within the Defense Department worrying about Phase 4. In October 2002, Lieutenant General Richard Cody, the Army Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations and Plans, asked the War College's Strategic Studies Institute to do a study, fast. By the end of January 2003, the Strategic Studies Institute produced a report that noted that ethnic, tribal, and religious schisms could produce civil war or fracture the state after Saddam is deposed, that Iraq reconstruction would require a considerable commitment of American resources, and that the longer U.S. presence is maintained, the more likely violent resistance will develop. An occupation, the report said, would last for an extended period of time, and the Iraqi population would be more suspicious of than grateful toward the United States. The study noted that the most likely development would be for political parties to emerge based on ethnic, tribal, and religious identities, and free elections among ethnically based political parties could actually increase divisions rather than mitigate them. And, worse, armed militias would likely be a problem. Terrorists could be expected to engage in horrific acts, even suicide bombings, to alienate Iraqis from the Americans. An occupier would find it exceptionally challenging to supply the population with the basics: electricity, food, water, security. The oil infrastructure of Iraq would not generate the revenues necessary to pay for reconstruction. Sabotage would be a serious threat. The paper listed 135 post-invasion tasks that would have to be accomplished to re-establish an Iraqi state. They included securing the borders, establishing local governments, protecting religious, historical, and cultural sites, establishing a police system, restoring and maintaining power systems, operating hospitals, reorganizing the Iraqi military and security forces, and disarming militias. The paper advised against abolishing the Iraqi army after the war. Massive resources need to be focused on this post-occupation effort well before the first shot is fired, the report declared. But the authors knew that the Pentagon hadn't yet worked out much of this. The Defense Department had only recently established an office to handle the post-war period, the Office of Reconstruction and Humanitarian Assistance, ORHA, which was headed by retired General J. Garner. The paper's overall conclusion was troubling. The possibility of the United States winning the war and losing the peace in Iraq is real and serious. The War College's Strategic Studies Institute sent a draft of the paper to the Army Command Staff and various field commanders in late January. It also mailed out about 1,000 copies, including to members of Congress. "We heard that Central Command really liked it," recalled a military analyst who helped draft the report. But the authors received no feedback from the civilian leadership of the Pentagon. At that point, the Bush administration was moving rapidly to war, the military analyst said. Nothing would derail them, and their assumption was that it would be a lot easier than we had put it. They felt arguments that it would be hard were actually designed to cause people to rethink whether the war was worth doing in the first place. This was appalling. They were trying to rig the cost-benefit analysis. So they ended up not properly planning for the aftermath of the invasion because that might interfere with getting the war they wanted. Paul Wolfowitz's whole reason for living was to start that war. They didn't have to listen to us. Somewhere along the line they had decided they were smarter than the rest of us. It was easy for the White House and the civilian leaders of the Pentagon to ignore a report from a small Army think tank. And it wasn't too difficult to swat aside a single remark from a general. They also disregarded the work of the CIA and the State Department. In January 2003, Paul Pillar, the National Intelligence Officer in charge of the Middle East, produced a high-level report examining the challenges the Bush administration would face in a post-Saddam Iraq. The paper made the obvious point. Turning Iraq into a state even remotely resembling a liberal democracy would be difficult. Iraq's political culture, Pillar recalled the report as saying, was not fertile, and the mission would be long, difficult, and turbulent. It noted that Iraq didn't have a tradition of loyal opposition or the transfer of power, and that a post-Saddam period would likely be marked by ethnic and religious conflict that could turn violent. The situation might explode if the United States didn't maintain a large enough military presence in Iraq to smother the smoldering tensions. Moreover, a debt-ridden Iraq wouldn't be able to finance reconstruction with oil revenues. Like the Third Army's planners and the Army War College analysts, Pillar and the CIA experts foresaw a costly occupation that would be riddled with problems and that could go bad rather easily. It was the exact opposite of the picture the administration wanted to share with the public. Pillar sent the report to Tenet's office. It was bleak, a senior CIA official later said. Still, the report was forwarded to the White House and the Pentagon. Did the report register? Years later, Pillar recalled that he did receive a response from an administration official he wouldn't identify. "You guys just don't see the possibilities. You're too negative." The White House and the Pentagon shoved aside the work of the State Department's Future of Iraq project as well. In the spring of 2002, Thomas Warwick, a longtime State Department official, had set up 17 working groups full of Iraqi exiles, lawyers, engineers, academics, and business people, to consider how to remake a post-Saddam Iraq, how to reorganize the military and police, how to create a new legal system, how to restructure the economy. The $5 million project predicted post-invasion plunder and looting and said that it would be necessary to organize military patrols in all major cities to prevent lawlessness. It warned that Iraq's electrical and water systems would be in need of extensive repairs and reconstruction. It produced 13 volumes that included wide-ranging recommendations. The Pentagon wasn't interested. One reason was Ahmad Chalabi. His champions at the Defense Department had contemplated forming a government in exile led by Chalabi, which could be put into place quickly following the invasion. The State Department, still suspicious of Chalabi, wasn't in favor of that. Warwick refused to let the Future of Iraq project become a game plan for a Chalabi coronation, and he made his views known. Years after the invasion, David Phillips, a conflict prevention expert at the Council on Foreign Relations who worked on the Future of Iraq project, would describe how bitter squabbling between the Pentagon and Warwick had sabotaged the planning effort. After Warwick had the temerity to criticize the Pentagon's pre-war planning, officials in charge of ORHA were ordered to stop working with him, according to Phillips. Rumsfeld rejected a request by General Garner, the ORHA chief, to hire 32 State Department experts who had been involved in the project. Some of the experts were blacklisted because they didn't support Chalabi, Phillips wrote in his book Losing Iraq. They were victims of the ideological rivalry that caused the virtual collapse of interagency process, Phillips noted. By February 2003, state and defense officials were barely on speaking terms. Post-war Iraq planning paralleled what happened with pre-war Iraq intelligence. The work of government experts and analysts was discarded by senior Bush administration policymakers when it conflicted with or undermined their own hardened ideas about what to expect in Iraq. They were confident, or wanted to believe, that the war would go smoothly. They didn't need other views, notions, or plans, not from the State Department, the CIA, or the military. It was their war, and they would run it as they saw fit. In late February, Bill Murray, the CIA station chief in Paris, hadn't yet abandoned hope of reeling in Naji Sabri, the Iraqi foreign minister. The information that Sabri had passed to the CIA through the Lebanese journalist months earlier, that Saddam had no active WMD programs, had run counter to everything the White House was saying. It was at odds with what the CIA was reporting. Possibly it was just lies from the chief diplomat of a murderous regime. Still, Murray wanted to talk to Sabri face to face. But 5 months had gone by and nothing had happened, and the war was approaching. The Lebanese journalist had told him that Sabri was still interested in cooperating with the CIA, but the logistics were difficult. Sabri couldn't find an excuse to visit a country where a meeting could be set up. At this point, Murray was furious with colleagues back at headquarters for doing little to help him. James Pavitt, the director of operations, had instructed officers from the Iraq Operations Group to work with Murray on this sensitive project. And there had been one idea: to arrange for the Jordanians to invite Sabri to Amman for a summit. Then Murray could hold a secret rendezvous with him there. But John McGuire and other officers in the Iraq Operations Group thought it was all a waste of time. They had no use for Murray's source, not unless the Iraqi minister was willing to defect. Now Murray had another chance. Sabri would be flying to Kuala Lumpur for an Islamic conference. He would, the Lebanese journalist told Murray, talk to him there. The CIA man hopped a plane to Malaysia. When he landed, he learned that Sabri had already departed Kuala Lumpur for an Arab League meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh in the Sinai Desert. Murray immediately flew to Cairo. He then looked for a connecting flight to the Sinai. Meanwhile, at the Arab League conference on March 1st, Sabri was mobbed by journalists and by diplomats. War seemed imminent, and he was busy echoing Saddam's line, "We know that this American administration, with encouragement from Israel and the Israeli lobby in the U.S., is gearing up for war against Iraq." But what did he want to tell the CIA? Baghdad's official position was that it had no WMDs and no nuclear weapons programs. Was there anything Sabri could say to Murray that would indicate the Iraqis were telling the truth? Murray would never find out. Sabri once again eluded him. The big catch, recruiting the Iraqi foreign minister as a CIA source, didn't happen. Murray was at the Cairo airport desperately trying to get a connecting flight to Sharm el-Sheikh when he learned Sabri had already flown back to Iraq. On the eve of war, the Niger charge disintegrated completely. The day that Colin Powell delivered his presentation to the United Nations, Jacques Botte, the International Atomic Energy Agency's chief for Iraqi nuclear matters, had picked up a sealed envelope at the U.S. mission to the United Nations. 6 weeks earlier, the State Department had publicly accused the Iraqis of lying in their WMD declaration because they hadn't acknowledged their efforts to obtain uranium from Niger. The Vienna-based IAEA, which was responsible for nuclear weapons inspections in Iraq, wanted to resolve the dispute. It asked Washington to share with it information that would back up Foggy Bottom's assertion. It took a while to get a response, but then Botte was handed the envelope. Inside were the Niger documents. The material was considered sensitive. Only Botte and IAEA Director General Mohammed El-Baradei could look at it. At first glance, as he later recalled, Botte thought the documents were legitimate. The package didn't include the unbelievable memo chronicling a far-fetched scheme of Iraqis, Iranians, Sudanese, Libyans, and others to create an anti-Western rogue state alliance. But Botte was too busy to conduct a thorough review. Over the next 10 days, he and El-Baradei hopped from one country to the next, including a stop in Baghdad. Meeting with Iraqi officials, Botte and El-Baradei asked whether Baghdad had sought yellow cake in Niger, without revealing they possessed secret records about the uranium deal. The Iraqis denied the accusation, and, Botte later said, were quite cooperative in answering questions about the purported accord. Botte and his IAEA colleagues asked to speak to Wissam al-Zahawi, who had been Iraq's ambassador to the Vatican. His name was on the sales agreement as an Iraqi official who had apparently brokered the deal. Zahawi had retired from the Iraq Foreign Service and was living in Amman, Jordan. The Iraqis were eager to have Zahawi talk to the IAEA officials and debunk this allegation. An official in the Iraqi embassy in Amman called Zahawi and told him the foreign ministry wanted him in Baghdad immediately. He was back in the Iraqi capital the next day. The day after that, February 12th, he was interviewed by Botte and other IAEA officials. Zahawi, as he later recounted, assumed that the subject at hand was his trip to Niger, for he had noticed Bush's reference in the State of the Union speech to Iraq's attempts to obtain uranium in Africa. First, the IAEA officials asked Zahawi about the details and purpose of his 1999 visit to Niger. Then they asked if he had signed a letter about a uranium purchase in 2000. Absolutely not, Zahawi told them. Botte, El-Baradei, and the IAEA officials were not satisfied that Zahawi was telling the truth. After all, they had what they assumed to be concrete evidence. Another interview was held the next day. Zahawi once again denied any involvement in a uranium deal and indignantly demanded the IAEA produce any documents it possessed suggesting otherwise. They must be forgeries, he insisted. Zahawi later recalled that he told the IAEA officials that he could sue them for libel, as I was being accused of something of which I was totally ignorant. Botte didn't show Zahawi the Niger papers. He was not ready to reveal all he knew, or thought he knew. He considered the documents his ace in the hole, and he wanted to research the matter before confronting the Iraqis with this powerful evidence. Despite the Iraqis' denials, He was still hoping he could use the documents to push them to admitting that something had indeed happened in Niger. Until he took a closer look. On February 17th he was back in Vienna, and he finally had a moment to scrutinize the details of the deal outlined in the papers. He started plugging key words and phrases into Google. Within minutes his basic research disclosed there was something wrong. The papers included a letter noting that the Nigerian president had approved the transaction under the authority of the 1965 Constitution of Niger. Yet Boat found a newspaper article that mentioned that the Constitution had been revived in 1999. Wouldn't the Nigerian government have gotten the date of its own constitution right? Boat kept researching. He called the Niger mission in Vienna to obtain information. And he changed his aim. He was no longer seeking to use the documents to corner Zahawi and the Iraqis. He was now trying to determine whether they were authentic. Within a couple of hours he discovered about 15 significant anomalies in the papers. The letterhead, the signatures, the dates, the format of the document. None of them matched up. One letter, dated October 10, 2000, was signed by Niger's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Alele Habibu, a man who hadn't served in that office for more than 10 years. It bore the heading Conseil Militaire Suprême, an organization that had gone out of existence in 1989. Another document, dated July 30, 1999, referred in the past tense to deals that the other documents indicated had been arranged in June 2000. Boat worked into the evening and concluded that the papers were completely bogus. I stared at my computer screen, he recalled. I was shocked. Late in the night he phoned El Baradei at home and said there was a problem with the Niger charge. El Baradei had an easy solution, according to Boat. The IAEA chief said, "We'll report what we found. Good night." He hung up the phone. Boat shared his findings with his IAEA colleagues. They all agreed the papers were fakes. Boat, using Google and public domain records, had been able to do quickly what the CIA had failed to do for a year, ascertain that the Niger papers were a hoax. Boat asked the Bush administration for any other information it might have on the alleged Niger deal. Nothing came. On March 3rd, the IAEA officially notified the U.S. mission in Vienna that it had determined the papers were fraudulent. 4 days later, in a public report to the Security Council, IAEA Director General Mohammed El Baradei stated that the documents were not authentic. El Baradei also reported that the IAEA's analysis had definitively concluded the aluminum tubes hadn't been destined for uranium enrichment. We have to date found no evidence or plausible indication of the revival of a nuclear weapon program in Iraq, El Baradei said. At the same time, Hans Blix reported that Iraq was providing active but not immediate cooperation with the UN weapons inspectors, and noted that more time would be needed to oversee Iraq's final disarmament tasks, including destroying a set of prohibited missiles. The forged documents made headlines. The Washington Post put the story on its front page. A key piece of evidence linking Iraq to a nuclear weapons program appears to have been fabricated, the United Nations chief nuclear inspector said yesterday in a report that called into question U.S. and British claims about Iraq's secret nuclear ambitions. Senator Jay Rockefeller called for an FBI investigation to determine whether somebody had deliberately fed disinformation to the U.S. intelligence community. But, as embarrassing as this was for the White House and the CIA, a full controversy didn't erupt. The White House ably fended off questions about how Bush had come to make a claim in his State of the Union address that was apparently based on a crude fraud. It was the information we had, Powell said. We provided it to the IAEA. If that information is inaccurate, fine. And Rice dismissed the importance of the discovery. We have never rested our case on nuclear weapons programs in Iraq on this issue about some uranium from Niger. U.S. intelligence agencies tried lamely to defend themselves. The DIA, which had produced the original Yellow Cake report that had caught Cheney's eye, sent a new memo to Rumsfeld, asserting that it had other information to support the Africa uranium charge. This included a U.S. Naval Intelligence report that a West African businessman had arranged to store a large quantity of Niger uranium destined for Iraq in a warehouse in Benin. The memo failed to mention a pertinent detail. A U.S. Defense Department official had checked out the warehouse in question just a few weeks earlier and discovered that it was filled with bales of cotton. And the CIA's WinPack maintained it had other reports indicating that Baghdad had tried to obtain uranium, but admitted this information was fragmentary and unconfirmed. A month later, after the invasion of Iraq, the CIA would acknowledge that there was nothing to the Niger charge, that there was no evidence to back up the allegation that Iraq had purchased uranium from Niger, or that it even had mounted a serious effort to obtain yellowcake. In a sense of the community memorandum, the National Intelligence Council said, "We judge it highly unlikely that Niamey has sold uranium, yellowcake, to Baghdad in recent years." The intelligence community agrees with the IAEA assessment that key documents purported showing a recent Iraq-Niger sales accord are a fabrication. We judge that other reports from 2002, one alleging warehousing of yellowcake for shipment to Iraq, a second alleging a 1999 visit by an Iraqi delegation to Niamey, do not constitute credible evidence of a recent or impending sale. The day after the IAEA declared the papers bogus, Joe Wilson appeared on CNN and blasted the Bush administration for mishandling the Niger papers. "We know a lot about the uranium business in Niger," he said, "and for something like this to go unchallenged by the U.S. government is just simply stupid. It taints the whole rest of the case that the government is trying to build against Iraq. The U.S. government should have, or did know that this report was a fake." The U.S. government did know? What was Wilson suggesting? Wilson had become a familiar figure in the cable news shows in recent months, a member of the foreign policy establishment who vocally opposed the war and the administration. He assumed that Iraq did possess some WMDs, but he argued that intrusive inspections were disrupting Saddam's weapons. "This war is not about weapons of mass destruction," Wilson had written in The Nation magazine. "The underlying objective of this war is the imposition of a Pax Americana on the region and installation of vassal regimes that will control restive populations." As Wilson pointed to the phony Niger documents as proof the Bush administration was hyping the case for war, he didn't mention his own involvement in the story. A State Department spokesman had said of the documents, "We fell for it." But in his remarks on CNN, Wilson hinted there was more to the tale. The intelligence supporting the premise that Iraq was a threat had become weaker, not stronger, in the months since Bush had started pushing for war against Saddam. The two key elements in the nuclear weapons case, the Niger deal and the aluminum tubes, had not held up. The White House's gripping metaphor, the smoking gun in the form of a mushroom cloud, now looked empty. Questions about curveball had not been answered. The CIA also had recently discovered that another Iraqi defector, a former chemist, whom it had relied upon for critical intelligence reporting on Iraq's supposed chemical weapons, was a faker. This source, whose information had been included in the National Intelligence Estimate, had claimed that Iraq had produced a combined nuclear, chemical, biological weapon. Intelligence analysts had rightfully recognized this charge as absurd. Still, they had accepted his other tales about Iraq's CW efforts. In February 2003, he was given a polygraph test, and he failed. It turned out he was an information peddler whose allegations against Iraq, according to a report the CIA had received from a foreign intelligence service, had possibly been directed by a hostile intelligence service. In early March, the agency revised its view on another big issue: Iraq's drones, or unmanned aerial vehicles. The assertion that these vehicles could be used to attack the U.S. mainland with chemical or biological weapons had been based on intelligence reports that an Iraqi procurement agent had sought to buy U.S. mapping software for the weapons in the spring of 2001. But by early 2003, A CIA analyst had interviewed the procurement agent and concluded his purchase order for the mapping software had most likely been inadvertent. The Iraqi agent was really seeking other pieces of equipment from a manufacturer's website. In a memo to the House Intelligence Committee, the CIA reported it now had no definite indications that Baghdad was planning to use WMD-armed UAVs against the U.S. mainland. None of this had an impact on the Bush administration as the war approached. The administration's rhetoric stayed the same, or became more dramatic. Bush claimed an Iraqi UAV containing biological weapons, launched from a vessel off the American coast, could reach hundreds of miles inland. Rumsfeld declared, "We know that Saddam continues to hide biological or chemical weapons, moving them to different locations as often as every 12 to 24 hours. Powell pointed to a new bin Laden audio tape as evidence al-Qaeda was in partnership with Iraq. In fact, bin Laden had only called upon Muslims to fight against an American invasion of Iraq. At a public congressional hearing, Tenet claimed that Iraq had provided training in poisons and gases to al-Qaeda, once again invoking the questionable claims of Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi. At his last press conference before the war began, Bush charged that Saddam had financed al-Qaeda. On March 7th, Britain introduced a U.S.-backed resolution in the Security Council that would essentially authorize war if Iraq failed to demonstrate its unconditional